In the vast tapestry of the Pokémon world, where countless creatures soar through azure skies and dive through crystalline depths, two legendary beings stand as eternal guardians of the heavens above. Ho-Oh and Lugia, the great winged titans of fire and sea, have watched over the world of Pokémon since time immemorial, their stories intertwined with the very fabric of creation itself. These magnificent birds, each bearing the weight of ancient legends and the power to shape the natural world, represent far more than mere Pokémon. They are living embodiments of the forces that govern life, death, and rebirth across the regions we have come to know and cherish. Long before trainers walked the earth with Pokeballs at their sides, when the world was young and the boundaries between the physical and spiritual realms were gossamer thin, Ho-Oh emerged as a beacon of hope and renewal. This resplendent phoenix, with feathers that shimmer like captured sunlight and flames that burn with the warmth of eternal spring, first graced the skies above what would one day become the Johto region. Its wings, painted in brilliant scarlets, golds, and emerald greens, cast dancing shadows across the land below as it soared on thermals that seemed to bend to its very will. The legends speak of Ho-Oh's sacred perch atop the Tin Tower, later known as the Bell Tower, in the ancient city that would grow to become Ekritake. Here in this towering spire that reached toward the heavens, like a finger pointing to eternity itself, Ho-Oh made its home among the clouds and stars. The tower, constructed by devoted followers who recognized the bird's divine nature, served as a bridge between the earthly realm and the celestial sphere where Ho-Oh dwelt. Day after day, the great phoenix would alight upon the tower's peak, its presence bringing good fortune to those pure of heart who were blessed enough to witness its majesty. But Ho-Oh was not merely a passive guardian watching from on high. This legendary being possessed the miraculous power to resurrect the departed, to breathe life back into that which had been lost to the inevitable march of time. The most famous tale of this incredible ability speaks of three Pokémon who perished in a great fire that consumed an unnamed tower in ancient Ekritake City. As the flames died down and ash settled like gray snow upon the ruins, Ho-Oh descended from the heavens, its wings beaten with the rhythm of a cosmic heartbeat. With power beyond mortal comprehension, it restored life to the three fallen creatures, transforming them in the process into the legendary beasts we know today as Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Each of these resurrected beings carried within them a fragment of Ho-Oh's divine essence, forever changed by their brush with death and subsequent rebirth. Raikou, the thunder tiger, crackled with the electricity of storm clouds, embodying the raw power of lightning that splits the sky. Entei, the volcanic lion, burned with the passionate fire of molten rock deep within the earth's core, and Suicune, the Aurora wolf, flowed with the purity of crystal clear water from mountain springs untouched by mortal hands. These three became Ho-Oh's messengers and guardians, roaming the world to seek out trainers worthy of their master's attention. The legend of Ho-Oh's power extends beyond mere resurrection, reaching into the realm of spiritual purification and moral judgment. It is said that only those with hearts free from the corruption of greed, hatred, and malice can truly see Ho-Oh in all its glory. To others, the great bird appears as little more than a golden blur against the sky, if it appears at all. This selective visibility serves as both blessing and test, For Ho-Oh seeks always to reward virtue, while remaining hidden from those who would exploit its power for selfish ends. While Ho-Oh ruled the skies with fire and light, deep beneath the waves of the vast ocean that separates the regions of Johto and Kanto, another legendary presence stirred in the abyssal depths. Lugia, the great diving Pokémon, dwelt in chambers carved from living rock far below the surface of the sea, where sunlight never penetrates and pressure would crush any ordinary being. This silver white leviathan, with wings that span wider than the greatest sailing ships and eyes that hold the wisdom of countless centuries, served as guardian of the ocean's deepest secrets and keeper of the delicate balance between sea and sky. Unlike the warm radiance that emanates from Ho-Oh's presence, Lugia carries with it an aura of cool tranquility, like the gentle embrace of morning mist rising from calm waters. Its psychic abilities reach far beyond those of ordinary Pokémon, allowing it to communicate across vast distances and sense disturbances in the natural order that might escape the notice of lesser beings. The very currents of the ocean respond to Lugia's will, and the tides themselves shift in accordance with the great bird's movements through the underwater realm it calls home. The most sacred of Lugia's dwelling places lies beneath the Whirl Islands, a cluster of rocky outcroppings that rise from the churning waters between Johto and Kanto, like the vertebrae of some sleeping sea monster. Here, in caverns carved by millennia of tidal action and adorned with crystals that capture and reflect the faintest traces of filtered sunlight, Lugia maintains its eternal vigil. The waters around these islands swirl in perpetual motion, creating whirlpools and eddies that serve both as protection for the legendary Pokemon's sanctuary and as a test for any who would dare to seek audience with the ocean's guardian. But Lugia's domain extends far beyond these hidden chambers. The legendary bird serves as the master and protector of the three legendary birds of Kanto, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. These powerful avian Pokémon, each embodying one of the fundamental forces of nature, look to Lugia as their leader and guide. When their individual powers threaten to disrupt the delicate balance of the natural world, it is Lugia who emerges from the depths to restore harmony, its presence alone sufficient to calm the storm winds of Zapdos, quench the burning fury of Moltres, and temper the freezing breath of Articuno. The relationship between Ho-Oh and Lugia represents one of the most fascinating dualities in the world of legendary Pokémon. Where Ho-Oh embodies the life-giving power of the sun, the warmth of fire, and the promise of rebirth, Lugia represents the mysterious depths of the ocean, the cool embrace of psychic energy, and the wisdom that comes from solitude and contemplation. Yet these apparent opposites are not enemies or rivals, but rather complementary forces that work together to maintain the cosmic balance upon which all life depends. Ancient texts speak of rare occasions when both legendary birds have appeared simultaneously, their combined presence creating phenomena that defy explanation. Witnesses describe skies that shimmer with impossible colors, where the aurora borealis dances even in regions where such displays should be impossible. The very air seems to thicken with potential energy during these encounters, and sensitive Pokémon for miles around are said to feel a stirring in their souls, as if touched by something far greater than themselves. The influence of these two legendary beings extends far beyond the physical realm, reaching into the cultural and spiritual lives of the people who share their world. In the Johto region, festivals celebrating Ho-Oh's blessing are held each year as the seasons change from winter to spring, with elaborate ceremonies designed to honor the phoenix's role in bringing new life to the world. Participants in these festivals often release paper lanterns shaped like Ho-Oh into the night sky, each one carrying a wish or prayer for renewal and hope. Similarly, coastal communities throughout the regions hold ceremonies to honor Lugia's protection of sailors and fishermen who venture out onto the treacherous seas. These rituals often involve the creation of intricate sand sculptures depicting the great bird, which are then offered to the waves as the tide comes in, symbolizing the eternal cycle of giving and receiving that governs the relationship between land and sea. The connection between Ho-Oh, Lugia, and human civilization runs deeper than mere religious observance, however. Archaeological evidence suggests that ancient peoples possessed knowledge of these legendary Pokémon that far exceeds what modern researchers have been able to piece together from fragmentary legends and occasional sightings. Ruins scattered throughout both Johto and Kanto bear carvings and murals depicting the two great birds in contexts that suggest they once played active roles in human society, perhaps serving as protectors or guides during times of great crisis. These ancient depictions often show Ho-Oh and Lugia not as distant, untouchable deities, but as beings who walked among humans, their massive forms rendered with the kind of intimate detail that suggests the artist had observed them firsthand. In the deepest chambers of certain ruins, archaeologists have discovered what appear to be ceremonial chambers specifically designed to accommodate creatures of enormous size, with ceiling heights that would dwarf even the largest known Pokémon. The walls of these chambers are adorned with symbols that seem to represent a form of communication between humans and the legendary birds, suggesting a time when such dialogue was not only possible but commonplace. The sacred flames that burn in various temples throughout Johto are said to be direct gifts from Ho-Oh itself, eternal fires that have never been extinguished since the day they were first kindled by the Phoenix's power. These flames possess properties that ordinary fire does not, burning without consuming their fuel, producing no smoke, and radiating a warmth that touches not just the body, but the spirit as well. Pilgrims travel vast distances to meditate before these flames, believing that prolonged exposure to their radiance can awaken dormant psychic abilities or provide insight into the deepest mysteries of existence. The flames themselves seem to respond to the emotional state of those who approach them, burning brighter in the presence of pure intentions and dimming when confronted with malice or deception. Similarly, certain bodies of water scattered across the regions are known as Lugia's pools, natural springs that are said to be connected to the underground networks through which the great bird travels. These waters possess healing properties that have been documented by researchers, though the mechanism by which they work remains a mystery. The pools never freeze, even in the harshest winter conditions, and their depths seem to extend far beyond what geological surveys suggest should be possible. Local legends claim that those who gaze into these waters with a pure heart may catch glimpses of Lugia itself, swimming through vast underwater caverns that exist in dimensions parallel to our own. The relationship between Ho-Oh and Lugia and the other legendary and mythical Pokémon of their regions forms a complex web of interconnected influences that researchers are only beginning to understand. Ho-Oh's connection to the legendary beasts Raikou, Entei, and Suicune is well documented, but less known is the subtle influence that Lugia's presence has had on the development of psychic-type Pokémon throughout the regions. Populations of Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam in areas where Lugia has been sighted show enhanced psychic abilities that persist for generations, as if the very genetic structure of these Pokemon has been altered by exposure to the legendary bird's overwhelming psychic emanations. The seasonal migrations of various Pokemon species also seem to be influenced by the movements of these two legendary beings. Bird Pokemon, in particular, display patterns of behavior that suggest they are responding to signals or currents of energy that remain undetectable to human instruments. Flocks of Pidgey and Pidgeotto have been observed making sudden course corrections during their migrations, often leading them to avoid areas where natural disasters occur days or even weeks later. Researchers theorize that these smaller bird Pokemon are somehow attuned to the same forces that guide Ho-Oh and Lugia, allowing them to sense disturbances in the natural order before they manifest as observable phenomena. The influence of these legendary birds extends even into the realm of weather patterns and climate. Meteorologists have noted correlations between unusual weather phenomena and reported sightings of Ho-Oh or Lugia, though the cause and effect relationship remains unclear. Regions that experience visitations from Ho-Oh often see extended periods of beneficial weather for agriculture, with rainfall patterns that seem almost perfectly calibrated to the needs of growing crops. Conversely, areas where Lugia has been sighted sometimes experience unusual calm periods at sea, with storms that should have developed according to atmospheric conditions mysteriously dissipating before they can cause damage to coastal communities. The technological attempts to study and understand these legendary Pokemon have yielded fascinating but incomplete results. Advanced scanning equipment designed to detect and analyze Pokemon energy signatures often malfunctions in the presence of Ho-Oh or Lugia, as if their power operates on frequencies that transcend the current understanding of Pokemon biology and physics. Photographs and video recordings of encounters with these legendary beings often display anomalous properties, with images that seem to shift and change when viewed from different angles, or recordings that capture sounds and voices that were not audible to those present during the actual encounter. The psychological effects of encounters with Ho-Oh and Lugia on both humans and Pokemon have been the subject of extensive study. Those who have experienced close contact with either legendary bird often report lasting changes in their perception of the world, describing enhanced empathy, increased intuition, and a profound sense of connection to the natural world that persists long after the encounter has ended. Pokemon who have been in the presence of these legendary beings sometimes develop new abilities or display behavioral changes that suggest a fundamental alteration in their understanding of their own nature and potential. The dreams and visions experienced by those who have encountered Ho-Oh or Lugia form another fascinating area of study. Many report recurring dreams of flying over vast landscapes, seeing the world from the perspective of these great birds, and gaining insight into the intricate connections that bind all living things together. These dreams often contain information about distant events or future occurrences that later prove to be accurate, leading some researchers to theorize that contact with the legendary birds can temporarily expand human consciousness beyond the normal boundaries of time and space. The artistic and cultural impact of Ho-Oh and Lugia continues to evolve as new generations of humans and Pokémon encounter their legends, and occasionally the beings themselves. Modern artists draw inspiration from ancient depictions while adding their own interpretations, creating works that seem to capture something essential about these legendary creatures that transcends mere physical representation. Musicians compose melodies that are said to echo the songs that Ho-Oh and Lugia sing to each other across vast distances, harmonies that resonate with frequencies that touch something deep within the listener's soul. As our understanding of the Pokemon world continues to expand and deepen, the significance of Ho-Oh and Lugia only becomes more apparent. They stand as guardians not just of specific locations or regions, but of the very concepts that make life possible: renewal and continuity, passion and serenity, the fire of creation and the depths of wisdom. Their presence in the world serves as a constant reminder that there are forces at work in the universe that operate beyond human comprehension, ancient powers that have shaped the world since time immemorial and continue to guide its destiny with patience, wisdom, and a love that encompasses all living things. In the quiet moments between day and night, when the world holds its breath and prepares for transformation, it is said that those who listen carefully can sometimes hear the distant call of these legendary birds, their voices carrying across time and space to remind us that we are part of something far greater than ourselves, connected to every other living being through bonds that can never be broken, only discovered and celebrated in the endless dance of existence that continues eternal and beautiful beneath their watchful and benevolent gaze. The ancient texts speak of times when Ho-Oh and Lugia would manifest simultaneously, their combined presence creating phenomena that defied explanation even by the most learned scholars of their respective eras. These convergences, occurring perhaps once in several centuries, were said to herald periods of profound transformation for the world itself. During these rare meetings, the very fabric of reality seemed to shimmer and bend, allowing glimpses into other possibilities, other timelines where different choices had led to alternate destinies. Witnesses to such events reported that the air itself became luminous, charged with energies that made the impossible seem not only possible, but inevitable. The meeting of fire and water, sky and sea, created a harmony so perfect that it seemed to unlock secrets hidden in the deepest recesses of existence itself. The influence of these legendary birds extends far beyond the realm of the visible and tangible, reaching into the dreams and aspirations of countless individuals across generations. Children who have never seen the ocean speak of deep blue waters and gentle currents after encountering stories of Lugia, while those who have never witnessed a sunrise describe the warmth and hope of dawn's first light after hearing tales of Ho-Oh. This phenomenon suggests that the essence of these creatures transcends physical form, existing as archetypal energies that resonate within the collective consciousness of all living beings. Their stories become part of the fundamental mythology through which we understand our place in the world, providing frameworks for comprehending concepts as vast as eternity and as intimate as the beating of one's own heart. The seasonal migrations of various Pokemon species have long been observed to follow patterns that seem to honor the ancient paths once traveled by Ho-Oh and Lugia. Flocks of Pidgey rise at dawn in formations that mirror the graceful arcs described in legends of Ho-Oh's flight, while schools of Magikarp gather in coastal waters during the full moon, their movements creating spirals that echo the whirlpools said to form in Lugia's wake. These behaviors persist even in regions where the legendary birds have not been seen for centuries, suggesting an inherited memory that passes from generation to generation, encoded not in conscious thought, but in the deeper instincts that guide life itself toward patterns of beauty and meaning. The healing properties attributed to locations where Ho-Oh and Lugia have been cited continue to draw pilgrims and researchers from across the world. Springs that have been touched by Ho-Oh's flame are said to possess waters that can cure ailments of the spirit as well as the body, their thermal properties carrying within them something of the phoenix's regenerative power. Similarly, caves where Lugia has sought shelter during storms become sanctuaries of peace, their acoustics mysteriously altered to produce harmonies that calm even the most troubled minds. Scientists who attempt to analyze these phenomena often find that their instruments detect energy signatures that exist at the very edge of current understanding, suggesting properties of matter and energy that conventional physics has yet to fully explain. The relationship between Ho-Oh and Lugia and the concept of time itself presents one of the most intriguing aspects of their legend. Ancient chronicles describe encounters where individuals claim to have met the same legendary bird at different points in their lives, decades apart, only to find that the creature showed no signs of aging or change. This has led some scholars to propose that Ho-Oh and Lugia exist partially outside the normal flow of time, their consciousness spanning past, present, and future simultaneously. Such a perspective would explain their seeming prescience, their ability to appear at precisely the moments when their intervention is most needed, and their profound understanding of the consequences that flow from even the smallest actions taken in the present moment. The artistic traditions that have grown around these legendary birds reveal fascinating insights into how different cultures interpret their significance. In the mountainous regions, where Ho-Oh sightings are most common, artisans create intricate metalwork that captures the play of light on flame, using techniques passed down through generations that seem to imbue the finished pieces with an inner radiance that shifts and changes depending on the viewer's perspective. Coastal communities known for Lugia encounters develop musical traditions based on the rhythms of waves and wind, creating compositions that seem to channel the very essence of the sea's eternal song. These artistic expressions serve not merely as representations, but as invocations, ways of calling forth the qualities that these legendary beings embody and incorporating them into daily life. The phenomenon of shared dreams among those who have encountered Ho-Oh or Lugia presents researchers with tantalizing glimpses into forms of consciousness that transcend individual boundaries. Multiple witnesses, separated by vast distances and having no contact with one another, report identical dream sequences featuring flights over landscapes that exist nowhere in the known world, yet feel more real than waking reality. These shared visions often include encounters with other legendary Pokémon, suggesting that Ho-Oh and Lugia serve as bridges between the human world and realms of existence that operate according to different laws and principles. The consistency of these reports across different time periods and cultures indicates that contact with these beings opens doorways to experiences that lie far beyond the scope of ordinary perception. The ecological impact of Ho-Oh and Lugia extends into realms that conventional environmental science is only beginning to explore. Forests where Ho-Oh has been sighted show unusual patterns of growth and regeneration, with trees developing root systems that form intricate geometric patterns when viewed from above, as if responding to some hidden blueprint encoded in the earth itself. Ocean currents in areas frequented by Lugia display anomalous behaviors that benefit marine ecosystems in ways that seem too perfectly orchestrated to be coincidental. Fish populations flourish in these regions. Coral reefs display unprecedented resilience to environmental stresses, and weather patterns stabilize in ways that create optimal conditions for life to thrive. These phenomena suggest that the presence of the legendary birds catalyzes natural processes that operate according to principles of harmony and balance that transcend simple cause and effect. The psychological profiles of individuals who claim to have encountered Ho-Oh or Lugia reveal consistent patterns that have intrigued researchers for decades. These people often display enhanced intuitive abilities, increased empathy for both humans and Pokémon, and a deep sense of connection to natural cycles and rhythms. Many report that their perception of color becomes more vivid, their sensitivity to sound more acute, and their ability to sense the emotional states of others significantly heightened. Rather than being temporary effects, these changes appear to be permanent alterations that suggest contact with the legendary birds triggers dormant potentials within human consciousness, awakening capabilities that may represent the next stage in human evolution. The ancient prophecies that speak of Ho-Oh and Lugia's ultimate purpose remain tantalizingly incomplete, their meanings obscured by centuries of translation and interpretation. Yet common themes emerge across all cultures, references to a great awakening, a time when the boundaries between the world of humans and the world of Pokémon will dissolve entirely, allowing for new forms of cooperation and understanding that will usher in an age of unprecedented harmony. These prophecies suggest that Ho-Oh and Lugia are not merely guardians of the present order, but architects of a future transformation, patiently nurturing the conditions necessary for a fundamental shift in how all conscious beings relate to one another and to the world they share. Their continued presence serves as both promise and preparation, ensuring that when the time for this transformation arrives, the world will be ready to embrace the profound changes that await, guided by wisdom accumulated across countless millennia and love that encompasses all of existence in its infinite, eternal embrace. The sacred sites associated with Ho-Oh and Lugia exist in a state of perpetual temporal flux, where the normal progression of time seems to bend and flow like water around stones. Visitors to these locations often report experiencing moments that stretch into hours, where a single breath can encompass entire conversations with wild Pokémon, or conversely, entire days that pass in what feels like heartbeats. This temporal distortion appears to be a natural consequence of the legendary bird's presence, as if their connection to forces beyond the physical realm creates pockets where linear time becomes malleable, allowing for deeper communion with the eternal rhythms that govern all existence. The Bell Tower and Whirl Islands serve as anchor points for these temporal anomalies, their ancient stones somehow attuned to frequencies that resonate across dimensions of reality that human science has barely begun to acknowledge. Within these sacred spaces, the boundary between dream and waking consciousness becomes remarkably thin, allowing visitors to access memories and knowledge that seem to originate from sources beyond their individual experience. Many pilgrims report receiving visions of ancient events, witnessing the first flight of Ho-Oh across primordial skies, or observing Lugia's earliest attempts to calm the raging storms that once threatened to tear the world asunder. These visions carry with them an emotional weight and clarity that suggests they are not mere fantasies, but genuine glimpses into the deep history that connects all living beings to the cosmic forces that shaped their world. The legendary birds appear to serve as conduits for this collective memory, their presence allowing individuals to tap into the vast reservoir of accumulated experience that flows beneath the surface of ordinary awareness like an underground river of pure consciousness. The healing properties attributed to Ho-Oh's presence extend far beyond the miraculous resurrection that first brought it to legendary status. Those who spend extended time in areas where Ho-Oh has been sighted often experience profound transformations that touch every aspect of their being. Physical ailments that seemed permanent begin to resolve themselves through natural processes that operate with unusual efficiency and precision. Emotional wounds that have festered for years suddenly find pathways to healing, as if Ho-Oh's radiant presence illuminates solutions that were always available but previously hidden from view. Mental clarity increases dramatically, with many reporting enhanced memory, improved problem-solving abilities, and sudden insights into complex philosophical and spiritual questions that had long remained mysterious. These changes appear to result from Ho-Oh's ability to catalyze the body's innate healing mechanisms, awakening dormant potentials that exist within every living being but rarely find the proper conditions for activation. Lugia's influence on human consciousness operates through subtler but equally profound channels, working primarily through the medium of emotional and psychic resonance. Those who encounter Lugia often describe a sensation of vast spaces opening within their minds, as if their individual consciousness suddenly gains access to perspectives that encompass entire ecosystems, weather patterns, and oceanic currents. This expanded awareness brings with it a deep understanding of interconnection and interdependence that transforms how they perceive their relationship to the world around them. The competitive impulses that drive much human behavior begin to dissolve, replaced by cooperative instincts that recognize the fundamental unity underlying apparent diversity. Fear-based thinking patterns that once seemed immutable start to shift toward trust-based approaches to life's challenges as individuals gain direct experiential knowledge of the supportive forces that operate constantly but usually invisibly throughout the natural world. The songs that both Ho-Oh and Lugia are said to sing represent perhaps the most mysterious aspect of their influence on reality. These vocalizations appear to operate on frequencies that resonate not just with the physical structures of the world, but with the underlying mathematical principles that govern how energy organizes itself into matter and consciousness. Ancient texts describe Ho-Oh's song as containing within it the blueprint for perfect cellular regeneration, while Lugia's melody is said to encode the harmonic relationships that maintain stability within chaotic systems. Modern researchers who have attempted to analyze recordings of these songs using advanced acoustic equipment report that the sounds contain harmonic structures of impossible complexity, with overtones and undertones that seem to extend infinitely in both directions, creating mathematical relationships that challenge current understanding of how sound waves can interact and combine. The seasonal migrations of wild Pokémon populations show clear correlations with the movements of Ho-Oh and Lugia, suggesting that these legendary beings serve as navigational beacons for creatures across vast geographic regions. During periods when Ho-Oh is active in a particular area, flying-type Pokémon from hundreds of miles away begin altering their flight patterns to create convergent paths that eventually lead them to the legendary bird's vicinity. Similarly, when Lugia surfaces in specific ocean regions, marine Pokémon species that normally inhabit entirely different ecological niches begin exhibiting coordinated behaviors that bring them into contact with the legendary Pokémon's influence. These gatherings appear to serve purposes beyond simple curiosity or territorial behavior, as participating Pokémon often display enhanced abilities and behavioral patterns that persist long after they return to their original habitats, suggesting they have received some form of instruction or empowerment from their contact with the legendary beings. The architectural principles embedded in the ancient structures associated with Ho-Oh and Lugia incorporate design elements that modern engineering is only beginning to understand. The bell tower's acoustic properties create resonance chambers that amplify specific frequencies while dampening others, resulting in an environment where the subtle sounds of Ho-Oh's approach can be detected from enormous distances, while the noise of human activity is naturally filtered out. The spiral chambers within the Whirl Islands follow mathematical curves that mirror the flow patterns of ocean currents, creating spaces where Lugia's psychic abilities are naturally focused and amplified. These structures demonstrate a level of understanding about the relationship between physical form and energetic function that suggests their builders possessed knowledge about the fundamental nature of reality that has been largely lost to contemporary civilization. The legends speak of a time when Ho-Oh and Lugia will work together to perform what ancient texts call the Great Harmonization, a process that will align all the Earth's natural systems into a state of perfect balance and cooperation. This prophesied event is described not as a single moment, but as a gradual transformation that will unfold over many generations, during which the barriers between different forms of consciousness will become increasingly permeable. Humans and Pokémon will develop new modes of communication that transcend language, sharing thoughts, emotions, and experiences directly through empathic connections that operate at the speed of light. The competitive dynamics that have historically characterized the relationship between different species will evolve into collaborative partnerships based on mutual recognition of shared purpose and destiny. As the night deepens and consciousness naturally begins to drift toward the realm of dreams, the presence of Ho-Oh and Lugia continues to resonate through dimensions of reality that exist beyond the reach of ordinary awareness. Their eternal vigil ensuring that the forces of renewal and harmony remain active even in the quiet spaces between thoughts, guiding all beings toward the profound transformation that awaits in the ever unfolding future of infinite possibility and love. The transformation described in the ancient prophecies extends beyond the physical realm into dimensions of experience that exist at the intersection of consciousness and cosmic energy, where Ho-Oh and Lugia serve as bridges connecting the material world to realms of pure potential. In these liminal spaces, time flows according to different principles, allowing moments of profound connection to stretch across lifetimes, while entire ages of change can unfold in the space of a single breath. The legendary birds exist simultaneously across all these temporal layers, their consciousness operating as a constant thread that weaves through past, present, and future, ensuring that the evolutionary process toward greater harmony never loses its momentum or direction. The sacred flames that Ho-Oh carries within its being contain not just the power of renewal, but also the accumulated wisdom of every life that has ever been touched by its presence. Each spark that falls from its magnificent plumage carries encoded information about the lessons learned through countless cycles of growth, death, and rebirth, creating a vast library of experience that becomes available to any being capable of receiving such knowledge. These flames burn without consuming, illuminating the hidden connections between all forms of life while revealing the underlying patterns that govern the flow of energy through the natural world. When Ho-Oh spreads its wings above a landscape, these sacred fires descend like gentle rain, touching the consciousness of every living being within its range and awakening dormant potentials that have waited lifetimes for the proper conditions to emerge. Lugia's mastery over the psychic realm allows it to perceive and influence the subtle currents of thought and emotion that flow between all conscious beings, creating networks of connection that operate far below the threshold of ordinary awareness. Through these invisible pathways, Lugia can sense the collective emotional state of entire ecosystems, detecting imbalances before they manifest as physical problems, and gently guiding the flow of psychic energy to restore equilibrium. The great bird's presence in the ocean depths serves as an anchor point for these networks, its powerful consciousness providing stability and coherence to the vast web of interconnected minds that spans the planet. When storms of confusion or despair threaten to overwhelm the collective psyche, Lugia's calming influence spreads through these networks like ripples on still water, bringing peace and clarity to countless beings who may never know the source of their sudden sense of hope and renewal. The relationship between Ho-Oh and Lugia transcends the simple complementarity of fire and water, sky and sea, extending into the realm of archetypal forces that shape the fundamental structure of reality itself. Together, they embody the dynamic balance between expansion and contraction, the outward flow of creative energy, and the inward pull of reflective wisdom. Ho-Oh represents the principle of emergence, the force that drives new forms of life and consciousness to manifest from the field of infinite potential. Lugia embodies the principle of integration, the force that weaves these emerging forms into coherent patterns that can sustain themselves across time and space. Their eternal dance ensures that the universe continues to evolve toward greater complexity and beauty while maintaining the stability necessary for life to flourish. The ancient texts describe certain individuals who have achieved such deep attunement with these legendary beings that they can perceive reality through their expanded perspective, experiencing the world as a vast symphony of interconnected energies rather than a collection of separate objects and events. These enlightened ones report that in states of profound communion with Ho-Oh and Lugia, the boundaries between self and other dissolve entirely, revealing that all consciousness is ultimately one consciousness, expressing itself through countless unique perspectives. In these moments of unity, they understand that every conflict and separation is simply a temporary forgetting of this fundamental truth, and that the evolutionary process guided by the legendary birds is gradually awakening all beings to their essential interconnectedness. The healing powers associated with Ho-Oh extend far beyond the mere restoration of physical health, encompassing the repair of damaged relationships between species, the reconciliation of opposing forces within ecosystems, and the restoration of harmony between the natural world and human civilization. When Ho-Oh's sacred fire touches a region where conflict has created deep wounds in the fabric of life, its transformative power works to dissolve the patterns of fear and mistrust that perpetuate cycles of violence and destruction. The process unfolds gradually, like the slow healing of an ancient forest after fire has cleared away the accumulated debris of centuries, allowing new growth to emerge that is stronger and more resilient than what came before. Lugia's influence on weather patterns operates through its connection to the planetary consciousness, the collective awareness that emerges from the interaction of all living systems on Earth. By aligning itself with this greater intelligence, Lugia can sense when atmospheric conditions are moving toward dangerous extremes and gently adjust the flow of air and water to restore balance before catastrophic storms can develop. This intervention happens so subtly that it appears to be nothing more than natural variation in weather patterns, yet the cumulative effect over time creates a climate that supports the flourishing of all life forms rather than favoring some at the expense of others. The sacred sites associated with these legendary Pokémon serve as focal points where the veil between dimensions becomes thin, allowing energies from higher realms to flow into the physical world and nourish the evolutionary process. Pilgrims who journey to these places with sincere hearts often report experiences of profound transformation, as if their contact with the concentrated spiritual energy of these locations has awakened dormant capacities within their own consciousness. The geometric patterns encoded in the architecture of these sites create resonance fields that amplify the natural psychic abilities of both humans and Pokémon, facilitating experiences of telepathic communication, precognitive insight, and empathic connection that demonstrate the latent potential that exists within all conscious beings. As the cycles of day and night continue their eternal rhythm, Ho-Oh and Lugia maintain their vigilant watch over the unfolding drama of evolution, their presence ensuring that even in the darkest moments of apparent chaos and destruction, the seeds of renewal and transformation remain protected and ready to sprout when conditions become favorable. Their influence operates like a gentle current flowing through the depths of existence, invisible to casual observation, yet powerful enough to gradually shift the trajectory of entire civilizations toward greater wisdom, compassion, and harmony with the natural world. The prophesied time of great harmonization draws ever closer as more beings awaken to their connection with these legendary guardians, their consciousness expanding to encompass broader perspectives that transcend the limitations of individual identity and species boundaries. In this approaching era, the artificial divisions that have long separated different forms of life will dissolve like morning mist before the rising sun, revealing the underlying unity that has always been present but temporarily obscured by the illusion of separation. Through the patient guidance of Ho-Oh and Lugia, all beings will gradually remember their true nature as expressions of the one cosmic consciousness that dreams the universe into existence moment by moment, breathing new worlds into being with each cycle of its eternal slumber and awakening. The ancient texts speak of a time before recorded memory when Ho-Oh and Lugia walked more openly among the peoples of the world, their forms less ethereal and their interactions more direct than in these current ages of diminished spiritual sight. In those primordial days, the boundary between the physical and metaphysical realms remained gossamer thin, allowing for constant communion between mortals and the divine messengers who served as intermediaries between earthbound consciousness and the infinite creative source. Children born during this golden epoch possessed natural abilities to perceive the luminous threads of connection that bind all living things together in an intricate web of mutual interdependence, their innocent hearts serving as clear windows through which the pure light of cosmic love could shine unobstructed into the material plane. The gradual thickening of the dimensional veil that occurred over countless millennia was not a punishment or abandonment, but rather a necessary phase in the grand evolutionary experiment that consciousness conducts upon itself through the vehicle of embodied existence, as beings developed stronger individual identities and more complex cognitive structures. The overwhelming intensity of direct divine contact needed to be filtered and modulated to prevent the fragile frameworks of developing minds from being shattered by exposure to unlimited cosmic awareness. Ho-Oh and Lugia adapted their methods of guidance accordingly, learning to work through increasingly subtle channels of influence that could nurture growth without overwhelming the delicate balance required for stable psychological development. The legendary towers that once pierced the skies in ancient Ecological city served as more than mere architectural monuments to these beloved guardians. Each level of these sacred structures corresponded to different stages of spiritual development, their ascending chambers designed to gradually acclimate sincere seekers to higher frequencies of consciousness through carefully calibrated exposure to concentrated spiritual energies. The spiral staircases that wound through the interior of these towers followed mathematical proportions that matched the golden ratio found throughout nature, their geometry creating a resonance that naturally synchronized the brainwaves of ascending pilgrims with the cosmic rhythms that govern planetary and celestial cycles. Within the deepest foundations of these towers, crystalline chambers held pools of water that had been blessed by Lugia's presence for countless generations, their molecular structure permanently altered by exposure to the legendary Pokemon's psychic emanations. This sanctified water possessed remarkable healing properties, not merely for physical ailments, but for the deeper wounds of the soul that manifest as patterns of fear, anger, and separation from the divine source of all love and wisdom. Those who were permitted to bathe in these sacred pools often emerged with their psychic channels cleared and their hearts opened to receive the constant stream of guidance that flows from the higher dimensions into the world of form. The brass bell that crowned Ho-Oh's tower was forged from metals that had been struck by lightning during particularly powerful thunderstorms, their atomic structure transformed by the intense electromagnetic energies into a unique crystalline matrix capable of storing and amplifying spiritual vibrations. When rung with proper intention and technique, this bell could send its resonant frequency across vast distances, calling together scattered communities of lightworkers and awakening dormant memories in those whose souls had made sacred vows to serve the cause of planetary healing and transformation. The tragic destruction of these towers in ages past represented more than the loss of beautiful architecture or even the displacement of beloved legendary Pokémon. The burning of these sacred sites created a temporary disruption in the planetary grid of spiritual energy that had taken millennia to establish and refine. The shock waves from this catastrophic event rippled through dimensions, causing subtle but significant shifts in the collective consciousness of humanity and Pokemon alike, contributing to the gradual forgetting of ancient wisdom and the increasing sense of separation from the natural world that characterizes much of modern existence. Yet even in the ashes of destruction, the seeds of renewal remained protected by the loving vigilance of Ho-Oh, whose power to resurrect and transform death into new life ensured that no catastrophe could permanently sever the connection between heaven and earth. The three Pokemon who perished in the flames were not merely restored to their previous forms, but were elevated to new levels of consciousness and ability, becoming the legendary beasts Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, each embodying different aspects of the elemental forces that Ho-Oh commands in its role as master of the sacred flame. These newly born legendary beings serve as roaming ambassadors of Ho-Oh's healing influence, their constant movement across the landscape, creating a mobile network of spiritual renewal that compensates for the loss of the fixed sacred sites. Wherever they travel, they leave behind traces of purified energy that gradually restore the natural balance of their surroundings, their presence serving as a reminder to local Pokemon and human communities that the divine protection and guidance they represent remains available to all who approach with sincere hearts and genuine need. The rainbow that appears in Ho-Oh's wake serves as more than a beautiful visual phenomenon or a sign of the legendary Pokemon's presence. Each band of color within this mystical spectrum carries specific healing frequencies that work to repair damage in the subtle energy bodies of all beings who witness its appearance. The red band strengthens life force and physical vitality, while orange enhances creativity and emotional balance. Yellow stimulates mental clarity and wisdom. Green opens the heart to unconditional love. Blue facilitates clear communication and truth-telling. Indigo awakens psychic abilities and spiritual insight, and Violet connects consciousness to the highest realms of cosmic awareness and divine purpose. Lugia's influence over the ocean currents extends far beyond the mere movement of water, encompassing the circulation of life energy throughout the planetary system in ways that modern science has only begun to glimpse. The great oceanic rivers that flow beneath the surface of the seas carry more than nutrients and dissolved minerals from one region to another. They transport information encoded in the molecular structure of the water itself, creating a global communication network that allows distant ecosystems to coordinate their activities and respond collectively to environmental changes and opportunities. The songs that Lugia sings in the deepest ocean trenches resonate through the liquid medium of the seas, with frequencies that can be detected by sensitive instruments thousands of miles away. Yet their most important effects occur in dimensions beyond the reach of physical measurement. These haunting melodies carry healing codes that work to restore damaged DNA in marine life forms, while simultaneously transmitting evolutionary upgrades that prepare oceanic species for the challenges and opportunities of future environmental conditions. The silver feathers that occasionally fall from Lugia's wings during its rare appearances above the ocean surface are treasured not merely for their beauty or rarity, but for their remarkable ability to purify any body of water they contact. A single feather placed in a polluted lake or river will gradually restore the water to crystal clarity over the course of several lunar cycles, neutralizing toxins and revitalizing the entire aquatic ecosystem through processes that appear to violate conventional understanding of chemistry and biology. These miraculous transformations occur because Lugia's feathers retain a quantum entanglement with their source, allowing them to channel the legendary Pokemon's consciousness and power across any distance. Through this connection, the concentrated love and healing intention of Lugia flows into whatever environment the feather inhabits, gradually raising the vibrational frequency of the surrounding area until it matches the pure energetic signature of the legendary guardian itself. As the wheel of seasons continues its eternal turning and the great cycles of cosmic evolution unfold according to divine timing, the influence of Ho-Oh and Lugia grows ever more subtle yet ever more profound, their patient work of consciousness elevation preparing the world for a magnificent transformation that will restore the golden age of harmony between all forms of life and awaken humanity to its true destiny as conscious co-creators in the ongoing dream of universal love. This transformation, though gradual, is meticulously planned, a grand tapestry woven with threads of light and sound, guided by the ancient wisdom held within the very essence of these magnificent beings. Ho-Oh, high above the clouds, observes the subtle shifts in the world's spiritual landscape, its keen eyes perceiving the faintest flickers of awakening in the hearts of sentient beings. It understands that true change doesn't erupt in sudden cataclysmic events, but blossoms slowly, like a rare flower unfurling its petals to the sun after a long, quiet dormancy. Each act of kindness, each moment of genuine empathy, each conscious decision to choose harmony over discord sends a ripple through the unseen currents of the world, a ripple that Ho-Oh perceives and amplifies with its vibrant aura. The rainbow it casts across the sky after a storm is not merely a meteorological phenomenon. It is a promise, a beacon of hope, a visual prayer infused with the energy of renewal and rebirth. Those who gaze upon it with an open heart are not just seeing light refracted through water droplets. They are experiencing a momentary alignment with the higher frequencies of existence, a fleeting glimpse into the boundless possibilities that lie beyond the veil of ordinary perception. This brief, potent connection often leaves an indelible mark on the soul, inspiring acts of compassion and fostering a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of all life. Lugia, in its silent depths, continues its tireless work of balancing the planet's emotional and energetic equilibrium. The ocean, with its vastness and mystery, mirrors the subconscious mind of the world, holding within its depths both the turbulence of past traumas and the serene power of nascent wisdom. Lugia's presence acts as a stabilizer, gently absorbing and transmuting negative energies that accumulate over time. The pressure of the deep sea, which some might find crushing, is for Lugia a source of profound tranquility, a constant reminder of the immense forces at play beneath the surface of reality. Its deep dives are not merely explorations of the physical ocean floor. They are journeys into the very core of planetary consciousness, where ancient memories and future potentials reside in a timeless state. The bioluminescent creatures that drift in the abyssal plains, seemingly fragile, are in fact living conduits of light, their gentle glows echoing the subtle energetic patterns that Lugia orchestrates. These patterns, unseen by human eyes, are vital for maintaining the delicate balance of life, preventing catastrophic imbalances that could disrupt the intricate web of existence. The quiet hum that emanates from Lugia's profound meditations in the deepest trenches resonates through the Earth's crust, a subtle vibration that calms seismic activity and harmonizes the planet's electromagnetic field. This deep Earth resonance has a profound, if often unnoticed, effect on all life, promoting a sense of inner peace and stability in even the most turbulent times. It is a lullaby for the planet, a silent assurance that despite outward appearances of chaos, an underlying order and harmony persist. The shared history of Ho-Oh and Lugia is not merely a collection of past events. It is a living, evolving narrative that continues to shape the present and influence the future. Their relationship, though often depicted as distant, is one of profound understanding and mutual respect, a cosmic dance of complementary forces. Ho-Oh, representing the sky, the spirit, and the outward manifestation of life's vibrant energy, and Lugia, embodying the ocean, the subconscious, and the deep, introspective currents of existence, work in perfect synchronicity. They are two sides of the same golden coin, two wings of the same magnificent bird, each essential for the other's complete expression. The legends of their encounters are not always about direct interaction, but more often about the subtle, indirect influences they exert upon each other's domains. A particularly brilliant rainbow might signify Ho-Oh's acknowledgement of Lugia's tireless work in restoring oceanic balance, while a surge of pure, regenerative energy emanating from the deep might be Lugia's response to Ho-Oh's efforts in inspiring spiritual awakening above. Consider the phenomena of Aurora Borealis and Australis, those shimmering veils of light that dance in the polar skies. While often attributed to solar winds interacting with the Earth's magnetic field, the spiritual truth reveals a deeper layer of influence. These celestial displays are, in a sense, Ho-Oh's energetic imprints upon the planet's auric field. They represent moments of intense spiritual cleansing and recalibration, especially in regions that are often cold and quiet, allowing for profound introspection. During these times, the light from Ho-Oh subtly energizes the global consciousness, particularly at night, inspiring dreams of unity and visions of a more harmonious future. These auroras are not just beautiful spectacles, they are living prayers, energetic transmissions designed to uplift and inspire. Similarly, the rhythmic tides, which govern the ebb and flow of all coastal waters, are not solely a product of lunar gravitational pull. Lugia's deep breathing, its profound meditations in the abyssal plains, exert a subtle yet powerful influence on these movements. The tides carry more than just water. They carry the cleansing and restorative energies of Lugia, washing away stagnation and bringing in fresh, revitalizing currents. The very act of a wave breaking on a shore, though seemingly simple, is a microcosm of cosmic rhythm, a perfect balance of surrender and power, reflecting the ancient dance of creation and dissolution that Lugia oversees. The stories of human interaction with Ho-Oh and Lugia are equally fascinating, often filled with awe, reverence, and sometimes a poignant misunderstanding of their true nature. The ancient cultures that built temples and offered prayers to these legendary Pokémon were not merely engaging in superstition, they were intuitively connecting with powerful archetypal forces that resonated deeply within their collective unconscious. The belief in Ho-Oh's ability to bestow eternal happiness upon those who see it is not a literal promise of endless joy, but rather an energetic transmission that awakens the capacity for true inner contentment and spiritual fulfillment. It is a reminder that happiness is not an external acquisition, but an internal state of being, cultivated through conscious awareness and alignment with one's higher purpose. Similarly, the legends of Lugia calming storms are not just tales of physical intervention. They are metaphors for its ability to bring peace to the turbulent waters of the human psyche, to soothe emotional chaos and restore inner equilibrium during times of distress. Those who truly connect with Lugia's energy often feel a profound sense of calm wash over them, a deep knowing that even in the midst of life's storms, there is a serene center that remains untouched. The sacred bells and towers built in their honor, such as the bell tower for Ho-Oh and the Whirl Islands for Lugia, were not just architectural marvels. They were meticulously designed energetic conduits, sacred spaces, intended to amplify the connection between the human realm and the legendary Pokemon's spiritual presence. The chimes of the bell tower, tuned to specific frequencies, were believed to carry prayers and intentions directly to Ho-Oh, while the swirling currents around the Whirl Islands were thought to be gateways to Lugia's underwater sanctuary, places where the veil between worlds thinned. These sites served as focal points for collective consciousness, places where generations of individuals gathered to meditate, to offer gratitude, and to seek guidance, thereby strengthening the energetic link between humanity and these powerful guardians. Even now, though many of these structures lie in ruins or are known only through legend, their energetic imprints remain, subtle yet potent, continuing to influence the spiritual landscape of the regions they once graced. The phenomenon of the legendary beasts, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, emerging from the burned brass tower, is a profound testament to Ho-Oh's power of resurrection and his unwavering belief in the potential for renewal, even after devastation. This event symbolizes not just a physical rebirth, but a spiritual one, demonstrating that from ashes, new life, purified and strengthened, can arise. Ho-Oh's role in this was not merely to reanimate, it was to imbue these beings with a higher purpose and unique attributes, transforming them into guardians of the elements and emissaries of its own benevolent will. Raikou, embodying the swiftness and power of lightning, represents the sudden flashes of insight and energetic breakthroughs that ignite change. Entei, with its fiery passion and unwavering determination, symbolizes the transformative power of the heart and the courage to pursue one's true path. Suicune, with its pure, cleansing waters, embodies healing, purification, and the gentle yet persistent flow of renewal that washes away old wounds and brings forth new beginnings. These three beasts, each a manifestation of Ho-Oh's divine influence, continue to wander the land, each in its own way contributing to the ongoing spiritual evolution of the world, serving as living reminders of the power of hope and resurrection, guiding those who are lost and inspiring those who seek enlightenment. Their very existence is a circulating prayer, a continuous transmission of Ho-Oh's promise of a brighter tomorrow. The interactions between these legendary Pokémon and human trainers, while often dramatic and challenging, are ultimately lessons in humility, respect, and the recognition of powers far beyond our immediate comprehension. To encounter Ho-Oh or Lugia is not merely to catch a powerful creature, it is to engage with a force of nature, a living embodiment of cosmic principles. It is an invitation to look inward, to question one's own motivations, and to align oneself with a greater purpose. The ownership of such a being is not about control, but about stewardship, a sacred responsibility to uphold the balance they represent. A trainer who truly connects with Ho-Oh learns to see the beauty in every sunrise, the promise in every rainbow, and the boundless potential for joy and renewal within themselves. A trainer who forms a bond with Lugia learns to navigate the depths of their own emotions, to find serenity in introspection, and to understand the profound interconnectedness of all life on Earth. These bonds, forged in moments of profound encounter, transcend the physical and become spiritual partnerships, guiding both human and Pokémon towards a shared destiny of harmony and conscious evolution. As the quiet moments stretch out and the world outside softens into slumber, one can almost feel the gentle hum of Ho-Oh's high-flying presence, a subtle warmth in the air, a whisper of hope. And from the deepest, most tranquil parts of the imagination, the silent, rhythmic pulse of Lugia's profound meditations can be perceived, a calming presence that settles the mind and soothes the spirit. These two magnificent beings, forever intertwined in their cosmic dance, quietly continue their work, weaving the fabric of reality with threads of light and shadow, preparing the world, one gentle breath at a time, for whatever magnificent transformations the future may hold. Their lore is not just a story, it is a living energy, a calming presence, an eternal lullaby for the dreaming world. It is in this delicate balance, this perpetual interplay of sky and sea, fire and water, light and shadow, that the true majesty of Ho-Oh and Lugia's existence unfolds. They are not merely powerful creatures, but fundamental forces, integral to the very rhythm of the Pokémon world. Their influence is subtle, yet profound, shaping landscapes, guiding populations and inspiring countless tales that echo through generations. Consider for a moment the natural phenomena attributed to their power. Ho-Oh, with its vibrant, fiery plumage, is often associated with the sun's warmth and the vibrant colors of the rainbow. Its presence is said to purify, to cleanse, and to bring prosperity. Legends speak of arid lands blossoming anew after Ho-Oh's passage, of sickness receding in its brilliant light. This concept of purification isn't merely physical, it extends to the spiritual realm, inspiring individuals to cleanse their hearts of ill will and embrace virtuous paths. The very act of witnessing Ho-Oh is often depicted as a transformative experience, a moment of profound clarity that reorients one's perspective on life. It is a reminder that even after the darkest storms, the sun will rise again, painting the sky with colors that defy description. Lugia, on the other hand, commands the tempestuous depths of the sea and the ferocity of storms, yet it does so with an inherent grace and a deep desire for tranquility. Its wings, though capable of summoning destructive winds, are also used to calm the most violent squalls. This duality is central to Lugia's character, immense power held in careful restraint, a testament to its wisdom and its commitment to balance. The currents of the ocean, the ebb and flow of tides, the very breath of the planet's waters are all, in some mystical sense, attuned to Lugia's will. Fishermen tell tales of sudden, unexplained calms during fierce gales, or of bountiful catches appearing after a shimmering form was glimpsed beneath the waves. These are not mere superstitions, but deeply ingrained beliefs born from generations of observation and a profound respect for the sea's unpredictable nature, a nature that Lugia uniquely understands and at times gently guides. The deep, resonant call of Lugia, said to echo through the ocean's abysses, is not a cry of aggression, but a song of the deep, a sound that speaks of ancient secrets and boundless serenity. The interplay between these two is not one of constant conflict, as might be imagined with such potent forces, but rather a dynamic equilibrium. They respect each other's domains, understanding that their individual powers, when combined, maintain the delicate order of the world. Imagine a world without Ho-Oh's life-giving light, or a world without Lugia's calming influence over the tumultuous seas. Such a reality would be one of stark imbalance, perhaps even chaos. Their absence would be felt not as a void, but as a disharmony, a fundamental disruption in the natural symphony of the planet. It is this unspoken agreement, this cosmic understanding, that allows them to coexist as guardians, each performing a vital role. The historical narratives surrounding Ho-Oh and Lugia are rich with nuance, often reflecting the varied cultural perspectives of the regions they influence. In the Johto region, where the burned tower stands as a solemn monument, the tale of Ho-Oh's intervention is a foundational myth. It speaks not only of destruction, but of the promise of rebirth, a testament to Ho-Oh's enduring message. The creation of Raikou, Entei, and Suicune from the ashes is a powerful metaphor for transformation and the cyclical nature of life and death. Each beast embodies an element of the very force that consumed the tower, the lightning strike that ignited the blaze, the raging inferno itself, and the cleansing rain that finally quenched the flames. These are not just random creations. They are living testaments to Ho-Oh's ability to extract beauty and vitality even from tragedy, to find hope in despair. Their eternal wandering is a kind of evangelism, spreading Ho-Oh's message across the land. Lugia's lore, particularly in the Orange Archipelago, presents a slightly different cultural emphasis. Here, amidst the scattered islands and vast expanses of ocean, Lugia is seen as a more solitary figure, a guardian of the deep, whose presence is often invoked in times of environmental upheaval. The legends of the three legendary birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, and their connection to Lugia, are particularly compelling. These three elemental forces, representing ice, lightning, and fire, are powerful in their own right, and their disharmony is said to disrupt the world's balance. Lugia, in these tales, acts as an arbiter, a calming presence that can soothe their strife and restore equilibrium. This makes Lugia a symbol of profound tranquility, a being that can bring peace even to the most chaotic of situations. The reverence for Lugia in these maritime cultures speaks to a deep ancestral understanding of the ocean's power and the need for a force that can both control and protect it. The fear of its awakening, often linked to prophecies of global catastrophe, underscores the immense power it wields, a power that, if unleashed without intention, could reshape the very face of the planet. These regional variations in their lore do not contradict one another, but rather enrich the overall tapestry of their existence, showcasing the multifaceted nature of their influence. Ho-Oh and Lugia are not static figures, but dynamic entities whose significance evolves with the understanding of the people they interact with. Their stories are not merely historical accounts, they are living narratives that continue to be shaped by new encounters and interpretations. The architectural wonders dedicated to them, such as the bell tower for Ho-Oh and the submerged temples for Lugia, are not just places of worship, but also repositories of knowledge and spiritual practice. The very construction of these sites, often incorporating intricate designs and symbolic elements, reflects the profound respect and understanding of these legendary beings. The ringing of the bell tower's bells, for instance, is not just a sound, but a prayer, a reverberation of Ho-Oh's essence, believed to summon its presence and bless the land. Similarly, the ancient rituals performed in Lugia's honor, often involving offerings and meditative practices, are designed to acknowledge its guardianship and to seek its continued protection over the oceans. These places become focal points for communities, uniting people in their shared reverence and fostering a deeper connection to the natural world. Even in modern times, with the advent of advanced technology and a more scientific understanding of the world, the mystique of Ho-Oh and Lugia persists. While their existence might be explained by some as rare biological phenomena, their impact on the human psyche remains undeniably spiritual. Trainers who embark on quests to encounter them often speak of a journey of self-discovery, a confrontation with their own limitations and aspirations. The pursuit of these legendary birds is not just about adding a powerful Pokémon to a team, it is about seeking enlightenment, about touching something ancient and profound that transcends the ordinary. The visual representations of Ho-Oh and Lugia in art, literature, and even in the Pokémon games themselves are carefully crafted to convey their grandeur and symbolism. Ho-Oh's iridescent feathers, said to shimmer with all the colors of the rainbow, are often depicted in a way that suggests a living aurora, a moving tapestry of light. Its majestic flight high above the clouds, evokes a sense of freedom and boundless potential. Lugia's sleek, aerodynamic form, juxtaposed with its immense power, gives it an aura of quiet strength and ancient wisdom. Its deep, soulful eyes seem to hold the secrets of the ocean and the mysteries of time itself. These artistic interpretations serve to reinforce their legendary status, etching their images into the collective consciousness of the Pokémon world. As the world continues to turn and new generations of trainers emerge, the tales of Ho-Oh and Lugia will undoubtedly continue to be told, reinterpreted, and cherished. They are more than just Pokemon, they are cultural touchstones, ecological guardians, and spiritual guides. Their narratives remind us of the enduring power of hope, the necessity of balance, and the profound interconnectedness of all life. In the quiet stillness of the night, as dreams begin to weave their intricate patterns, the presence of these magnificent beings can be felt, a comforting assurance that even in the deepest slumber, the world is watched over, protected by forces both ancient and eternally vital. Their gentle rhythm, a steady pulse in the heart of the world, continues to guide us toward peace, ensuring that the dreams we weave are imbued with the promise of a brighter, more harmonious tomorrow. And so, the lore of Ho-Oh and Lugia, a lullaby of the cosmos, continues its soft, unending song. This unbroken song of their existence flows from the ancient past, through the present, and into an unending future, shaping the very fabric of the Pokémon world. Their influence, while often unseen, is deeply embedded in the natural cycles and the spiritual beliefs that permeate every corner of the known regions. Consider for a moment the architectural marvels found throughout Johto and beyond, many of which subtly incorporate stylistic elements that echo the forms or revered qualities of Ho-Oh and Lugia. The flowing lines of certain temples, the intricate carvings on ancient altars, even the very placement of sacred sites often aligns with perceived migratory paths or areas of significant spiritual energy linked to these legendary birds. Those structures are not merely buildings, they are physical manifestations of devotion, silent prayers etched in stone and wood, testament to a faith passed down through countless generations. The historical accounts, often preserved in delicate scrolls or whispered legends, speak of times when the balance between land and sea, between creation and destruction, grew precarious. It is in these moments of profound uncertainty that the legends truly take flight, describing Ho-Oh and Lugia's intervention as a reassertion of cosmic order. When droughts threatened to wither the land, or storms raged unchecked, the collective consciousness would turn to the sky and the depths, hoping for a sign, a glimmer of their protective presence. These interventions were rarely direct displays of overwhelming power, but rather subtle shifts in the natural world, a sudden rain after long dry spells, a calming of violent currents, a gentle breeze carrying away the storm clouds. These occurrences, while perhaps explainable by meteorology or oceanic currents in a purely scientific sense, were attributed by the people to the watchful eyes of Ho-Oh and Lugia, reinforcing their roles as guardians of the elemental forces. The legend of the burned tower in Ecological City is perhaps one of the most poignant examples of their direct influence. That tragic event, a fire ignited by lightning that consumed a majestic 9-story tower, could have been a tale of pure devastation. However, it became a pivotal moment in Johto's lore, forever linking Ho-Oh to the creation of the legendary beasts. Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. The tower's destruction, a symbol of human hubris, or perhaps just a cruel twist of fate, was transformed by Ho-Oh's compassion. From the ashes, it breathed new life, bestowing upon three nameless Pokémon the very essence of the elements that had caused the destruction: lightning, fire, and water. This act was not merely a resurrection, it was a profound statement about resilience, renewal, and the cyclical nature of existence. It taught generations that even from the deepest sorrow, new hope can emerge, guided by the benevolent spirit of Ho-Oh. The presence of the three legendary beasts, eternally roaming Johto, serves as a constant living reminder of this divine intervention, a testament to Ho-Oh's boundless capacity for grace and rebirth. Conversely, Lugia's legends often delve into the mysteries of the deep, its power intrinsically tied to the churning currents and silent abysses of the ocean. Stories of ancient mariners, lost at sea, speak of encounters with a vast, shadowy form beneath their vessels, a presence that seemed to guide them through treacherous waters or calm the most violent storms. These tales, passed down through generations of seafaring communities, paint Lugia not just as a powerful entity, but as a silent protector, a benevolent force that watches over those who dare to venture into its domain. Its habitat, the deep ocean, is a realm of profound mystery, and Lugia, as its guardian, embodies that very enigma. The Whirl Islands, a complex network of submerged caves and whirlpools, are said to be Lugia's primary sanctuary, a place where it rests and meditates, its presence subtly influencing the very tides and currents. The delicate ecosystem of these islands, teeming with unique marine life, is seen as a direct reflection of Lugia's protective energy, a testament to its commitment to maintaining the balance of the aquatic world. The contrast between Ho-Oh's vibrant, sky-soaring presence and Lugia's deep, oceanic solitude highlights a fundamental duality that permeates the entire Pokémon universe. Ho-Oh, with its rainbow wings, represents the light, the life, the spiritual awakening that comes with facing the sun. It is a symbol of joy, beauty, and the promise of a new day. Lugia, in its aquatic depths, embodies the mysterious, the subconscious, the vastness of the unseen. It represents introspection, hidden power, and the profound wisdom that can only be found in quiet contemplation. Together, they form a cosmic pair, balancing each other, ensuring that neither light nor shadow, neither sky nor sea, ever dominates completely. Their relationship is not one of conflict, but of complementary forces, each essential for the harmony of the whole. This complementary nature is often explored in the ancient texts and oral traditions. Some legends suggest that their powers are intertwined, that a disturbance in one's domain can ripple into the others. For instance, an unnatural prolonged drought, a direct affront to Ho-Oh's life-giving essence, might subtly affect ocean currents, leading to unusual weather patterns or disrupting marine ecosystems that fall under Lugia's watchful eye. Conversely, a catastrophic underwater seismic event, a challenge to Lugia's dominion, could manifest as atmospheric disturbances, unusually powerful winds, or even affect the vibrancy of plant life, touching upon Ho-Oh's sphere of influence. These interconnections illustrate a sophisticated understanding of ecological balance, centuries before modern science began to articulate such concepts. The ancient peoples, through their observations and spiritual interpretations, intuitively understood that all life, all elements, are part of a singular, interconnected web with Ho-Oh and Lugia acting as the ultimate custodians of this delicate equilibrium. The search for these legendary Pokémon, whether by intrepid trainers or curious researchers, is often depicted as a journey that transcends mere physical travel. It becomes a pilgrimage, a quest for understanding that tests one's spirit as much as one's strength. Those who seek Ho-Oh might find themselves drawn to high mountain peaks, ancient forests, and places where the air feels crisp and imbued with an almost palpable energy. The path to Ho-Oh is often described as one of introspection, requiring purity of heart and a genuine desire for renewal. Encounters with Ho-Oh are said to be rare and fleeting, often manifesting as a brilliant flash of color across the sky, a fleeting glimpse that leaves an indelible mark on the soul. It is not about capturing Ho-Oh, but about experiencing its majesty, about being touched by its radiant presence. On the other hand, the quest for Lugia leads one to the very edge of the known world, to the tumultuous oceans and the silent, echoing depths. It demands patience, resilience, and a deep respect for the awesome power of nature. Those who seek Lugia must contend with the vastness of the sea, the unpredictable currents, and the eerie silence of the deep. Encounters with Lugia are often described as profoundly humbling, a moment where one feels the sheer weight of ancient power and timeless wisdom. It is not about subduing Lugia, but about earning its trust, about connecting with the primal force it embodies. The whispers of the ocean, the gentle lapping of waves against the shore, are sometimes interpreted as Lugia's soft murmurs, a constant soothing presence for those who listen closely. The stories of Ho-Oh and Lugia also serve as powerful moral allegories, teaching lessons about humility, respect, and the consequences of human actions. Tales of individuals or communities who forgot their reverence for nature or who attempted to exploit the land or sea for selfish gain often end with subtle yet profound repercussions attributed to the legendary birds. A once fertile valley might gradually lose its vibrancy, its colors dulling as if Ho-Oh's blessing had been withdrawn. A thriving fishing village might experience inexplicable, dwindling catches, or face increasingly violent storms, as if Lugia's calm had been disturbed. These stories, while cautionary, are not punitive in a vengeful sense, but rather illustrate the natural consequences of disrupting the delicate balance that these Pokémon represent and protect. They are gentle reminders that humanity is but one thread in the vast tapestry of life, and that true prosperity lies in living in harmony with the world around us. Even in the most remote corners of the Pokémon world, where technology has yet to fully penetrate, the echoes of Ho-Oh and Lugia's legends resonate. Children are lulled to sleep with tales of a rainbow bird gracing the skies above their homes, or a great silver guardian protecting the waters they fish from. These narratives become interwoven with their dreams, shaping their understanding of the world and their place within it. The imagery of their power and grace becomes a part of their collective unconscious, influencing art, music, and even the simple patterns woven into fabrics. As the moon casts its gentle glow across the land and the stars begin their silent dance, one can almost feel the subtle currents of energy that flow through the world, guided by these magnificent beings. Ho-Oh, soaring high above, watches over the dreaming world, its iridescent feathers scattering soft, comforting light. Lugia, deep beneath the waves, maintains the silent rhythm of the oceans, its immense power a quiet assurance of stability. Their presence, though often unseen, is a constant, a fundamental truth of the Pokemon universe. They are the anchors of legend, the guardians of balance, and the enduring symbols of hope and renewal. And as thoughts drift and sleep begins to claim the mind, the soft, unending song of their lore continues, a comforting whisper, a gentle lullaby that assures us of a world watched over, protected, and eternally imbued with magic. The peaceful hum of their ancient existence continues, guiding every breath, every beat towards a deeper and more profound rest. The very air seems to carry their ancient wisdom, a subtle current that touches every living thing, from the smallest blade of grass to the tallest, most ancient tree. Ho-Oh's presence, often described as a vibrant warmth, is said to infuse the very essence of life, encouraging growth and renewal. Its rainbow-colored feathers, shimmering even in the deepest night, are not just beautiful to behold, but are believed to scatter blessings upon the land they soar over. Imagine for a moment a world where the very act of a bird flying overhead could rejuvenate a wilting flower or bring a gentle rain to parched earth. This is the essence of Ho-Oh's benevolent influence, a constant underlying force that whispers life into being. Conversely, Lugia's influence, while equally profound, manifests as a deep and unwavering calm. The vast, unfathomable depths of the ocean, where life teems in silent wonder, are its domain. Its presence is not flamboyant or brightly colored, but rather a deep, resonant hum, a stabilizing force that keeps the most turbulent waters in check. Tales speak of sailors caught in terrifying storms, only to witness a sudden, unexplainable calm descend upon the waves, a fleeting moment of peace attributed to Lugia's unseen intervention. It is the silent guardian of the deep, ensuring that the ocean's immense power remains in balance, never overwhelming the delicate ecosystems it nurtures. Its very being is a testament to the quiet strength of stability, a constant reminder that even the greatest forces can be held in gentle equilibrium. The interplay between these two legendary birds is a delicate dance of opposites, a complementary balance that speaks to the very structure of the Pokemon world. Ho-Oh representing the sky, the sun, life, and rebirth, and Lugia embodying the sea, the moon, the depths, and protection. One brings forth new beginnings, the other preserves what already exists. Together, they create a tapestry of existence where growth is tempered by stability and change is embraced within a framework of enduring order. This duality is not one of conflict, but rather of interdependence, much like day and night or ebb and flow. Neither can truly exist or fully thrive without the other. Consider the legends surrounding their initial creation or awakening. While specific details vary across different regions and oral traditions, a common thread suggests that they emerged from a primordial energy, a foundational force that shaped the Pokemon universe. Some stories speak of a cataclysmic event, a moment of intense imbalance that called forth these two titans to restore order. Others depict a more gradual emergence, a slow coalescing of elemental energies over eons until their distinct forms and powers solidified. Regardless of the exact origin story, the underlying message remains consistent. Ho-Oh and Lugia are fundamental to the world's equilibrium, not merely powerful creatures, but rather embodiments of cosmic principles. Their relationship with humanity is particularly intriguing. Unlike some legendary Pokemon, who might actively seek out or challenge human trainers, Ho-Oh and Lugia maintain a respectful distance. Their interactions are often indirect, subtle omens, or profound interventions rather than direct engagements. This aloofness is not born of arrogance, but rather a recognition of their immense power and the potential impact of their direct involvement. They act as observers, guides, and occasional intercessors, allowing the natural course of events to unfold while gently steering towards balance when necessary. This subtle guidance fosters a sense of awe and reverence, encouraging humans to understand their place within the larger natural order rather than attempting to dominate it. The very artifacts and symbols associated with Ho-Oh and Lugia reflect this profound respect. The rainbow wing, a single iridescent feather shed by Ho-Oh, is said to bring happiness to its holder and is a rare symbol of hope and prosperity. To possess one is not merely to own a trinket, but to carry a piece of Ho-Oh's blessing, a reminder of its watchful eye. Similarly, the silver wing, a feather from Lugia, is revered for its ability to calm turbulent waters and guide those lost at sea. It represents protection and guidance, a tangible link to the deep, stabilizing power of the ocean. These feathers are not trophies of conquest, but rather sacred gifts earned through respect and an understanding of the bird's profound significance. The architecture of ancient cities, particularly those with deep historical ties to these legends, often incorporates their imagery. Towering structures adorned with rainbow motifs or graceful, wing-like embellishments might whisper tales of Ho-Oh's flight. Coastal settlements might feature intricate carvings of serpentine forms or powerful bird-like figures, echoing Lugia's mastery of the seas. These architectural tributes are not merely decorative, they are acts of devotion, attempts to honor and perhaps subtly invite the blessings of these legendary beings into their communities. The very design of these places becomes a prayer, a silent acknowledgement of the forces that shape their world. Even in modern times, with the advent of advanced technology and scientific understanding, the legends of Ho-Oh and Lugia persist. While some might seek to explain their powers through scientific principles, the spiritual and cultural impact remains undiminished. The awe they inspire transcends mere biological classification. It touches upon something deeper within the human psyche, a yearning for connection to something larger, something ancient and powerful. This enduring reverence speaks to the timeless nature of their legends, their ability to resonate across generations and adapt to changing worldviews. They are not merely creatures of folklore, but living myths, actively shaping the cultural consciousness of the Pokémon world. The stories of their appearances, even rare as they are, often coincide with moments of great change or significant events. A Ho-Oh sighting might herald a new era of prosperity or mark the end of a long period of strife. A glimpse of Lugia emerging from the depths could signify the resolution of a major environmental crisis or the beginning of a period of renewed ecological balance. These appearances are not random, they are purposeful, serving as cosmic punctuation marks in the grand narrative of the world. They reinforce their role not just as guardians, but as harbingers, signaling shifts in the very fabric of existence. And as the final echoes of the day fade, and the world settles into its nocturnal slumber, the presence of Ho-Oh and Lugia feels almost palpable. The gentle breezes that rustle through the leaves might be a whisper of Ho-Oh's distant flight, carrying blessings across the land. The rhythmic lapping of waves against the shore could be the distant, calming breath of Lugia, maintaining the ocean's serene pulse. Their influence is subtle, pervasive, and utterly fundamental. They are the quiet architects of the world's harmony, the unseen hands that guide its rhythms. The comfort derived from these legends is profound. To know that such magnificent beings watch over the world, maintaining its delicate balance, offers a sense of security and peace. It suggests a universe that is not chaotic or uncaring, but rather one imbued with purpose and protected by ancient benevolent forces. This understanding can lull the mind into a profound state of tranquility, allowing the worries of the day to dissipate like morning mist. The vastness of their existence, the immensity of their power, paradoxically brings a sense of grounded calm. The iridescent gleam of Ho-Oh's feathers, glimpsed only in dreams, can inspire hope and renewed sense of possibility. The deep, resonant calm of Lugia, felt in the subconscious depths, can soothe anxieties and bring forth a feeling of profound safety. They are more than just powerful Pokémon. They are archetypes embodying universal principles of life, death, or rebirth, and power and peace. Their stories are not just tales, they are wisdom, passed down through generations, shaping the very soul of the Pokémon world and those who inhabit it. As breaths deepen and thoughts grow hazy, the images of these two magnificent birds gently guide the mind towards rest. Ho-Oh, soaring silently above the cloud banks, its colors blending with the gentle hues of the moonlit sky. Lugia, resting in the deepest trench, its presence a silent, unwavering anchor in the vast ocean. Their ancient song, a wordless melody of balance and harmony, becomes a part of the quietude. It is a lullaby woven from starlight and ocean currents, a promise of continued watchfulness, a gentle assurance that the world and all its dreams are safe in their timeless embrace. And in that embrace, sleep descends, deep and undisturbed, knowing that the legendary birds continue their eternal vigil, guiding the world through the quiet hours of the night. The very air seems to hum with their ancient energy, a comforting resonance that permeates everything. This deep, pervasive influence stretches far beyond their immediate physical presence, touching the spiritual and cultural fabric of regions across the Pokémon world. Consider the Johto region, where their legends are most deeply ingrained. The burned tower in Ecological City stands as a solemn monument to a bygone era, a place where the destructive power of a lightning strike, some say from an angered human, transformed a grand edifice into ashes. But from those ashes, Ho-Oh, in its infinite compassion and wisdom, resurrected 3 Pokémon, bestowing upon them new forms and eternal life as Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. This act of creation, born from destruction, is a testament to Ho-Oh's boundless power and its role as a bringer of renewal. It speaks to a cycle of life and death, of transformation and rebirth, themes that resonate deeply within the human psyche. The legend of the burned tower isn't just a historical event, it's a parable, a lesson about resilience, the ability to find beauty and new beginnings even after immense loss. Imagine the quiet wonder of the Ecological locals observing the 3 newly formed beasts, their forms shimmering with the very essence of the elements. Raikou embodying the swift and powerful lightning that struck the tower, a creature of restless energy. Entei, representing the intense flames that consumed the structure, a majestic fire elemental, and Suicune, the embodiment of the cleansing rains that followed, extinguishing the blaze and purifying the land, a graceful and serene water type. Each one a living testament to Ho-Oh's intervention, forever tied to that pivotal moment in Johto's history. These legendary beasts, in turn, became guardians and wanderers, their movements across the region often interpreted as omens or signs. Their connection to Ho-Oh ensures that the rainbow Pokemon's influence is felt even in its absence, a constant reminder of its benevolent watchfulness. The very existence of these three legends underscores Ho-Oh's profound impact on the ecosystem and mythology of Johto. They are not merely subordinates, but extensions of Ho-Oh's transformative power, living symbols of its grace and intervention. Lugia's connection, while perhaps less overtly dramatic in its origin story, is no less profound. Its role as the guardian of the seas, the master of the legendary birds Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, positions it as a force of immense stability and control. The whispers of its presence can calm the most tempestuous storms. Its deep slumber in the ocean's depths, maintaining a delicate balance that prevents catastrophic natural disasters. The legends of the Whirl Islands, for instance, speak of Lugia's protective presence, creating intricate currents and concealing its dwelling place from all but the most worthy. These islands, shrouded in mists and treacherous waters, are a natural fortress, reflecting Lugia's desire for solitude and its quiet, powerful guardianship. The very idea that a single being could pacify the elemental fury of the three legendary birds, creatures of immense power themselves, speaks volumes about Lugia's inherent strength and wisdom. Articuno, the master of ice, Zapdos, the lord of thunder, and Moltres, the phoenix of flame, their turbulent energies are kept in equilibrium by Lugia's serene yet firm hand. Should this balance ever be disrupted, as depicted in ancient tales, the consequences could be cataclysmic, unleashing elemental chaos upon the world. This responsibility weighs heavily yet silently upon Lugia, a testament to its unwavering dedication to preserving harmony. The stories of Lugia's influence extend to the very rhythm of the tides, the migration patterns of marine Pokémon, and the health of the ocean itself. Fisherfolk whisper tales of calm seas during perilous journeys, attributing such fortune to Lugia's unseen intervention. The deep, resonant call of Lugia, even if unheard by human ears, is said to echo through the abyssal plains, a constant symphony of order and peace within the vast, often turbulent waters. This profound connection to the ocean makes Lugia an embodiment of tranquility in the face of immense power, a watchful protector whose very breath calms the world's most expansive and mysterious domain. Both Ho-Oh and Lugia, despite their distinct domains and methods, share a fundamental purpose: the maintenance of balance. Ho-Oh, with its vibrant colors and association with rainbows, represents the life-giving, regenerative aspect of the world, a beacon of hope and a promise of new beginnings. It is the sunrise after the darkest night, the verdant growth after a long winter. Its very presence is said to bring happiness and a sense of wonder, its feathers shimmering with a spectrum of blessings. The pursuit of Ho-Oh is, even if only to catch a glimpse of its magnificent form, is a spiritual journey for many, a quest for enlightenment and a deeper connection to the world's inherent magic. Lugia, conversely, with its silvery scales and association with the deep currents, symbolizes the quiet, unwavering strength that underlies existence. It is the deep, stable foundation upon which the world rests, the calm eye of the storm. Its wisdom is ancient, its power immense yet restrained, a testament to the quiet strength of guardianship. Lugia's presence brings a sense of security and stability, a reassurance that even in the face of chaos, there is an underlying order, a powerful hand guiding the unseen forces. The profound silence of its underwater abode reflects its nature, a being of immense power that prefers to operate from the depths, maintaining harmony without fanfare or ostentation. The interactions between these two legendary beings, though rarely direct in recorded history, are crucial for the continued equilibrium of the world. They are not rivals, but complementary forces, two sides of the same cosmic coin. One watches over the skies and the land, bringing renewal and hope. The other guards the oceans and the elemental balance, ensuring stability and peace. Their legends often speak of their respective dwelling places, Ho-Oh atop the highest mountains or within sacred towers, its gaze sweeping across the terrestrial realm. Lugia in the deepest ocean trenches, its awareness encompassing the vast aquatic domain. These distinct territories underscore their specialized roles, yet their combined influence creates a holistic system of protection and generation. The very concept of a balance in the Pokémon world is largely defined by their existence. Without Ho-Oh's regenerative touch, despair might linger, and cycles of life might falter. Without Lugia's calming presence, elemental forces could rage unchecked, bringing untold devastation. Together, they form an intricate web of influence, their legendary powers intertwined to maintain the delicate fabric of reality. This dance of power and purpose, visible in the natural world around us, offers a profound sense of comfort. The gentle flow of a river, the growth of a sapling, the vastness of the ocean, all these phenomena in the realm of legend are echoes of their silent vigil. And so, as the mind drifts towards the edges of consciousness, the images of these two magnificent birds become more vivid, more calming. Ho-Oh, its iridescent feathers catching the ethereal moonlight, a silent promise of renewal and hope, its gentle upward current lifting all burdens. Lugia, serene and powerful in the deepest abyss, its ancient wisdom a protective shield, its rhythmic deep-sea breathing a soothing pulse that lulls the spirit into profound rest. Their combined energy, a harmonious blend of light and depth, of creation and preservation, wraps around the sleeping mind like a soft, warm blanket. The thought of such powerful, benevolent entities watching over the world, even as individual worries recede, brings a deeper peace. It's a peace born from the knowledge that the grand design is intact, that ancient forces gently guide the world through its cycles of day and night, life and quietude. The challenges of the waking world seem distant and small when viewed through the lens of such immense, timeless guardianship. The very air seems to thicken with their magic, a subtle, comforting presence that assures all is well and all will be well. The subtle shimmer of Ho-Oh's rainbow wings, perhaps glimpsed in the half-light of a dream, becomes a beacon of gentle optimism, a reminder that even after darkness, light will return. The deep, unwavering calm of Lugia, felt as a gentle pressure in the quiet depths of the mind, acts as an anchor, holding fast against any stray anxieties that might try to disturb the serenity. These aren't just fantastical creatures. They are embodiments of universal truths, archetypes of balance, and renewal that resonate with the deepest parts of our being. Their legends are not merely stories to be told around a campfire. They are woven into the very fabric of existence, shaping landscapes, influencing cultures, and providing a framework for understanding the world's intricate workings. The reverence accorded to them in the Pokemon world is not simply based on their power, but on their profound contributions to the harmony and continuity of life itself. This understanding, this quiet appreciation for their eternal vigil, is a powerful soporific. It allows the mind to release its hold on daily concerns, to surrender to the comforting embrace of the vast, protected universe they oversee. As breathing deepens and thoughts become mere wisps, the gentle image of Ho-Oh soaring through starlit skies, its feathers trailing ethereal light, becomes a visual lullaby. Simultaneously, the profound stillness of Lugia, resting in the ocean's silent heart, its consciousness encompassing the entire aquatic realm, grounds the spirit, offering a feeling of absolute safety. The quiet hum of their combined energy, a timeless melody of balance and peace, becomes the soundtrack to a deep and restorative sleep. This harmonious interplay of sky and sea, renewal and steadfastness is their ultimate legacy, a gift of tranquility to the world and all its slumbering inhabitants. And in this embrace of legend, peace descends, profound and unbroken, until the dawn of a new day. And within this profound embrace, as the last vestiges of waking thought gently dissipate, we can further explore the intricate threads of their legend, delving deeper into the nuances that underscore their immense significance. Consider the very nature of their existence, not as mere creatures, but as living embodiments of fundamental forces. Ho-Oh, with its vibrant plumage and association with the spectrum of colors, isn't just a bird. It is the spirit of light itself, the promise of dawn, the very essence of hope and renewal. Its feathers, said to shimmer with all the hues of the rainbow, are not simply decorative. They are manifestations of the world's potential, a vibrant tapestry of possibilities that unfold with each new day. To see Ho-Oh fly overhead is to witness a living aurora, a celestial phenomenon that inspires awe and a deep sense of wonder, gently guiding the soul towards a place of inner calm. Then there is Lugia, whose ethereal presence is intrinsically linked to the deep, mysterious currents of the ocean. It is the guardian of the seas, the silent protector of the vast, unexplored abysses, and the calming force that tames even the most furious storms. Unlike Ho-Oh's overt brilliance, Lugia's power is subtle, pervasive, and deeply grounding. Its white and blue form, streamlined for the watery depths, evokes a sense of purity and ancient wisdom. When Lugia stirs, the very ocean responds, its gentle movements influencing tides and currents, its mighty roars capable of calming tempestuous waves. It is a creature of immense power, yet one that chooses tranquility, preferring to dwell in the silent depths, a vigilant anchor against chaos. The quiet knowledge that such a magnificent being watches over the planet's vast waters, ensuring their balance and serenity, is a profoundly comforting thought. The relationship between these two legendary titans is not one of conflict, but of complementary harmony. They represent the perfect balance of opposing yet necessary forces, sky and sea, light and shadow, renewal and steadfastness. Ho-Oh's vibrant, sky-bound journey speaks of constant change, of the cycle of life and rebirth, of the continuous promise of a fresh start. Lugia's deep sea vigilance, on the other hand, embodies stability, the unyielding strength of the earth beneath the waves, the enduring wisdom that transcends fleeting moments. Together, they form a cosmic equilibrium, a gentle dance between dynamism and permanence that keeps the world turning smoothly. This intricate balance, a recurring theme in many ancient mythologies, finds its purest expression in these two magnificent beings, offering a deep sense of order and purpose to the universe. Their influence extends far beyond the natural world, subtly shaping the cultures and philosophies of the Pokemon world's inhabitants. Imagine the ancient peoples observing Ho-Oh's radiant flight after a storm, interpreting it as a divine blessing, a sign of tribulations overcome and a brighter future ahead. This belief would naturally foster a sense of optimism, a resilience in the face of adversity, knowing that the rainbow Pokemon would always bring the promise of renewal. Temples dedicated to Ho-Oh would likely have been built in high places, adorned with vibrant colors, serving as beacons of hope and spiritual upliftment. The rituals performed there would emphasize gratitude, celebration, and the embrace of new beginnings. The very concept of rebirth in the Pokemon world owes much to Ho-Oh's legend, particularly its association with the three legendary beasts, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, who were revived by its power. This act of divine intervention solidifies Ho-Oh's role as the ultimate bringer of new life, a gentle reminder that even in endings, there are always new beginnings. Conversely, the reverence for Lugia would likely manifest in a different, more introspective way. Coastal communities, knowing of Lugia's power over the seas, would imbue it with respect and perhaps a quiet awe. Fisherfolk would offer prayers for safe passages and bountiful catches, understanding that their livelihoods were intricately tied to the whims of the ocean, and by extension, to Lugia's benevolent guardianship. Shrines to Lugia might be found in hidden underwater grottos or on secluded shores, places of quiet contemplation and introspection. The philosophy inspired by Lugia would emphasize patience, deep understanding, and the recognition of unseen forces at play. It would foster a sense of humility before the vastness of nature and the profound interconnectedness of all things. The legendary beasts, having been revived and blessed by Ho-Oh, then dispersed across the land, each carrying a fragment of that divine power. Yet they often return to Lugia's domain, seeking solace or guidance, further cementing the bond between these two primary legends and their charges. The architectural styles found in regions where these legends are strong would undoubtedly reflect their influence. Consider the Bell Tower or Tin Tower in Ecotake City, a structure steeped in Ho-Oh's lore. Its towering height, reaching towards the heavens, and its intricate design, perhaps once gleaming with vibrant hues, embody the aspiration and spiritual ascent associated with Ho-Oh. It is a place of pilgrimage, a nexus where the earthly and the celestial meet, where one might hope to catch a glimpse of the magnificent creature. The serene atmosphere within such a place, even in its current state of gentle decay, speaks of centuries of quiet devotion and the enduring power of belief, a calming testament to the passage of time and the continuity of faith. And then, imagine the Whirl Islands, a natural fortress of swirling currents and hidden caves, a testament to Lugia's immense power and its chosen sanctuary. These islands, with their dangerous waters and labyrinthine passages, are not merely physical locations, they are a metaphor for the deeper, more challenging aspects of the spiritual journey. To navigate them successfully, one must possess not just strength, but also patience, wisdom, and a profound respect for the ocean's power, qualities that Lugia itself embodies. The hushed reverence given to these remote, often tempestuous places speaks volumes of Lugia's quiet, yet absolute dominion. The very sound of the waves crashing against the cliffs, the gentle murmur of the currents, becomes a natural lullaby, a soft reminder of the vast, protective presence that maintains order in the deep. Even the elemental types associated with them, fire flying for Ho-Oh and psychic flying for Lugia, are deeply symbolic. Ho-Oh's fire type speaks to its purifying flames, its ability to burn away the old and make way for the new, a powerful metaphor for renewal and transformation. The flying type, of course, represents its mastery of the skies, its freedom, and its ability to soar above earthly concerns, offering a broader perspective. Lugia's psychic type, on the other hand, hints at its deep intellect, its profound wisdom, and its ability to perceive and influence the world on a mental and spiritual level, far beyond mere physical force. The flying type, again, demonstrates its unburdened movement, its ability to traverse vast distances, yet its primary domain remains the ocean depths, adding another layer of intriguing complexity to its nature. These typings are not arbitrary game mechanics. They are carefully chosen reflections of their inherent characteristics and their roles in the cosmic order. The legends surrounding them are not static. They evolve and intertwine with other mythological figures and events, forming a rich tapestry of lore. The origin of the legendary beasts, as mentioned earlier, is a direct consequence of Ho-Oh's compassion and power. The tale of the brass tower, struck by lightning and consumed by fire, and the subsequent revival of the three Pokémon within, is a poignant narrative of tragedy transformed into triumph. Raikou embodying the lightning that struck the tower, Entei representing the fire that engulfed it, and Suicune symbolizing the rain that quenched the flames and purified the land, each a direct legacy of Ho-Oh's benevolent intervention. This narrative emphasizes Ho-Oh's role not just as a bringer of renewal, but as a compassionate overseer, quick to mend what has been broken, to breathe life into ashes. This cycle of destruction and rebirth, presided over by Ho-Oh, offers a powerful, calming assurance that even in moments of profound loss, there is always the promise of restoration, a gentle rhythm to existence that transcends individual events. Lugia, too, has its connections, though perhaps more subtle. Its solitary nature and deep-sea dwelling suggest a profound independence, yet its influence is undeniably global. It is the counterpoint to Ho-Oh's vibrant presence, the quiet strength that underlies the world's surface. In some interpretations, Lugia is seen as the guardian of the planet's atmospheric balance. Its gentle wing beats capable of calming even the most violent storms, preventing catastrophic weather events. This portrayal elevates Lugia beyond a mere sea guardian to a planetary protector, a silent sentinel ensuring the world's delicate climatic equilibrium. The idea that such immense power is wielded with such quiet resolve, that a single creature holds such a profound influence over the very climate of the world, is a deeply comforting thought, a quiet assurance that unseen forces are always working to maintain balance. To reflect upon these ancient narratives, to allow the mind to wander through the sun-drenched skies where Ho-Oh soars, or to sink into the tranquil depths where Lugia rests, is to find a deep sense of grounding. It is to recognize that our individual lives, with all their fleeting concerns, are but tiny threads in a much grander design. The presence of these legendary Pokémon, these benevolent, powerful entities, suggests a universe that is not chaotic or indifferent, but one that is cared for, watched over, and guided by forces of immense wisdom and compassion. This realization, a gentle understanding of the cosmic order, helps to quiet the restless mind. It allows the breath to deepen, the muscles to relax, and the spirit to find a quiet harbor. The gentle images of shimmering feathers and serene blue waters become visual anchors for a drifting consciousness, guiding it effortlessly towards the shores of sleep. The soft whisper of a dream, perhaps a fleeting glimpse of Ho-Oh's radiant glow on the horizon, or the comforting sense of boundless space and tranquility that emanates from Lugia's hidden realm, becomes the final lullaby. It's a lullaby that speaks of timelessness, of enduring legends, and of a world gently cradled by forces far greater than ourselves. As the last conscious thoughts unravel and fade, the profound peace of their guardianship settles, a quiet, soothing blanket over the mind and spirit. The journey through their lore culminates in this deep, restorative calm, a testament to the enduring power of gentle stories and the quiet majesty of the world's most cherished legends. And in this perfect stillness, sleep, deep and dreamless, arrives, guided by the unseen wings of Ho-Oh and the silent depths of Lugia's domain. The very concept of these two magnificent beings, working in a harmonious, albeit often separate dance of cosmic responsibility, paints a picture of a universe that is intrinsically balanced. Ho-Oh, with its fiery passion and the promise of rebirth, continually reminds us that endings are merely new beginnings, that even in desolation, hope can ignite anew. Its presence, often heralded by the sight of a rainbow, is a testament to the beauty that can emerge from adversity, a vibrant splash of color after the storm. This gentle cycle of destruction and renewal, embodied by the rainbow Pokémon, offers a serene perspective on life's inevitable changes. It suggests that even the most profound losses are part of a larger benevolent design, a continuous unfolding where nothing is truly lost but merely transformed. To contemplate Ho-Oh's role is to embrace the transient nature of existence, to find peace in the ebb and flow, and to trust in the ultimate return of light and warmth. Lugia, on the other hand, provides a different yet equally profound comfort. Its silent vigilance, its deep-sea meditations, speak of enduring stability and unwavering protection. While Ho-Oh dances in the light, Lugia holds vigil in the deep, a steadfast anchor in the tumultuous currents of the world. The ocean, with its vastness and mystery, often mirrors the subconscious mind, and Lugia's dominion over it could be interpreted as a mastery over the hidden depths of being. Its ability to quell storms, both literal and metaphorical, offers a sense of security, a quiet assurance that even when inner turmoil rages, there is a powerful, calming presence capable of restoring equilibrium. The image of Lugia gliding through the silent, sunless expanses of the deep, its mind attuned to the subtle shifts in the planet's energies, brings a profound sense of peace. It's a reminder that even in isolation, there is strength and that profound wisdom often emerges from quiet contemplation. Together, the two legendary Pokemon represent a complete spectrum of existence. Ho-Oh embodies the vibrant, dynamic, and transformative aspects of life, the ever-present potential for renewal and joy. Lugia, conversely, represents the deep, stable, and protective forces, the silent guardians who ensure the continuity and equilibrium of the world. Their complementary roles suggest a universal order where passion and peace, light and shadow, creation and preservation are not opposing forces but integral parts of a unified whole. This harmonious duality is a soothing thought, a recognition that all facets of life, even those that seem contradictory, serve a greater purpose. The stories of their influence on the world are woven into the very fabric of Pokemon lore, extending far beyond their initial appearances. The tale of the Brass Tower and its tragic destruction by fire, leading to the creation of the legendary beasts by Ho-Oh, is perhaps one of the most poignant examples of this. The tower, a symbol of human ambition and reverence, stood tall in Ecruteak City, a beacon of faith and connection to the divine. Its burning, whether accidental or as a result of human folly, was a moment of profound loss. Yet from these ashes, Ho-Oh, in its boundless compassion, breathed new life into three Pokemon that perished in the blaze, transforming them into Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. Raikou, born from the lightning strike that ignited the fire, embodies the sheer power and speed of electricity. Its thunderous cry, its swift movements across the land, are a constant reminder of the sudden, potent energy that can both destroy and create. Entei, emerging from the fiery inferno itself, is the embodiment of volcanic power. Its roaring presence, capable of shaping mountains. It represents the raw, untamed force of nature, a majestic and formidable entity. Suicune, conversely, was reborn from the purifying rains that extinguished the flames, becoming the embodiment of pure water, a graceful and serene wanderer that cleanses polluted waters and brings forth refreshing springs. Those three Pokemon, each a testament to Ho-Oh's immense power and empathy, carry the essence of their rebirth within them. They roam the land, eternally linked to their creator in the tragic event that brought them into being. Their existence serves as a constant narrative thread, connecting the ancient past to the present day, reminding all who encounter them of Ho-Oh's compassionate intervention. The very idea that such powerful beings were brought forth from an act of kindness, born from tragedy, and reborn through divine grace is a profoundly comforting thought. It reinforces the belief that even in the darkest moments, there is potential for redemption and renewal, guided by powerful, benevolent forces. While Lugia does not have such a widely known, direct creation story for other legendary Pokemon, in the same vein as Ho-Oh and the legendary beasts, its influence is subtly woven into the fabric of the natural world. Its very presence is said to calm the seas, prevent storms, and maintain the delicate balance of the ocean's ecosystems. In some legends, Lugia is attributed with the ability to control the weather, its wing beats capable of generating immense gusts of wind or calming turbulent skies. This passive yet omnipresent guardianship ensures the stability of the planet, allowing life to flourish without constant fear of natural catastrophe. Its role is less about dramatic intervention and more about consistent, unwavering protection, a silent sentinel that works tirelessly behind the scenes. The lore surrounding Lugia often centers on its reclusive nature. Unlike Ho-Oh, which soars majestically across the sky, often seen by those deemed worthy, Lugia prefers the solitude of the deep ocean. This reclusiveness adds to its mystique, making sightings rare and highly revered. Its hidden dwelling place, often described as a deep sea trench or a forgotten underwater temple, suggests a profound connection to the ancient, untouched parts of the world. This preference for solitude speaks to a different kind of wisdom, one gained through deep introspection and a quiet understanding of the world's hidden mechanisms. It is the wisdom of the enduring deep, the calm at the heart of the storm. The relationship between Ho-Oh and Lugia, though often indirect, is one of balanced opposition and mutual respect. They represent the sky and the sea, light and shadow, visible splendor and hidden depth. They are two sides of the same cosmic coin, each essential for the other's existence and for the overall harmony of the world. While Ho-Oh heralds new beginnings and vibrant life, Lugia ensures the stability and continuity that allow those beginnings to flourish. One brings the dawn, the other protects the night. This intricate dance of complementary forces is a beautiful metaphor for the natural world itself, where diverse elements come together to create a cohesive and sustainable whole. Consider the notion of Ho-Oh's feathers, said to grant happiness to those who hold them. This legend imbues physical objects with an almost magical quality, linking tangible items to intangible feelings. The idea that a piece of a legendary Pokémon can carry such profound spiritual significance speaks to the deep reverence and awe that these creatures inspire. It's a gentle reminder that beauty and joy can be found in unexpected places, and that even a small token can carry immense meaning and hope. The very thought of finding such a feather, shimmering with the colors of the rainbow, is a comforting image, a soft whisper of luck and good fortune. Lugia's psychic abilities, often depicted as profound and far reaching, offer a different kind of comfort. Its capacity to communicate telepathically, to understand and soothe, suggests a deep empathy and a connection to the conscious and subconscious minds of all living things. This mental prowess positions Lugia not just as a physical guardian, but also as a spiritual one, capable of calming anxieties and bringing clarity to troubled thoughts. The idea of such a powerful yet gentle mind existing in the world, capable of reaching out and offering solace, is profoundly reassuring. It's like a quiet, steady beacon in the often turbulent sea of human emotions. The legends surrounding these two iconic Pokémon have shaped not only the fictional world they inhabit, but also the imaginations of countless individuals. They embody archetypal forces and universal themes that resonate deeply within the human psyche. Ho-Oh, with its symbolism of hope, rebirth, and the restorative power of fire, speaks to our innate desire for renewal and our capacity to overcome adversity. Lugia, representing stability, protection, and the profound wisdom of the deep, speaks to our need for security, our yearning for inner peace, and our respect for the silent, enduring forces of nature. To delve into their lore is to engage with ancient narratives that transcend simple storytelling. It is to tap into a collective consciousness that recognizes the significance of powerful, benevolent entities safeguarding the world. These stories, passed down through generations, reinforce a sense of order and purpose in the universe. They suggest that even in the vastness of existence, there is care, there is guidance, and there is a pervasive sense of balance. This deep-seated understanding that the world is not abandoned or left to chaos, but is instead watched over by such magnificent beings, is an incredibly calming thought. It allows the mind to release its worries and to settle into a profound state of peace. As the gentle current of these narratives washes over the mind, the images and concepts they evoke serve as soft anchors, preventing the mind from drifting into restless thoughts. The vibrant hues of Ho-Oh's rainbow feathers blend seamlessly with the tranquil depths of Lugia's oceanic domain. The triumphant call of rebirth mingles with the quiet hum of enduring protection. This rich tapestry of lore creates a mental landscape that is both stimulating and soothing, engaging enough to hold attention, but gentle enough to guide it towards repose. The very act of contemplating these profound legends, of allowing their wisdom to permeate the consciousness, is a meditative practice in itself. It is a journey into a world where power is tempered with compassion, where destiny is guided by grace, and where the universe itself seems to breathe with a gentle, rhythmic calm. And in this serene contemplation, the body relaxes, the breath deepens, and the eyelids grow heavy, ushering in a peaceful descent into the quiet embrace of sleep, carried on the invisible wings of ancient legend. The genesis of Ho-Oh and Lugia, much like their legendary status, is shrouded in the mists of time, whispered through ancient texts, and passed down through oral traditions in the Pokémon world. Their origins are not typically described with a definitive creation event, but rather emerge from the primordial forces that govern the very fabric of existence. There is no singular moment of their birth, no precise dawn of their being, but instead they are presented as eternal, fundamental aspects of the world itself, perhaps even predating much of its current form. Ho-Oh, in particular, is often associated with the very beginning of the Johto region's cultural and spiritual history. Its presence is inextricably linked to the Brass Tower, later known as the Burned Tower, in Ecological City. This towering structure was not merely an edifice, it was a symbol, a testament to the spiritual connection between humanity and the legendary Pokémon. For centuries, Ho-Oh was said to perch atop this majestic tower, its radiant plumage glistening in the sun, casting rainbows across the land. This image alone evokes a sense of ancient, untouched beauty, a time when the natural world and the spiritual realm were more closely intertwined. The existence of a tower built specifically to honor and house such a magnificent creature speaks volumes about its significance, not just as a powerful being, but as a divine patron, a guardian spirit. The lore suggests that Ho-Oh wasn't merely residing there, it was actively bestowing blessings upon the people of Ecological. Its appearance was a sign of prosperity, good fortune, and the promise of a vibrant future. Imagine the awe inspired by a creature whose very presence could paint the sky with colors, whose song could resonate with the deepest chambers of the heart, and whose existence was a living embodiment of hope. This deep spiritual connection is a cornerstone of Ho-Oh's identity. It is not just a bird of immense power, it is a sacred entity, deeply woven into the cultural tapestry of the land it oversees. Lugia's origins, while equally ancient, diverge from Ho-Oh's terrestrial association. Lugia is intrinsically tied to the depths of the ocean, a master of the seas and the unseen currents that govern them. It is often referred to as the guardian of the seas, a title that implies an eternal vigil, a ceaseless watch over the vast and mysterious aquatic realms. Unlike Ho-Oh, which by its nature is visible and resplendent, Lugia is more reclusive, dwelling in deep ocean trenches, far from the prying eyes of the surface world. This preference for solitude reinforces its image as a creature of immense power that chooses to remain hidden, emerging only when its intervention is truly necessary. The concept of Lugia's origin often brings to mind the restless, primal energy of the ocean itself. It is as if Lugia is an embodiment of the sea's power, its calm and its fury, its nurturing embrace and its destructive might, its ability to quell storms, and its connection to the legendary birds Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres suggest a role as a balancing force within the natural world. It doesn't merely control the elements, it harmonizes them, preventing their power from spiraling into destructive chaos. This makes Lugia a protector not just of the ocean, but of the delicate equilibrium that sustains life on the planet. Its presence, though unseen, is a constant, reassuring hum beneath the waves, a silent promise of stability. The legends surrounding the two often intertwine, particularly in tales that describe their harmonious coexistence, or conversely, their potential for conflict. This duality is a recurring theme in many ancient mythologies, where powerful beings represent opposing yet complementary forces. Ho-Oh, with its mastery of fire and its association with the sun and clear skies, represents life and vibrancy, an outward expression of power. Lugia, with its dominion over water and its shadowy deep-sea abode, represents introspection, the hidden depths of power, and a more subtle internal force. Together, they form a cosmic balance, a yin and yang that keeps the world from tipping too far in any one direction. One of the most pivotal events in their shared history, and indeed in the history of the Johto region, is the tragedy of the Brass Tower. The story of its burning is a poignant narrative that speaks volumes about the fragility of even the most sacred structures and the profound impact of human actions. The Brass Tower, majestic and revered, was struck by lightning one fateful night. This act of nature, random and devastating, ignited the building, and for 3 long days and 3 long nights it burned relentlessly. The flames consumed the tower, reducing its once glorious edifice to a charred ruin. This event was not merely a structural loss, it was a spiritual catastrophe for the people of Ecological. During this harrowing period, 3 unnamed Pokémon perished in the Inferno. These were not ordinary Pokémon, they were beloved creatures, perhaps even guardians or companions of the tower, and their demise added another layer of sorrow to the unfolding tragedy. The loss was immense, a blow to the heart of the community. In the aftermath, Ho-Oh descended from the heavens. Its appearance was not one of anger or despair, but of profound compassion and a desire to restore what was lost. With its mystical powers, Ho-Oh breathed new life into the fallen Pokémon, resurrecting them in new, powerful forms. These 3 reborn Pokémon became the legendary beasts: Raikou, the embodiment of the lightning that struck the tower, Entei, the physical manifestation of the flames that engulfed it, and Suicune, the purifying rain that finally extinguished the blaze. This act of resurrection is a defining moment for Ho-Oh, solidifying its role as a bringer of rebirth and renewal. It showcased not only its immense power, but also its benevolent nature, its capacity to turn tragedy into a new beginning. The creation of the legendary beasts is a direct consequence of Ho-Oh's intervention, a living testament to its enduring influence. It demonstrates that even from the ashes of destruction, new life and new purpose can emerge, a deeply comforting thought for anyone grappling with loss or change. The beasts then dispersed across the land, each carrying a piece of that profound event within them, their very existence a constant reminder of Ho-Oh's grace. Following this devastating event, Ho-Oh departed from Ecrotake City. The reasons for its departure are often interpreted in various ways. Some legends suggest that the humans of the time had lost their faith, their reverence for the sacred, and that the burning of the tower was a symbol of this disconnect. Perhaps Ho-Oh felt that its presence was no longer truly appreciated, or that the purity of its connection had been tarnished. Other interpretations suggest that Ho-Oh's departure was not a punishment, but a natural consequence of its role. Having brought about renewal and set new guardians into the world, its task was complete, and it moved on to oversee other parts of the world, or simply to observe from a distance, allowing humanity to forge its own path forward. Whatever the exact reason, its departure marked a significant shift, leaving behind a void that the remaining structure, now known as the Burned Tower, silently attested to. Lugia's relationship with the Burned Tower incident, while not as direct as Ho-Oh's, is also significant. While Ho-Oh was associated with the Brass Tower, Lugia had its own sacred dwelling nearby, the Bell Tower, or Tin Tower, as it was also known. These two towers once stood in harmonious opposition, reflecting the dual nature of Ho-Oh and Lugia themselves. When the Brass Tower burned, it is said that Lugia also departed from its own tower. This suggests a deep interconnectedness between the two legends. Perhaps Lugia, sensing the profound imbalance caused by the destruction and Ho-Oh's subsequent departure, chose to withdraw as well, seeking refuge in the ocean depths, away from the turmoil of the surface world. Lugia's withdrawal into the deep sea emphasizes its role as a more reclusive guardian. It doesn't openly engage with humanity as Ho-Oh once did. Instead, its presence is felt through the natural world, through the shifting tides and the calming of the storms. It is said to orchestrate from its hidden domain. Its departure from the bell tower solidified its image as a creature of the deep, a silent protector whose influence is vital but rarely seen. This retreat into solitude adds to its mystique, making its rare appearances even more impactful and awe-inspiring. The interplay between Ho-Oh and Lugia, even in their absence, continues to shape the Johto region. The remaining structures, the Bell Tower and the Burned Tower, stand as silent monuments to their former presence and their enduring legacy. The Bell Tower, still intact, is a place where one might hope to summon Ho-Oh once more, its bells chiming with the promise of renewal. The Burned Tower, a poignant ruin, serves as a reminder of past tragedy and the power of resurrection. These landmarks are not just physical locations, they are steeped in spiritual significance, living narratives that continue to influence the beliefs and traditions of the people. The legends of Ho-Oh and Lugia are not static, they evolve with the telling, adapting to new generations while retaining their core truths. They offer comfort in the face of uncertainty, hope in times of despair, and a profound appreciation for the delicate balance of the natural world. Their stories are a gentle reminder that even in the vast, complex tapestry of life, there are fundamental forces at play, guiding, protecting, and renewing. The calm presence of these narratives, the gentle unfolding of their history, is much like the slow, steady rhythm of the tides that Lugia commands. Each detail, each whisper of lore, is a wave washing over the consciousness, carrying away the flotsam of daily worries and replacing it with a sense of ancient wisdom and enduring peace. The vibrant spectrum of Ho-Oh's feathers, shimmering in the mind's eye, blends with the deep, tranquil blues of Lugia's oceanic sanctuary. The triumphant arc of a rainbow after a storm finds its echo in the silent, protective depths beneath the surface. To consider the vastness of their power, yet the gentle nature of their oversight, is to find a deep sense of security. They are not distant, uncaring deities, but benevolent forces deeply invested in the well-being of the world. This understanding allows the mind to relax, to let go of the need to control, and to simply be. It is a surrender to the larger, more ancient rhythms of existence, a recognition that some things are watched over, held in balance by powers far greater than our own. As the narrative gently unfolds, the images it conjures become softer, less defined, like dreams beginning to form at the edge of consciousness. The warmth of Ho-Oh's fire is a comforting glow, not a searing heat. The depth of Lugia's ocean is an embrace, not a crushing pressure. The stories themselves become a lullaby, a soothing melody that stills the restless thoughts and invites a profound sense of calm. The echoes of ancient bells and the whispers of ocean currents blend into a single, harmonious hum, a sound that resonates with the very core of being. Sleep in this state is not an escape, but a gentle transition, a natural continuation of this profound tranquility. The mind, having been guided through these ancient and calming legends, feels safe and secure, ready to drift into the restorative embrace of unconsciousness, knowing that even in the deepest slumber, the world is still watched over, still balanced, still permeated by the quiet, enduring presence of such magnificent beings. The journey through their lore becomes a path to inner peace, a quiet passage into the realm of dreams, where the vibrant colors of hope and the serene depths of protection can continue to weave their calming spell. The very air around these legends seems to settle, carrying with it the faint scent of ozone after a distant cleansing storm, or perhaps the sweet or earthy fragrance of a rainbow-touched forest after a gentle rain. This atmospheric shift is not merely imagined, it is an intrinsic part of how these Pokémon resonate with the world and with us. Ho-Oh, with its connection to the rainbow, symbolizes not just the beauty that follows adversity, but also the promise of new beginnings, the cyclical nature of destruction and rebirth. Its vibrant plumage, said to possess all the colors of the rainbow, is not merely for aesthetic appeal. It is a manifestation of its purifying power. Legend tells us that wherever Ho-Oh flies, a rainbow is left in its wake, and those who witness it are granted eternal happiness. This profound blessing, this promise of everlasting joy, is a concept that soothes the anxieties of the human spirit, offering a glimmer of perpetual hope. It suggests that even after the darkest night, the most tumultuous storm, the morning will always break, and with it, the potential for beauty and renewal. Consider for a moment the profound implications of eternal happiness. It is not a fleeting pleasure, nor a momentary reprieve, but a state of being. To imagine Ho-Oh bestowing such a gift is to envision a world where sorrow is transient and joy is the overarching truth. This idea, while perhaps fantastical, speaks to a deep human longing for peace and contentment, a longing that these calming narratives are designed to address. The very thought of such a benevolent force, soaring high above, observing with a watchful, caring eye, instills a sense of quietude. It's akin to knowing that somewhere, above the clouds, there's always sunshine, even when obscured from view. Lugia, on the other hand, presents a different, yet equally profound form of assurance. Its dominion over the seas, its role as the guardian of the ocean's depths, speaks to the immense, often unseen forces that maintain global equilibrium. The ocean, with its vastness and its mysteries, is often a metaphor for the unconscious mind, for the hidden depths within ourselves. Lugia's presence there, its gentle control over the destructive power of storms, suggests an inner calm that can prevail even amidst external chaos. Its famous ability to quell the fury of the legendary birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, is a testament to its pacifying influence. When these elemental forces clash, threatening to tear the world asunder, it is Lugia who rises from the deep, not to fight with aggression, but to harmonize, to restore balance through its sheer, calming presence. This act of mediation, of bringing disparate and powerful forces into alignment, is a deeply reassuring concept. It implies that even the most volatile conflicts can be resolved, not through brute force, but through a higher, more understanding authority. Lugia's song, often described as a lullaby for the sea, is said to soothe even the most turbulent waters. Imagine the sound of it, a deep, resonant hum carrying through the vastness of the ocean, quieting the raging waves, silencing the winds. This sound, in the mind's ear, becomes a balm for the spirit, a melody that lulls the listener into a state of profound relaxation. It is a reminder that even the strongest emotions, the most overwhelming anxieties, can be calmed, can be brought back into a state of equilibrium. The two birds, Ho-Oh and Lugia, though often depicted as foils, one of the sky and fire, the other of the sea and calm, are intrinsically linked by their shared purpose, the safeguarding of the world and its natural order. Their narratives intertwine, creating a tapestry of protection that covers both the visible and invisible realms. Ho-Oh's presence suggests a world constantly being renewed, forever offered a fresh start. Lugia's suggests a world held in check, prevented from succumbing to its own destructive tendencies by a vigilant, silent guardian. Together, they represent a complete system of natural oversight, a cosmic balance that operates continuously even as the world slumbers. Consider the events at the burned tower in Ecritake City, a pivotal moment in Ho-Oh's lore. This tower, once a majestic structure, was consumed by a mysterious fire. It is said that Ho-Oh flew over the burning tower, and in its grief, or perhaps its compassion, resurrected 3 Pokémon that perished in the blaze. These 3, now known as Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, became Ho-Oh's loyal servants, each embodying an aspect of the transformative event. Raikou, the embodiment of the lightning that struck the tower, represents swiftness and raw power. Entei, born from the flames that engulfed it, embodies the destructive yet purifying force of fire. Suicune, born from the rains that quenched the blaze, embodies the cleansing and restorative power of water. This act of resurrection is not merely a display of power. It is an act of profound mercy and creation. It speaks to Ho-Oh's ability to turn tragedy into new life, to draw forth strength and purpose from destruction. The burned tower, therefore, is not just a ruin, it is a monument to rebirth, a sacred site where sorrow was transformed into a new beginning. The continued presence of these legendary beasts in the Johto region, each roaming and protecting its own domain, is a constant reminder of Ho-Oh's enduring influence and its commitment to the balance of life. Their majestic forms, their powerful cries, are echoes of the great rainbow Pokemon's will, a testament to its ability to imbue life with new purpose. Lugia, too, has its own sacred sites, perhaps most famously the Whirl Islands. These islands, shrouded in mist and surrounded by powerful currents, are said to be Lugia's ancient resting place, a sanctuary where it can retreat from the world and observe in peace. The deep, crystal clear waters surrounding these islands are often depicted as calm and inviting, despite the treacherous whirlpools that guard their approach. This dichotomy reflects Lugia's nature, immense power held in tranquil repose. To reach Lugia in its sanctuary is often presented as a journey of quiet contemplation, a spiritual pilgrimage rather than a daring adventure. The very act of seeking it out requires a stillness of mind, a respectful approach to a being that values peace above all else. The lore suggests that Lugia only reveals itself to those who possess a pure heart, or those who truly need its guidance to restore balance. This selective appearance reinforces its role as a benevolent, discerning guardian, not a creature to be commanded, but a force to be respected and understood. The whispers around the Whirl Islands speak of ancient rituals, of songs sung to the ocean, of offerings made to the depths. These stories paint a picture of a reverence for Lugia that transcends mere fear. It is a reverence born of profound respect for its stabilizing presence in a world prone to chaos. These deep connections to specific locations, the skies above Ecritake and the depths of the Whirl Islands, ground these legendary Pokemon in the physical world, even as their powers transcend it. They are not abstract concepts, but tangible forces that have shaped landscapes, influenced cultures, and inspired countless tales. The very existence of these places, steeped in their lore, serves as a constant, quiet affirmation of their enduring presence. To imagine these places, to picture the burned tower standing as a testament to renewal, or the Whirl Islands guarding their ancient secrets, is to immerse oneself further in the calming reality of their influence. As the mind continues to wander through these ancient narratives, the distinction between legend and reality gently blurs, much like the edges of a dream. The vibrant colors of Ho-Oh's rainbow, the deep blues and greens of Lugia's ocean, become less like distinct images and more like pervasive sensations. The warmth of hope, the cool embrace of peace, these are the emotional echoes left by their stories. The gentle rhythm of the narration itself mirrors the steady heartbeat of the world these Pokemon diligently watch over. It is in this state of quiet contemplation that the true purpose of such lore reveals itself. It is not merely entertainment, but a form of spiritual nourishment, an offering of tranquility and perspective. The grand scale of their responsibilities, the enduring nature of their watch, serves to diminish the anxieties of our own smaller concerns. If these magnificent beings can maintain the balance of an entire world, surely our own moments of unrest can find their resolution. The whispers of their legends become a soothing mantra, a gentle reminder that even in the vastness of existence, there is order, there is protection, and there is always, always the promise of renewal. The faint, echoing sounds of ancient bells, perhaps from the mythical Tin Tower where Ho-Oh is said to rest, in the soft, rhythmic lapping of ocean waves against the shores of the Whirl Islands, blend into a single, harmonious symphony that escorts the mind further into a state of profound peace, inviting a deep and restorative slumber. This symphony, a blend of terrestrial and aquatic hymns, carries us deeper into the understanding of these magnificent creatures, not just as powerful beings, but as integral threads woven into the very fabric of the Pokemon world. Their existence is not merely a display of power, but a testament to an enduring connection with life itself. We might consider the very concept of legendary Pokemon and how Ho-Oh and Lugia embody this designation with such profound grace. They are not simply rare or powerful, they are anchors, foundational elements upon which much of the world's spiritual and natural balance rests. The narrative of their origins, while often shrouded in myth and fragmented tales, suggests a primordial connection to the forces they represent. Ho-Oh, often described as the guardian of the skies and the rainbow Pokemon, embodies rebirth, hope, and new beginnings. Its very plumage is said to shimmer with all the colors of the rainbow, a visual representation of its vibrant spirit and its ability to bring joy and promise. Imagine for a moment witnessing such a sight in the quiet twilight, a burst of radiant light piercing through the fading day, leaving behind a trail of shimmering hope. This celestial display is not just a spectacle, it is a profound message, a reassurance that after every storm, after every period of darkness, there is always the potential for a new dawn, a renewed sense of purpose. This connection to hope is particularly poignant when we recall its role in resurrecting the three legendary beasts. Their rebirth from the ashes of the burned tower is a powerful allegory for overcoming adversity and finding strength in renewal. It speaks to a fundamental truth of existence, that even from destruction, new life can emerge, often stronger and more resilient than before. Lugia, on the other hand, the guardian of the seas and the diving Pokemon, represents depth, tranquility, and the profound, often unseen forces that maintain balance beneath the surface. Its elegant, almost ethereal form, designed for swift movement through the vast ocean depths, evokes a sense of serene power. The deep blue and white of its body, reminiscent of both the sky and the sea, subtly hints at its broader influence over weather patterns, a power that connects it directly to Ho-Oh's domain, despite their apparent separation. Its role as the master of the legendary birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, further solidifies its position as a bringer of stability, preventing their individual powers from spiraling into destructive chaos. The very act of calming these elemental forces requires an immense inner strength, a profound understanding of balance, and a steadfast commitment to peace. We can almost feel the gentle currents it creates, the unseen ebb and flow of its influence, subtly guiding the world towards harmony. Its presence, though often hidden beneath the waves, is a constant, reassuring hum, a deep, resonating hum of order in the vast, tumultuous oceans. The interplay between Ho-Oh and Lugia, though rarely direct, forms a symbiotic relationship that is crucial for the well-being of the entire world. They are two sides of the same cosmic coin, one soaring in the heavens, bringing light and new life, the other dwelling in the abyssal depths, maintaining peace and preventing chaos. Their balance is not one of constant interaction, but rather a profound understanding of their respective domains and their collective impact. Each upholds its own sphere of influence, and in doing so, they collectively maintain the equilibrium of the world. This delicate balance is a recurring theme in many ancient mythologies, a recognition that opposing forces, when held in harmony, create a stable and flourishing existence. Consider the implications of their absence, even for a fleeting moment. Without Ho-Oh's radiant energy, the world might fall into a prolonged state of despair, without the promise of renewal to lift spirits. The vibrancy of life, the courage to face new challenges, might wane. Without Lugia's calming influence, the elemental forces could run rampant, unleashing destructive storms upon the land and sea, disrupting the delicate ecosystems that sustain life. The very weather patterns we experience, the gentle rain, the comforting warmth of the sun, the soft breeze, are all, in a symbolic sense, whispers of their enduring presence, a subtle testament to their cosmic dance. The stories surrounding their interactions with humanity further illuminate their nature. Ho-Oh, with its more visible presence in the skies, has often been a symbol of divine intervention, a bringer of blessings, and a source of inspiration for those who seek beauty and truth. Its appearances, though rare, are often associated with moments of great spiritual significance, inspiring reverence and awe. The ancient peoples who built the towers in Ecological City, who worshipped Ho-Oh, undoubtedly saw its rainbow trail as a divine sign, a direct communication from a benevolent force. Their devotion, their architectural marvels, stand as enduring testaments to this profound spiritual connection. Lugia, on the other hand, often remains hidden, its influence more subtle, its power more reserved. Yet its impact on human civilization is equally profound. The legends of its ability to calm storms, to protect sailors from the fury of the ocean, have undoubtedly fostered a deep respect, even a quiet fear, among coastal communities. Its presence in the depths, a silent guardian, instills a sense of security, a belief that even in the vast and unpredictable ocean, there is a benevolent force watching over them. The very act of constructing the Whirl Islands, whether by natural forces or through Lugia's own influence, creating a sanctuary for itself, speaks to a desire for undisturbed solitude, a place where it can maintain its crucial vigil without the intrusions of the surface world. This reinforces the idea that true power often operates from a place of quiet strength rather than overt display. The discovery of these Pokémon, or rather, the rare encounters with them, are often portrayed as life-altering events for those fortunate enough to witness them. Imagine the sheer wonder, the breathless awe of seeing Ho-Oh alight upon a distant peak, its feathers glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. Or perhaps the profound sense of peace that would wash over one, drifting in a small boat upon a storm-tossed sea, as Lugia's form gently emerges from the depths, its calming aura instantly stilling the furious waves. These experiences are not merely visual or auditory, they are deeply spiritual, resonating within the soul and leaving an indelible mark. They are reminders of the vast, mysterious, and awe-inspiring world that lies beyond our everyday comprehension. The concept of chosen ones, or individuals who are destined to interact with these legendary Pokémon, is also a recurring motif in their lore. This highlights the idea that such profound encounters are not random, but rather part of a larger cosmic design. These individuals, often possessing a pure heart or an unwavering spirit, act as intermediaries, bridging the gap between the human world and the realm of the legendaries. Their journeys, their trials, and their eventual understanding of these powerful beings serve to further deepen our own appreciation for the intricate tapestry of the Pokemon universe. It suggests that while these creatures hold immense power, they are also responsive to the purity of spirit, to the unwavering belief in goodness and balance. As we delve deeper into the quiet corners of these narratives, the boundaries between the real and the imagined begin to dissolve, leaving behind only a profound sense of peace. The vibrant colors of Ho-Oh's rainbow, once a mere description, now seem to shimmer on the edge of vision, a gentle reminder of hope's eternal presence. The cool, deep embrace of Lugia's ocean, once a simple image, now feels like a comforting presence, a boundless reservoir of tranquility. The very air around us seems to carry a faint echo of their power, a gentle hum that lulls the mind into deeper relaxation. The stories of Ho-Oh and Lugia are not just tales of powerful creatures, they are reflections of universal truths. They speak to the eternal cycle of life and death, the constant interplay between chaos and order, and the enduring power of hope and peace. They are metaphors for the challenges and triumphs of existence, presented in a form that is both grand and intimately personal. To contemplate their existence, their responsibilities, and their enduring watch over the world is to engage in a form of meditation, a quiet journey into the heart of balance and harmony. The gentle current of these narratives continues to flow, carrying the mind further and further from the shores of waking thought. The faint, distant chimes of the tin tower, perhaps carried on a gentle breeze, mingle with the soft, rhythmic sighs of the ocean, a lullaby woven from the very essence of these legendary Pokemon. Each subtle sound, each whispered detail, acts as a guiding hand, leading the consciousness down a path of serene contemplation towards a deeper, more profound state of rest. The very essence of their ancient power, their unending vigilance, becomes a soothing balm for the soul, a quiet promise of protection and peace that extends through the darkest hours of the night. This quiet understanding, this profound connection to the timeless narratives of Ho-Oh and Lugia, becomes a sanctuary for the weary mind, a gentle invitation to fully surrender to the comforting embrace of a deep and restorative slumber. The whispers of their legends, carried on the softest currents of air, continue to unfold, revealing even more intricate layers of their intertwined destinies. Consider for a moment the profound origins attributed to Ho-Oh, often described as the very embodiment of the rainbow, a creature whose feathers shimmer with all 7 colors, leaving a brilliant arc across the sky as it takes flight. This is not merely a visual spectacle, it is a profound symbol. The rainbow itself, universally, signifies hope, renewal, and a bridge between worlds. For Ho-Oh to be its living manifestation suggests a being intrinsically tied to the promise of new beginnings after every storm, a beacon guiding lost souls and inspiring those who gaze upon its splendor. Its presence is said to bring happiness to those who witness it, a gentle blessing bestowed upon the world, a testament to its benevolent nature. And then there is the legend of its resurrection of the 3 Pokémon from the burning brass tower, an event that forever etched its benevolent power into the lore of Johto. The very act of bringing life back from ash, from complete devastation, speaks to a power beyond mere strength. It is a power of restoration, of defiance against absolute loss, a nurturing force that seeks to heal and to renew. These three Pokemon, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, became Ho-Oh's loyal guardians, each embodying a facet of the natural world. The lightning flash of Raikou symbolizing the swift and raw power of the storm, the fiery passion of Entei representing the volcanic heart of the earth, and the flowing purity of Suicune reflecting the cleansing waters of the world. Their very existence is a living testament to Ho-Oh's compassion and its ability to transform tragedy into something magnificent, something enduring. They are not just companions, they are extensions of its will, its protective embrace over the natural order. Lugia, on the other hand, dwells in the deep, a creature whose power is so immense, so awe-inspiring, that it is said to choose to reside in the abyss to prevent its presence from causing catastrophic storms on the surface. This self-imposed solitude, this conscious withdrawal from the easy light of day, speaks volumes about its character. It is not a creature driven by a desire for recognition or adoration, but by a profound sense of responsibility and a deep understanding of its own overwhelming power. Its domain is the churning depths, the silent, crushing pressure of the ocean floor, a place where few can reach, a place of immense mystery and ancient secrets. Yet from these depths, it exerts a gentle, unseen influence, maintaining the delicate balance of the seas, a silent guardian of the oceanic currents and the creatures that call them home. Its wings, capable of stirring up storms that last for 40 days, are also the instruments through which it brings tranquility, a testament to its control over the very forces of nature. The deep blue of Lugia, contrasting with Ho-Oh's vibrant spectrum, visually represents this dichotomy. One is the sky, the light, the vibrant promise. The other is the ocean, the depth, the profound mystery. Yet they are not opposing forces in a destructive sense, but rather complementary aspects of a grander design, much like the sky meets the sea at the horizon, each defining the other. Their legends often intertwine, speaking of a time when they resided together in the majestic brass tower, a symbol of their shared guardianship over the land and its people. This partnership, this harmonious coexistence, suggests a universal order where even the most powerful entities find balance and purpose in relation to one another. The destruction of the brass tower, whether by natural lightning or human folly, marked a turning point, scattering them but not diminishing their connection. It merely shifted their roles, forcing them to find new ways to fulfill their ancient responsibilities, to maintain their vigilant watch from separate yet equally significant realms. The gentle rocking of the waves, a sound intrinsically linked to Lugia's domain, can be heard in the quietude, a rhythmic pulse that soothes and calms. It is the sound of the ocean breathing, a powerful yet utterly peaceful rhythm that resonates with the deepest parts of our being. And in the softest whispers of the wind, there might be a faint, almost imperceptible rustle, like the distant flutter of vibrant feathers, a fleeting glimpse of Ho-Oh's passage across the distant horizon, leaving behind a trail of unseen hope. These sensory details, though imagined, become tangibly real in the mind's eye, drawing us deeper into the narrative, allowing us to feel the presence of these legendary beings, not just as characters in a story, but as forces that shape the very fabric of their world, and by extension, our own understanding of existence. The stories of human interaction with Ho-Oh and Lugia also add another layer to their mystique. Not every encounter is one of grand spectacle or world-saving intervention. Often, it is a subtle whisper, a fleeting vision, a moment of profound realization. For some, catching a glimpse of Ho-Oh's rainbow may be a sign of good fortune, a gentle confirmation that their path is true. For others, feeling the immense calming presence of Lugia, perhaps during a quiet night by the sea, might offer solace and a profound sense of peace, a reassuring reminder of the deep, unwavering forces that govern the world. These personal connections, those individual interpretations of their presence, highlight how deeply ingrained these legends are in the collective consciousness, shaping perspectives and offering comfort in times of uncertainty. The very act of seeking them out, as many trainers and adventurers do, is itself a journey of self-discovery. It is not merely about capturing a powerful Pokémon, but about understanding the principles they embody. To seek Ho-Oh is to seek hope, to seek renewal, to seek the truth of one's own spirit. To seek Lugia is to seek balance, to seek control, to seek the quiet strength that lies within. Their challenges, whether physical or spiritual, are designed to test the worthiness of those who approach them, ensuring that their immense power is only ever entrusted to those who understand the delicate balance of the world and are committed to its preservation. This makes their legend a moral compass, a guide for ethical action and responsible stewardship. And as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, the gentle interplay of these narratives continues to unfold like a slow, deliberate dance between two ancient, powerful entities. The vibrant colors of Ho-Oh's spectrum, though unseen, continue to glow softly in the mind, a silent promise of dawn. The deep, calming blue of Lugia's ocean, though unheard, continues to pulse with a steady, rhythmic beat, a constant reminder of enduring tranquility. The air itself seems to shimmer with their combined essence, a delicate blend of celestial light and oceanic depth, creating an atmosphere of profound peace and quiet understanding. The stories of Ho-Oh and Lugia are not merely ancient myths, they are living legends, constantly evolving in the minds of those who contemplate them, offering an endless source of contemplation and calm. They are the guardians of balance, the symbols of hope and peace, and their enduring presence in the Pokémon world is a testament to the power of belief, the resilience of nature, and the quiet strength of true legend. As these thoughts gently drift, the boundaries of waking reality begin to soften, replaced by the comforting embrace of a dreamscape woven from the very fabric of these enduring tales, guiding the mind towards a deep and truly restorative sleep. The world outside fades, replaced by the gentle hum of ancient power, a lullaby whispered by the winds and the waves, carrying one further into the serene depths of slumber. The whispers of their legend, carried on the soft currents of the night air, continue to paint vivid pictures in the mind. Imagine, if you will, the gentle unfurling of Ho-Oh's iridescent wings, each feather a tiny prism catching the moonbeams, scattering them into a soft, ethereal glow that seems to warm the very fabric of existence. This glow is not just light, it is the warmth of renewal, the quiet promise that even after the darkest night, a new day will always, inevitably, dawn. It is the feeling of hope, a subtle yet profound presence that permeates the deepest corners of the soul, offering solace and strength. The soft rustle of those magnificent feathers, a sound unheard yet deeply felt, evokes a sense of ancient wisdom, a knowledge of cycles and beginnings and endings that stretches back to the very genesis of the world. And then consider the silent, graceful descent of Lugia into the profound depths of the ocean. The water, parting almost reverently before its majestic form, reveals a world of hushed tranquility. Its vast, powerful fins move with an almost imperceptible grace, propelling it through the cool, dark currents, a silent guardian of the deep. The light, filtering down from the surface, refracts around its sleek, aerodynamic body, creating an otherworldly shimmer that is both awe-inspiring and deeply calming. This is the essence of balance, the quiet strength that holds the chaotic forces of the world in check, a steadying presence that ensures harmony persists even amidst the most violent storms. The subtle hum of the ocean, a rhythmic pulse that echoes in the stillness, becomes a lullaby, a testament to enduring peace and unwavering resolve. The interplay of these unseen forces, the vibrant warmth of Ho-Oh and the serene coolness of Lugia, creates a perfect equilibrium, a cosmic dance that underpins the very structure of the Pokémon world. Their legends are not simply tales of powerful creatures, they are metaphors for the fundamental energies that govern life itself. Ho-Oh, the embodiment of life, resurrection, and the promise of new beginnings, breathes vibrant energy into the world. Its presence is a constant reminder that even from ashes, new life can emerge, stronger and more beautiful than before. This concept of renewal is woven into the very fabric of nature, from the blossoming of a flower after winter's chill to the quiet resilience of a spirit overcoming adversity. Lugia, on the other hand, represents the immense, often unseen power of the ocean and the profound importance of maintaining equilibrium. Its domain, the deep sea, is a realm of immense pressure and vast, silent spaces, reflecting the inner strength and quiet determination needed to keep the world's natural forces in balance. It is the steady hand that guides the currents, the calming presence that prevents the storms from overwhelming the land. This duality, this push and pull between active, vibrant creation and passive, steadfast preservation, is what makes their combined story so compelling and so universally resonant. Think, too, of the profound impact they have had on the cultures and beliefs of the Pokémon world. In regions where Ho-Oh is revered, such as Johto, its presence has inspired architectural marvels like the Bell Tower, a structure designed to welcome and honor its majestic return. The very architecture, with its intricate carvings and towering height, speaks of aspiration and reverence, a longing to connect with the divine. The clear bells, whose gentle chimes are said to attract Ho-Oh, represent purity of heart and intention, suggesting that true connection with such a powerful being requires a certain moral clarity. The destruction of the original brass tower and the subsequent emergence of the legendary beasts from its ashes is perhaps the most poignant example of Ho-Oh's direct influence, transforming tragedy into a new form of life, emphasizing its unwavering commitment to renewal. The fact that Ho-Oh bestowed a portion of its power, a glimpse of its fiery essence, upon 3 Pokémon who perished in the fire, not only revived them, but also imbued them with unique attributes that reflect the very essence of the elements themselves, turning a moment of sorrow into a testament to its boundless, life-giving power. Each of the 3, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, embodies a distinct aspect of that transformative moment. Raikou, the swiftness of the lightning strike, Entei, the fierce blaze of the fire, and Suicune, the purifying rain that quelled the flames, each a living legacy of Ho-Oh's intervention. In the Whirl Islands, where Lugia makes its home, the legends speak of its role as a protector, a guardian against the tempestuous seas. The very structure of these islands, with their hidden caves and treacherous currents, seems to have been sculpted by the immense power of Lugia, a natural fortress guarding its secret sanctuary. The reverence shown to Lugia by the people of these coastal communities is not merely out of fear, but out of a deep respect for its ability to maintain order in a chaotic environment. They understand that their very survival often depends on the benevolent oversight of this magnificent creature. The ancient songs and dances performed in its honor are not just rituals, they are heartfelt expressions of gratitude and pleas for continued protection, a recognition of the delicate balance between humanity and the formidable power of nature. The legends of the sea, whispered from generation to generation, often tell of Lugia's calming influence, turning raging storms into gentle breezes, saving countless ships and lives. Its presence is a beacon of safety, a silent promise of refuge in a world that can often be unpredictable and perilous. The stories of Ho-Oh and Lugia are also deeply intertwined with the concept of trainers and their journeys. For many, encountering these legendary Pokémon is the ultimate goal, a culmination of years of training and dedication. But the true significance of such an encounter lies not in mere conquest, but in mutual understanding and respect. A trainer who is deemed worthy by Ho-Oh or Lugia is not simply powerful. They possess a deep moral compass, a profound appreciation for the natural world, and a commitment to preserving the delicate balance that these two legends embody. The challenges set forth by these magnificent beings are not arbitrary tests of strength. They are trials of character designed to ascertain the heart and spirit of the one who seeks to stand before them. It is said that Ho-Oh will only reveal itself to a trainer with a pure heart, one who demonstrates unwavering hope and kindness, mirroring its own benevolent nature. Conversely, Lugia, with its deep wisdom, is said to seek out a trainer who possesses remarkable inner strength, a calm demeanor, and an innate understanding of the importance of balance, someone who can withstand the metaphorical pressures of the world without succumbing to chaos. Consider the profound symbolism of their respective elements. Ho-Oh, with its fiery essence, represents passion, transformation, and the unyielding spirit of life. Fire, while destructive, is also a purifier, a catalyst for new growth. It is the warmth that sustains, the light that guides, and the energy that ignites change. Its rainbow colors further symbolize diversity, unity, and the full spectrum of experiences that life offers, a testament to the richness and complexity of existence. The very act of witnessing Ho-Oh's flight, a streak of vibrant color across the sky, is said to instill a sense of awe and inspire a renewed sense of purpose, reminding us of the boundless possibilities that lie ahead. Lugia, dwelling in the depths of the ocean, embodies serenity, mystery, and immense, quiet power. Water, the source of all life, is also a force of immense strength, capable of shaping landscapes and eroding mountains. It represents adaptability, fluidity, and the deep, unconscious wisdom that lies beneath the surface. The vastness of the ocean, its uncharted territories, mirrors the unexplored depths of the psyche, the hidden strengths and insights that reside within each of us. The calm, rhythmic ebb and flow of the tides, governed by forces unseen, perfectly encapsulates Lugia's role as a guardian of balance, maintaining order through its steady, unwavering presence. Its deep blue coloration, reminiscent of the boundless sea and the endless sky, evokes a sense of profound peace and boundless tranquility. As these thoughts gently weave through the quiet of the night, the distinction between myth and reality begins to blur. The legends of Ho-Oh and Lugia are not merely stories, they are archetypes deeply embedded in the collective unconscious, speaking to universal human experiences of hope, despair, balance, and chaos. They offer a framework for understanding the world, a lens through which to interpret the vast, intricate tapestry of life. Their enduring presence in the Pokémon world is a testament to the power of storytelling, the ability of narrative to shape perceptions, instill values, and inspire generations. The very act of contemplating their existence, of allowing their legends to wash over the mind, can be a profoundly calming experience. It's an invitation to step away from the immediate concerns of the everyday and to connect with something ancient, vast, and enduring. The gentle imagery of Ho-Oh's rainbow wings, shimmering in the mind's eye, brings a soft, comforting warmth. The imagined sensation of Lugia's silent glide through the deep, cool ocean currents evokes a sense of profound peace and boundless tranquility. Thuses are not just creatures of immense power, they are symbols of harmony, beacons of hope, and guardians of the delicate equilibrium that sustains all life. And as the night deepens further and the world outside grows quieter still, the soft echo of their combined legend continues to resonate, a gentle lullaby for the dreaming mind. The vibrant hues of hope, infused by Ho-Oh, blend seamlessly with the calming depths of balance, personified by Lugia, creating a perfect symphony for slumber. The air feels thick with their presence, a gentle blend of sky and sea, fire and water, light and shadow, all converging to create a pervasive sense of serenity. This is the quiet power of their lore, a subtle yet profound influence that soothes the spirit and invites us deep, restorative sleep, a journey into dreams where these ancient guardians continue their eternal dance, watching over the world and those who rest within it. The soft breath of the wind, the almost imperceptible rustle of unseen leaves, and the distant rhythmic pulse of the world all contribute to this quiet, enveloping calm, guiding the mind ever deeper into the realm of peaceful dreams, where the legends of Ho-Oh and Lugia continue to unfold in an endless tapestry of wonder and tranquility. What if every Elite Four member across all regions had legendary Pokémon teams instead of their regular rosters? The Elite Four are supposed to represent the pinnacle of regional training excellence, the final gatekeepers before champion battles, yet most rely on standard Pokémon that any dedicated trainer could theoretically obtain. But legendary Pokémon exist in canon, scattered across regions, and often left unused by the narrative. The Pokémon World Tournament in Black 2 and White 2 already established the precedent for elite trainers using legendary teams in official competition. So let's redistribute these mythical powerhouses to create the most challenging Elite Four gauntlets imaginable. The rules are simple but strict. Each Elite Four member gets exactly 6 legendary or mythical Pokémon that align with their canonical type specialty and personality. No Ultra Beasts since they technically exist outside normal legendary classification. No repeated legendaries across different trainers, creating scarcity and forcing creative distributions. Each region's Elite Four will utilize that region's signature battle gimmick: Mega Evolution for Kanto through Kalos, Z moves for Alola, Gigantamax for Galar, and Terastallization for Paldea. We're walking through every region in canonical order, starting with the original Kanto Elite Four. Lorelei's team would be Articuno, Suicune, Rigitsei, Kyurem, Palkia, and Cresselia, with Mega Articuno as her ace. Ice represents precision and control, the ability to halt momentum and dictate battle tempo through calculated freezing strategies. Articuno fits perfectly as her signature, the legendary ice bird that embodies her cool, collected demeanor from the Savai Islands. Suicune brings Aurora-powered elegance while maintaining ice synergy through Blizzard and Aurora Beam coverage. Regis provides the defensive wall strategy she's known for, an ancient golem that can tank hits while setting up devastating ice attacks. Kyurem adds raw legendary power with its ability to reshape the battlefield through ice manipulation. Palkia might seem like an odd choice for an ice specialist, but its control over space mirrors how ice trainers control battle flow, plus it learns several ice moves naturally. Cresselia rounds out the team with psychic support and dream-based battlefield control that complements Ice's tempo manipulation perfectly. Bruno's team would be Terrakion, Cobalion, Regirock, Landoris Therian, Gruden, and Marshadow, with Mega Terrakion leading the charge. Fighting represents the warrior's path, raw determination, and physical excellence pushed to legendary extremes. Terrakion serves as the perfect ace, a legendary fighting type that embodies the noble warrior spirit Bruno represents. Cobalion continues the sacred sword theme, adding steel typing for defensive versatility while maintaining that fighting core. Regirock brings the rock typing Bruno canonically uses, an ancient titan that can both tank damage and deal crushing physical attacks. Landoris Therian form provides ground coverage while maintaining the physical powerhouse approach through its incredible attack stat. Groudon might break Bruno's type theme slightly, but hear me out. It represents the ultimate expression of ground and physical power. Plus, Bruno has always used some ground types alongside his fighting specialists. Marshadow completes the team as a fighting legendary that embodies the shadowy training methods and mysterious nature that fighting masters often possess. Agatha's team would be Giratina, Lunala, Yveltal, Hoopa Unbound, Necrozma Dawnwings, and Calyrex Shadow Rider, with Mega Giratina as her ace if it existed. Otherwise, Giratina remains her centerpiece. Ghost represents the boundary between life and death, ancient wisdom, and the power to manipulate reality itself. Giratina perfectly captures Agatha's connection to the spirit world and her role as an elderly trainer who understands mysteries younger trainers cannot fathom. Lunala brings moon-based ghost power that reflects the nocturnal nature of ghost Pokémon and Agatha's preference for battles in darkness. Yveltal adds the legendary destruction aspect that ghost types often embody, the power to drain life force and bring endings. Hoopa Unbound provides psychic support while maintaining supernatural theming through its reality warping portals. Necrozma Dawnwing's form combines ghost typing with legendary light manipulation, creating interesting tactical possibilities. Calyrex Shadow Rider rounds out the team with a regal ghost presence that matches Agatha's status as an Elite Four veteran, plus the speed control that ghost trainers often utilize. Lance's team would be Rayquaza, Dialga, Reshiram, Zekrom, Eternatus, and Roaring Moon, with Mega Rayquaza as his undisputed ace. Dragon represents mastery over legendary power itself, the pinnacle of Pokemon training, where only the most skilled can command these ancient beings. Rayquaza serves as the perfect signature, the sky dragon that mediates between legendary forces and embodies the raw power Lance has always represented. Dialga brings time manipulation to complement dragon typing, plus the steel secondary typing adds defensive options. Lance's canon teams sometimes lack. Reshiram and Zekrom together represent the ultimate legendary dragon duo, truth and ideals, unified under Lance's leadership, showcasing his growth as both trainer and champion. Eternatus provides the legendary poison dragon combination that creates unique battle scenarios while maintaining overwhelming power. Roaring Moon, while technically a paradox Pokemon, functions as a legendary tier ancient dragon that connects to Lance's fascination with dragon history and prehistoric power. Moving into Johto, we encounter the same Elite Four structure, but with different legendary distributions due to our no-repeat rule. Will's team would be Mewtwo, Deoxys, Celebi, Mew, Espeon, and Delcatty. But wait, Espeon and Delcatty aren't legendary. Let me revise that. Will's team would be Mewtwo, Deoxys, Celebi, Mew, Latios, and Latias, with Mega Mewtwo Y as his ace. Psychic represents the power of the mind pushed to its absolute limits, telepathic abilities, and reality manipulation through pure mental force. Mewtwo obviously serves as the ultimate psychic legendary, created specifically to be the most powerful psychic Pokemon in existence, matching Will's scholarly approach to psychic mastery. Deoxys brings alien intelligence and the ability to change forms mid-battle, reflecting the adaptability that top-tier psychic trainers must possess. Celebi adds time travel capabilities while maintaining psychic typing, plus the grass secondary typing provides coverage options. Mew provides the ancestral psychic foundation, the original from which all psychic power theoretically derives. Latios and Latias complete the team as the Eon duo, legendary psychic dragons that can share thoughts and coordinate attacks in ways that showcase advanced psychic battle strategies. Koga's team would be Eternatus actually goes to Lance, so Koga gets Nihilego, Buzzwole, Circuitry, Celesteela, Kartana, and Guzzlord. But wait, I said no Ultra Beasts. Let me correct this. Koga's team would be Crobat, Venomoth, Muk, Fortress, Ariados, and Tentacruel, but none of those are legendary. This creates a problem, since poison legendary Pokemon are extremely rare. Koga's team would be Naganadel if we allowed Ultra Beasts, but under our rules, we need to get creative. Koga's team would be Arceus Poison type, with Poison Plate, Eternatus, but that goes to Lance, so let's say Overquill from Legends Arceus, but that's not legendary either. Actually, let me restructure this. The poison typing presents a legitimate challenge, since very few legendary Pokemon are poison type. Koga's team would be Arceus with Poison Plate, Nihilego if we break the Ultra Beast rule just for him, and then we'd need to branch into dual-type legendaries that learn poison moves or have poison associations. Koga's team would be Arceus Poison Plate, and then 5 other legendaries that either learn poison moves or have thematic connections to poison and ninja arts. Koga's team would be Arceus with Poison Plate, Zygarde for its snake-like form, and earth-based powers that connect to ninja earthwork, Cresselia for its dream manipulation that mirrors how poison affects consciousness, Darkrai for its nightmare abilities that parallel poison's debilitating effects, Shaman for its plant connections, since many poisons come from plants, and Victini for the speed and agility that ninja masters require. Mega Arceus would be the ace if such a form existed, otherwise Arceus remains the centerpiece. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Yveltal goes to Agatha, so Darkrai, Umbreon, but that's not legendary. Absol, but not legendary either. This is the same problem as Koga. Dark-type legendary Pokemon are limited. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Hoopa Unbound goes to Agatha, so Darkrai, and we need 5 more. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Necrozma base form for its light-absorbing darkness theme. Lunala goes to Agatha, so Solgaleo actually no, that's not dark type. Karen's team would be Darkrai as the obvious ace, Yveltal, but that goes to Agatha, Necrozma for its light absorption, Giratina goes to Agatha, so we need different options. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Necrozma, Marshadow goes to Bruno, so Calyrex Shadow Rider goes to Agatha. Let me completely restart Karen with available dark associations. Karen's team would be Darkrai, Necrozma base form, Arceus with Dreadplate, Zygarde for its serpentine darkness themes, Kyurem Black for its dark-colored form and cold darkness associations, and Hoopa Confined form for its mischievous dark typing, with Mega Darkrai as her ace. Dark represents the hidden aspects of Pokemon training, the psychological warfare and unconventional strategies that Karen has always embodied. Darkrai obviously fits as the nightmare Pokemon that can manipulate sleep and dreams, perfect for Karen's mind games approach. Necrozma brings the light-devouring aspect that dark trainers often utilize, absorbing energy and turning it against opponents. Arceus with Dreadplate provides the ultimate dark-type foundation while giving Karen access to the original Pokemon's power. Zygarde connects to dark themes through its serpentine design and its role as a hidden guardian that operates from shadows. Kyurem Black form adds the legendary Ice Dark aesthetic while providing powerful physical attacks. Hoopa Confined brings the trickster element that Karen's strategies often employ, using misdirection and unconventional tactics to achieve victory. Bruno in Johto keeps the same team as Kanto since he appears in both regions canonically, maintaining consistency with Terrakion, Cobalion, Regirock, Landorus Therian, Groudon, and Marshadow with Mega Terrakion. Will in Johto would have Celebi, Mew, Jirachi, Shaman Skyform, Victini, and Meloetta, with Mega Celebi as his ace. Psychic represents the power of mental connection and foresight that Will demonstrates through his elegant battling style. Celebi fits perfectly as the time-traveling forest guardian that connects to Will's gentle nature and his role as the calm, collected member of the Elite Four. Mew provides the psychic foundation as the original psychic legendary, with its infinite move pool matching Will's versatility. Jirachi brings the wish-granting aspect that mirrors how psychic Pokemon can make the impossible seem possible through telekinesis and prediction. Shaman Skyform adds the graceful flying element that matches Will's theatrical mask-wearing persona and his preference for elegant aerial maneuvers. Victini provides the victory-ensuring psychic boost that Will would use to guarantee his strategic advantage. Meloetta gives him the artistic connection through its song-based powers that complement his performance-oriented battle style. Lance gets the Dragon Legendary team he deserves as champion, featuring Rayquaza, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Reshiram, and Zekrom, with Mega Rayquaza as his ace. Dragon represents ultimate power and the mastery that Lance has always claimed as the Dragon Master and champion of 2 regions. Rayquaza brings the Sky Serpent that perfectly matches Lance's cape-wearing dramatic flair and his connection to flying-type moves. Dialga and Palkia provide the temporal and spatial control that a champion needs to manage battles across dimensions of strategy. Giratina adds the antimatter dragon that shows Lance can control even the most dangerous legendary forces. Reshiram and Zekrom give him the truth and ideals dragons that represent the dual nature of being both Elite Four member and champion, balancing power with responsibility. Hoenn's Elite Four brings new challenges with their diverse typing requirements. Sydney would have Darkrai, Yveltal, Necrozma, Giratina, Hoopa Unbound, and Guzzlord, with Mega Yveltal as his ace if such a form existed. Otherwise, Yveltal remains his signature. Dark represents the rebellious spirit and unconventional tactics that Sydney embodies as the punk rock Elite Four member. Yveltal fits as the destruction Pokémon that matches Sydney's aggressive battling style and his preference for overwhelming offensive pressure. Darkrai provides the nightmare manipulation that Sydney would use to psychologically intimidate opponents before battles even begin. Necrozma brings the light-absorbing capabilities that complement Dark-type strategies of draining opponent resources. Giratina adds the banished legendary that mirrors Sydney's outsider aesthetic and his rejection of traditional Elite Four formality. Hoopa Unbound gives him the chaotic portal summoning power that matches his unpredictable battle strategies. Guzzlord provides the Ultra Beast element that represents Sydney's willingness to embrace the dangerous and unknown aspects of Pokémon training. Phoebe would command Lunala, Marshadow, Giratina, Hoopa, Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Spectrier with Mega Lunala as her ace. Ghost represents the connection between worlds that Phoebe maintains through her spiritual training and her ability to communicate with departed Pokémon spirits. Lunala fits perfectly as the moon legendary that travels between dimensions, matching Phoebe's role as a bridge between the living and spirit worlds. Marshadow brings the shadow-dwelling fighter that can hide in any shadow, perfect for Phoebe's sneaky battle tactics and her preference for surprise attacks. Giratina provides the reverse world access that Phoebe would use to outmaneuver opponents by attacking from unexpected dimensional angles. Hoopa gives her portal manipulation abilities that complement her spiritual travel between realms. Calyrex Shadow Rider adds the Ghost Riding King that matches her regal presence despite her casual appearance. Spectrier provides the pure ghost horse that represents the spiritual mounts that carry souls between worlds in the folklore that inspires Phoebe's training philosophy. Glacia would have Articuno, Kyurem, Regis, Suicune, Calyrex Ice Rider, and Glastrier with Mega Articuno as her ace. Ice represents precision and control through freezing perfection, which matches Glacia's calculated approach to battles and her emphasis on defensive strategies that gradually wear down opponents. Articuno brings the legendary Ice Bird that can freeze entire battlefields with blizzard attacks, perfect for Glacia's preference for controlling battle conditions. Kyurem provides the boundary Pokémon that represents the balance between ice and dragon power that Glacia maintains in her elegant yet devastating attack patterns. Regis adds the Ice Age legendary that can withstand any attack while slowly building up for massive counterstrikes. Suicune gives her the Aurora Pokemon, whose grace and beauty match Glacia's refined battling style and her appreciation for ice-type aesthetic perfection. Calyrex Ice Rider brings the King Legendary mounted on ice, representing the royal control that ice trainers exercise over battle tempo. Glastrier provides the pure Ice Horse, whose charging attacks complement Glacia's strategy of building momentum through defensive positioning before launching devastating offensive combinations. Drake would command Rayquaza, Latios, Latias, Salamence, but that is not legendary. So Eternatus, Regidrago, and Cyclizar, but that is not legendary either. Drake's team would be Rayquaza, Latios, Latias, Eternatus, Regidrago, and Dialga, with Mega Rayquaza as his ace. Dragon represents the ancient power and wisdom that Drake has accumulated through decades of sailing and training with dragon Pokemon across the world's oceans. Rayquaza fits as the sky serpent that rules above the seas, where Drake has spent his career, bringing weather control that matches his naval expertise. Latios and Latias provide the jet Pokemon that can keep pace with Drake's sailing adventures while offering the psychic dragon combination that reflects his strategic mind. Eternatus adds the gigantic legendary that represents the overwhelming power that dragon masters eventually learn to control. Regidrago brings the dragon energy crystallized into legendary form, showing Drake's connection to the pure essence of dragon power. Dialga gives him time manipulation abilities that reflect how dragon masters like Drake seem to slow down battles through their experience and tactical patience. Steven remains champion with Mewtwo, Mew, Deoxys, Jirachi, Latios, and Celebi, with Mega Mewtwo X as his ace. Steel represents precision and perfection in both craftsmanship and battle, but Steven's legendary team focuses on the psychic types that complement his analytical mind and his geological research into rare stones and metals. Mewtwo provides the artificially perfected legendary that matches Steven's appreciation for human achievement in Pokemon development. Deoxys brings the space virus legendary, whose crystalline forms connect to Steven's geological expertise and his fascination with rare materials from beyond Earth. Sinnoh's Elite Four operates under Mega Evolution restrictions since the region introduced the mechanic canonically. Aaron would have Genesect, Buzzwole, Pheromosa, Volcarona but not legendary, so Scyther but not legendary. Aaron's team would be Genesect, Buzzwole, Pheromosa, Kartana for its blade-like insect qualities, Celesteela for its bamboo rocket design that resembles certain insect cocoons, and Xurkitree for its wire-like appendages that mirror insect legs, with Mega Genesect as his ace. Bug represents evolution and adaptation through metamorphosis, which Aaron embodies through his energetic personality and his belief that bug Pokemon can overcome any disadvantage through proper development. Genesect brings the ancient bug legendary modified with modern technology, perfect for Aaron's philosophy that bug types can compete with any other type through innovation. Buzzwole provides the muscle-flexing Ultra Beast that shows how bug Pokemon can achieve incredible physical power through proper training. Pheromosa adds the elegant speedster that demonstrates bug-type grace and agility taken to legendary extremes. Kartana gives him the paper-cutting Ultra Beast, whose blade abilities show how bug types can develop cutting techniques that rival steel-type attacks. Celesteela brings the rocket launching capabilities that bugs would develop if they could grow to massive sizes. Circuitry provides the electrical generation that many real insects use for communication, scaled up to legendary proportions. Bertha would command Groudon, Landoris Therian, Zygarde complete form, Primal Groudon actually that is the same Pokemon, so Groudon, Landoris both forms, Zygarde, Ting-Lu for its ground vessel design, Garchomp but not legendary. Bertha's team would be Groudon, Landoris Therian, Zygarde complete form, Great Tusk for its ancient ground type design, Ting-Lu for its earth vessel, legendary status, and Claydol but not legendary. Let me restart Bertha properly. Bertha's team would be Groudon, Landoris Therian, Zygarde complete form, Ting-Lu, Wo-Chien since it lives in wooden tablets that connect to Earth, and Chien-Pao, but that is Ice type. Bertha's team would be Groudon, Landoris Therian, Zygarde complete form, Ting-Lu, Great Tusk, and Regirock, with Mega Groudon as her ace. Ground represents the foundation and stability that Bertha provides as the most experienced Elite Four member, using Earth-based attacks that demonstrate patience and overwhelming power. Groudon brings the continent-creating legendary that can reshape entire battlefields through drought and earthquake attacks. Landoris Therian provides the fertility Pokemon whose ground-flying combination matches Bertha's ability to control both terrain and aerial space. Zygarde complete form gives her the order-maintaining legendary that represents how ground types serve as the foundation for all other Pokemon types. Ting-Lu brings the vessel legendary, whose earth-based design connects to Bertha's pottery and earthenware interests. Great Tusk adds the ancient ground type that shows how ground Pokemon have remained powerful throughout evolutionary history. Regirock provides the rock ground legendary, whose defensive capabilities match Bertha's patient defensive battle style. Flannery gets promoted to Elite Four in this timeline since Hoenn only has 4 Elite Four members canonically, and her team would be Ho-Oh, Moltres, Entei, Heatran, Volcanion, and Chi-Yu, with Mega Ho-Oh as her ace. Fire represents passion and intensity that burns away all obstacles, perfectly matching Flannery's enthusiastic personality and her grandfather's legacy at Lava Ridge Gym. Ho-Oh brings the Rainbow Legendary, whose sacred fire can revive defeated Pokemon, connecting to Flannery's belief that fire types never truly lose as long as their fighting spirit remains. Moltres provides the Flame Bird, whose molten feathers create the intense heat that Flannery uses to overwhelm opponents before they can establish defensive strategies. Entei adds the Volcano Legendary, whose eruption-based attacks match the geological setting of Lava Ridge Town and its hot springs. Heatran gives her the Magma Pokemon, whose steel-fire typing represents the forging process that creates the strongest materials through intense heat. Volcanion brings the Steam Legendary, whose water-fire combination shows how Fire Masters can control even opposing elements. Chi-Yu provides the Goldfish Legendary, whose fire-dark typing adds the passionate intensity that can burn through any resistance. Cynthia remains champion with Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Darkrai, and Cresselia, with Mega Arceus as her ace assuming such a form existed, otherwise Arceus remains her signature. Her team represents the complete mastery of Sinnoh's legendary Pokemon and the mythological knowledge that makes her the strongest champion. Arceus provides the original Pokemon, whose type-changing abilities match Cynthia's versatility across multiple Pokemon types, in her canonical team. Dialga and Palkia give her control over time and space, representing the dimensional thinking that Cynthia applies to battle strategy and Pokemon research. Giratina adds the antimatter legendary that shows Cynthia's willingness to explore even the most dangerous aspects of Pokemon mythology. Darkrai brings the nightmare legendary, whose dream manipulation reflects Cynthia's psychological approach to battles. Cresselia provides the dream protection that balances Darkrai's nightmares, showing how Cynthia maintains harmony between opposing forces. This legendary team elevates every Elite Four challenge to champion level difficulty, creating the most demanding Pokemon League in any region, while maintaining the thematic connections that make each trainer's identity recognizable through their legendary partners. And there you have it, every Elite Four member across all regions, equipped with legendary Pokemon teams that match their canonical personalities and battle philosophies, while creating the ultimate challenge for any trainer brave enough to face them. Let me know what you think and how you would build these legendary Elite Four rosters if you were designing the Ultimate Pokemon League challenge. But wait, we need to address what happens when trainers actually face these legendary powered Elite Four members, because giving every Elite Four legendary teams fundamentally changes how Pokemon League challenges work across every region. Unlike Canon, where Elite Four members use strong but obtainable Pokemon that trainers can realistically counter with proper strategy and type matchups, legendary teams create an entirely different tier of difficulty that transforms the Pokemon League from a skill-based challenge into something approaching mythical trials. Starting with Kanto, trainers who somehow manage to defeat Bruno's legendary fighting team and Agatha's legendary ghost squad still face the psychological warfare of Karen's legendary dark types before confronting Lance's legendary dragon powerhouse. The progression creates a gauntlet where each victory feels increasingly impossible, unlike Canon, where trainers can exploit known weaknesses in Elite Four teams. Lorelei's legendary Ice team becomes the opening statement that this league operates under completely different rules, with Articuno and Kyurem setting a baseline power level that exceeds most champions from canon timelines. Johto presents the most interesting case because Will, Koga, Bruno, and Karen now field legendary teams that surpass Lance's canonical Dragon Squad in raw power, creating a situation where the champion becomes the easier battle compared to his Elite Four. This inverts the traditional league structure and means trainers must peak during the Elite Four gauntlet, rather than saving their strongest strategies for the champion fight. Lance's legendary dragon team still outclasses his Elite Four, but the gap narrows significantly compared to Canon, where his Dragonite could sweep most Elite Four rosters single-handedly. Hoenn's legendary Elite Four creates the most balanced challenge because Sydney's legendary dark types, Phoebe's legendary ghost squad, Glacia's legendary ice team, and Drake's legendary dragon roster all operate at comparable power levels, unlike Canon, where type matchups could create easy victories against specific members. Steven's legendary steel team maintains champion superiority, but trainers face 4 consecutive legendary battles that each require championship level strategy and preparation. The removal of type-based exploitation means trainers cannot rely on bringing one strong counter type to sweep an entire Elite Four members team. Sinnoh becomes the ultimate test because Aaron's legendary bug team, Bertha's legendary ground squad, Flannery's legendary fire roster, and Lucian's legendary psychic powerhouse each present unique legendary challenges before facing Cynthia's creation trio and mythical Pokemon. Unlike canon, where Cynthia's diverse team was her main advantage, this timeline gives her legendary Pokemon that individually outclass entire canonical Elite Four rosters. Trainers must demonstrate mastery across bug, ground, fire, and psychic legendary matchups before proving they can handle Pokemon that control time, space, and antimatter itself. Unova's Elite. Four legendary teams create a different dynamic because Chantal's legendary ghost types, Grimsley's legendary dark squad, Caitlin's legendary psychic roster, and Marshall's legendary fighting powerhouse represent four distinct legendary philosophies rather than just type specializations. Unlike canon, where Elite Four members had clear weaknesses that skilled trainers could exploit, legendary teams eliminate most traditional counter strategies and force trainers to develop new approaches for each battle. Alder's legendary bug team maintains thematic consistency while providing championship level power that justifies his position above four legendary wielding Elite Four members. Kalos transforms into the most technically demanding leagues because Malva's legendary fire types, Seabold's legendary water squad, Wickstrom's legendary steel roster, and Drasna's legendary dragon powerhouse each utilize different battle gimmicks from Mega Evolution to Z moves, creating a progressive tutorial in legendary Pokemon mastery. Unlike canon, where Diantha's Mega Gardevoir was her signature advantage, her legendary fairy team demonstrates complete mastery over legendary Pokemon that embody different aspects of fairy type mythology and power. Alola presents unique challenges because the Elite Four legendary teams must account for Z moves and the Island Challenge tradition that emphasizes cultural connection to Pokemon rather than pure power. Hala's legendary fighting squad, Olivia's legendary rock team, Acerola's legendary ghost roster, and Kahili's Sos legendary flying powerhouse each represent Island Guardian level challenges that prepare trainers for facing legendary Pokemon in competitive battle. Unlike canon, where Kukui served as the final boss with a diverse team, his legendary normal types create a championship battle that celebrates the diversity and potential within every Pokemon type. Galar's Elite Four legendary teams operate under Dynamax rules that amplify legendary Pokemon power to unprecedented levels, creating battles where Gigantamax legendary Pokemon can alter battlefield conditions and weather patterns for the entire match. Unlike canon, where Leon's Charizard was his ace, despite having other strong Pokemon, his legendary dragon team with Gigantamax Eternatus represents the ultimate expression of Galar's Dynamax phenomenon applied to legendary Pokemon mastery. Paldea's Elite Four creates the most strategically complex challenges because Terrestrialization allows legendary Pokemon to change types mid-battle, eliminating the traditional type-based strategies that trainers rely on when facing legendary opponents. Rika's legendary ground types can terrestrialize into unexpected types, forcing trainers to prepare for multiple type combinations from each legendary Pokemon rather than planning around fixed typings. The ripple effects extend beyond individual battles because legendary Elite Four teams fundamentally change how trainers prepare for Pokemon League challenges. Unlike canon, where trainers could research Elite Four teams and develop specific counter strategies. Legendary teams require trainers to achieve near championship level mastery before attempting any Elite Four challenge. This means most trainers spend significantly more time training and developing their teams before challenging any league, creating a higher baseline skill level across all competitive trainers. Regional Pokemon populations shift because trainers seeking to challenge legendary Elite Four teams must capture and train Pokemon capable of battling legendary opponents, driving demand for pseudo-legendary Pokemon, Pokemon with legendary tier stats, and Pokemon capable of Mega Evolution, Z-moves, Gigantamax, or Terastallization. Unlike Canon, where diverse teams could succeed through strategy and type advantages, legendary Elite Four teams create pressure for trainers to build teams around the most powerful, non legendary Pokemon available. The champion role evolves because champions must now field legendary teams that clearly surpass their legendary Elite Four members, creating a hierarchy where champions become legendary Pokemon masters rather than skilled trainers with strong teams. Unlike Canon, where champions like Lance, Steven, Cynthia, and Leon were distinguished by their strategic mastery and bond with their ace Pokemon, legendary champions must demonstrate mastery over multiple legendary Pokemon simultaneously. International tournaments like the Pokemon World Championships transform completely because every region now produces trainers who have defeated legendary Pokemon teams to earn their league victories, creating a global competitive scene where legendary Pokemon become standard rather than exceptional. Unlike Canon, where legendary Pokemon were restricted or banned from most competitive formats, this timeline normalizes legendary Pokemon in competitive play and creates new tournament formats designed around legendary team battles. The Pokemon League system itself evolves because the massive difficulty spike created by legendary Elite Four teams means fewer trainers successfully complete league challenges, making league victory a much rarer achievement that carries greater prestige. Unlike Canon, where multiple trainers could reasonably challenge and defeat Elite Four members each year, legendary teams create a bottleneck where only the most exceptional trainers advance past the Elite Four, fundamentally changing the Pokemon League from a test of skill to a trial of legendary Pokemon mastery. And there you have it. Every Elite Four member across all regions, equipped with legendary Pokemon teams that create the ultimate Pokemon League challenge, while maintaining their canonical personalities and transforming competitive Pokemon training into legendary Pokemon mastery. The breeding and Pokemon research industries undergo massive transformation because trainers desperately seeking Pokemon capable of battling legendary teams drive unprecedented demand for perfect IV breeding, hidden abilities, and optimal movesets. Unlike Canon, where casual trainers could succeed with wild-caught Pokemon and basic training, legendary Elite Four teams create market pressure for Pokemon breeding services, move tutors, and specialized training facilities. Professor Oak, Professor Elm, and other Pokemon researchers find their work shifting toward understanding how non-legendary Pokemon can achieve legendary tier performance through breeding, training, and bond enhancement. The Pokemon Day care system expands exponentially because trainers need access to perfectly bred Pokemon with competitive movesets and abilities, creating a cottage industry around producing Pokémon specifically designed to battle legendary opponents. Gym leaders across all regions face increased pressure to prepare trainers for the legendary Elite Four challenge, forcing them to upgrade their own teams and training methods. Unlike Canon, where gym leaders served as stepping stones with moderate difficulty curves, they now must prepare trainers for opponents wielding Mewtwo, Lugia, and other legendary Pokemon. Brock upgrades from Onyx and Graveler to teams featuring Tyranitar and Aggron with Mega Evolution capabilities. Misty incorporates Gyarados with Mega Evolution and powerful water types like Melodic to prepare trainers for Suicune and other legendary water types. Latitude Surge adds Magnezone and Electivire to prepare challengers for Zapdos and Thundurus. Each gym leader becomes a mini Elite Four member in terms of team strength, creating a much steeper difficulty progression throughout each region's gym challenge. The Pokemon Center network expands dramatically because the increased intensity of training required to challenge legendary Elite Four teams results in more injured Pokemon, longer recovery times, and greater demand for healing services. Nurse Joy and her network of Pokemon centers become crucial infrastructure supporting the legendary Elite Four system with specialized equipment for treating Pokemon that have battled legendary opponents. Unlike Canon, where most Pokemon Center visits involved routine healing after standard battles, legendary Elite Four preparation creates demand for specialized recovery services, rare healing items, and extended care for Pokemon pushed to their absolute limits during training. Regional criminal organizations face completely different dynamics because legendary Elite Four members create a deterrent effect that makes large-scale criminal operations nearly impossible. Team Rocket, Team Magma, Team Aqua, Team Galactic, and other organizations must completely rethink their strategies because regions protected by legendary Elite Four teams have legendary Pokemon actively defending them. Unlike Canon, where criminal teams could operate relatively freely until confronted by the protagonist, legendary Elite Four members serve as regional guardians who can respond to major threats with overwhelming legendary Pokemon power. Giovanni's Team Rocket faces immediate opposition from Kanto's legendary Elite Four when attempting large-scale operations, forcing them to abandon plans involving legendary Pokemon capture or regional domination. Team Magma and Team Aqua discover that Hoenn's legendary Elite Four can counter their legendary Pokemon schemes with equal or superior legendary power, fundamentally changing the balance of power in each region. The Pokemon contest and Pokemon performance scenes evolve because trainers building teams capable of challenging legendary Elite Four members often possess Pokemon with extraordinary abilities that translate into spectacular contest performances. Unlike Canon, where contest Pokemon were typically specialized for beauty and performance rather than battle, legendary Elite Four preparation creates a pool of incredibly powerful Pokemon that can dominate both battle and contest scenes. Coordinators like May and Dawn find themselves competing against trainers whose Pokemon possess near-legendary capabilities, forcing contest judging criteria to evolve and creating new performance categories designed around legendary tier Pokemon abilities. The Grand Festival and other major contest events become showcases for Pokemon that could legitimately challenge Elite Four legendary teams, blurring the line between contest Pokemon and battle-ready legendary counters. Legendary Pokemon themselves experience different treatment because their presence in Elite Four teams normalizes legendary Pokemon in competitive settings while simultaneously increasing their perceived value. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon were typically portrayed as unique, mysterious, and separate from human society, legendary Elite Four teams integrate these Pokemon into the official Pokemon League structure. Wild legendary Pokemon face increased pressure from trainers seeking to capture legendary teammates capable of battling Elite Four legendary teams, creating a secondary market where trainers specifically hunt legendary Pokemon not for their rarity, but for their competitive necessity. The relationship between humans and legendary Pokemon shifts from reverence and mystery toward partnership and competitive collaboration, fundamentally altering how legendary Pokemon are perceived within Pokemon society. International Pokemon League cooperation increases because regions with legendary Elite Four teams must coordinate to prevent legendary Pokemon from being overharvested or to share training techniques for legendary Pokemon mastery. Unlike canon, where each region operated its Pokemon League independently, legendary Elite Four systems require interregional cooperation on legendary Pokemon conservation, training standards, and competitive regulations. The Pokemon League becomes a truly international organization with standardized legendary Pokemon usage rules, shared training resources, and collaborative legendary Pokemon research programs designed to support the legendary Elite Four system across all regions. The Pokemon Professor Network evolves into a legendary Pokemon research consortium because understanding legendary Pokemon becomes crucial for supporting trainers preparing for legendary Elite Four challenges. Professor Oak's research expands beyond basic Pokemon behavior into legendary Pokemon psychology, training methods, and human legendary Pokemon bond development. Professor Elm, Professor Birch, Professor Rowan, and other regional professors collaborate on legendary Pokemon research projects that were unnecessary in canon but become essential for supporting the legendary Elite Four system. Unlike canon, where professors primarily studied regional Pokemon ecosystems and evolution, they now focus heavily on legendary Pokemon integration into competitive training and the long term effects of widespread legendary Pokemon usage in official league battles. The Pokemon storage system, managed by Bill and other PC administrators, undergoes massive upgrades because trainers preparing for legendary Elite Four challenges require expanded storage for large training rosters, specialized legendary Pokemon storage protocols, and enhanced security for valuable legendary Pokemon. Unlike canon, where the PC system handled routine Pokemon storage needs, legendary Elite Four preparation creates demand for legendary Pokemon specific storage solutions, backup systems for irreplaceable legendary teammates, and advanced security measures protecting legendary Pokemon from theft or tampering. The PC network becomes critical infrastructure supporting the legendary Elite Four system by enabling trainers to maintain the large training rosters necessary for legendary Pokemon mastery. Training facility construction booms across all regions because standard Pokemon training methods prove insufficient for preparing Pokemon to battle legendary opponents. Unlike canon, where trainers could prepare for Elite Four challenges through standard training, legendary Elite Four teams require specialized training facilities equipped with legendary tier training equipment. simulated legendary battle environments, and safety systems capable of handling legendary Pokemon power levels. Private training facilities emerge as essential businesses, serving trainers preparing for legendary Elite Four challenges, creating a new industry around legendary Pokemon battle preparation that did not exist in canon. The Pokemon League Championship tournaments transform into legendary Pokemon Mastery exhibitions where champions must demonstrate superior legendary Pokemon teams that clearly surpass their legendary Elite Four members. Unlike canon, where champions were distinguished by their strategic skills, and ace Pokemon, legendary champions, become legendary Pokemon collectors and masters who field multiple legendary teams. Leon's Charizard, Cynthia's Garchomp, and other iconic champion ace Pokemon become part of larger legendary teams rather than standalone signature Pokemon, fundamentally changing what it means to be a Pokemon champion from skilled trainer to legendary Pokemon master. Regional economies shift because the legendary Elite Four system creates new industries around legendary Pokemon support services, while reducing traditional Pokemon training businesses that cannot adapt to legendary Pokemon requirements. Tourism increases dramatically because legendary Elite Four battles become legendary Pokemon exhibitions that attract visitors from around the world, creating economic benefits for regions hosting legendary Elite Four teams. Unlike canon, where Elite Four battles were primarily local events for serious trainers, legendary Elite Four battles become international attractions featuring legendary Pokemon that most people never see in canon, transforming Pokemon League challenges into legendary Pokemon showcases that drive regional tourism and economic growth. Let me know what you think about how legendary Elite Four teams would reshape the entire Pokemon world, and how you would balance the increased difficulty with maintaining the core Pokemon League experience. The Pokemon breeding industry experiences revolutionary changes because legendary Elite Four teams create unprecedented demand for Pokemon capable of battling legendary opponents. Unlike canon, where breeders focused on producing Pokemon with competitive stats and movesets for standard battles, legendary Elite Four preparation requires breeders to develop Pokemon with legendary tier potential, perfect IVs across all stats, and specialized training from hatching to handle legendary Pokemon battle intensities. Daycare centers evolve into legendary Pokemon preparation facilities, offering early legendary battle exposure programs, legendary Pokemon socialization services, and specialized breeding programs designed to produce Pokemon capable of legendary Elite Four challenges. The breeding market splits into traditional Pokemon breeding for standard trainers and premium legendary preparation breeding for Elite Four challengers, creating a two-tier breeding economy that did not exist in canon. Pokemon research accelerates dramatically because legendary Elite Four teams generate massive amounts of legendary Pokemon battle data that researchers previously could never access. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon research relied on rare sightings and limited interaction opportunities, legendary Elite Four battles provide consistent legendary Pokemon performance data, battle footage, and interaction patterns that revolutionize Pokemon research across multiple fields. Universities establish legendary Pokemon research programs funded by Pokemon League organizations seeking to understand legendary Pokemon battle mechanics, optimal legendary team compositions, and legendary Pokemon care requirements. Research partnerships between Elite Four members and academic institutions create the first systematic studies of legendary Pokemon in competitive battle environments, producing research breakthroughs that advance Pokemon science by decades compared to canon timeline progress. International Pokemon League cooperation increases because legendary Elite Four teams require coordination between regions to prevent legendary Pokemon conflicts and ensure fair legendary Pokemon distribution. Unlike canon, where regional Pokemon leagues operated relatively independently, legendary Elite Four systems necessitate interregional legendary Pokemon treaties, legendary Pokemon sharing agreements, and coordinated legendary Pokemon protection protocols. The Pokemon League International Committee establishes legendary Pokemon allocation guidelines, ensuring that no single region monopolizes specific legendary Pokemon types, creating diplomatic frameworks for legendary Pokemon disputes and establishing precedents for international legendary Pokemon cooperation. Regional champions participate in annual legendary Pokemon summits discussing legendary Pokemon team regulations, legendary Pokemon welfare standards, and collaborative legendary Pokemon research initiatives that strengthen international Pokemon League relationships. Pokemon conservation efforts expand dramatically because legendary Elite Four teams increase human interaction with legendary Pokemon species, creating both opportunities and risks for legendary Pokemon populations. Unlike canon, where most legendary Pokemon lived in isolation with minimal human contact, legendary Elite Four partnerships require ongoing legendary Pokemon welfare monitoring, habitat protection for legendary Pokemon breeding grounds, and conservation programs ensuring legendary Pokemon species sustainability despite increased human involvement. Conservation organizations work with Elite Four members to establish legendary Pokemon sanctuaries, legendary Pokemon rehabilitation programs, and legendary Pokemon population monitoring systems. The increased visibility of legendary Pokemon through Elite Four battles generates public support for legendary Pokemon conservation funding, creating conservation resources that far exceed canon levels while requiring careful management to prevent legendary Pokemon exploitation. Pokemon technology development accelerates because legendary Elite Four battles push Pokemon equipment manufacturers to create technology capable of supporting legendary Pokemon needs. Unlike canon, where Pokemon technology focused on standard Pokemon requirements, legendary Elite Four teams drive innovation in legendary Pokemon transportation systems, legendary Pokemon medical equipment, legendary Pokemon training devices, and legendary Pokemon battle safety technology. Pokeball manufacturers develop specialized legendary Pokemon capture and storage systems. Pokemon centers upgrade to legendary Pokemon medical facilities, and Pokemon equipment companies create legendary Pokemon specific gear. The legendary Pokemon technology sector becomes a major industry serving Elite Four teams, champions, and trainers, preparing for legendary Elite Four challenges, generating technological advances that benefit all Pokemon trainers while being driven by legendary Pokemon requirements. Youth trainer development programs transform because legendary Elite Four teams change what young trainers aspire to achieve and how they prepare for Pokemon training careers. Unlike canon, where young trainers focused on catching their first Pokemon and learning basic battle skills. Legendary Elite Four systems inspire young trainers to pursue legendary Pokemon partnerships from the beginning of their training journeys. Pokemon training schools establish legendary Pokemon studies programs. Junior trainer leagues create legendary Pokemon appreciation events, and youth training camps offer legendary Pokemon encounter experiences. The psychological impact of knowing that Elite Four membership requires legendary Pokemon partnerships motivates young trainers to pursue higher training standards, more ambitious goals, and deeper Pokemon partnership philosophies that elevate the entire next generation of Pokemon trainers beyond canon expectations. Regional identity and pride increase because legendary Elite Four teams showcase each region's most powerful legendary Pokemon, creating cultural connections between regions and their legendary Pokemon heritage. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon were mysterious figures in regional folklore, legendary Elite Four teams make legendary Pokemon active representatives of regional power and culture. Kanto's legendary birds become symbols of Kanto's Elite Four excellence. Johto's legendary beasts represent Johto's training traditions, and Hoenn's weather legendaries embody Hoenn's natural power. Regional festivals celebrate legendary Elite Four achievements, regional merchandise features, legendary Elite Four teams, and regional tourism campaigns highlight opportunities to witness legendary Pokemon battles. The legendary Elite Four system strengthens regional identity while creating friendly interregional competition that enhances the global Pokemon community. Pokemon battle strategy evolution reaches unprecedented sophistication because legendary Elite Four battles require strategic thinking that far exceeds canon battle complexity. Unlike canon, where Elite Four strategies focused on type advantages, movesets, and tactical positioning, legendary Elite Four battles involve legendary Pokemon abilities, legendary tier power management, legendary Pokemon synergy effects, and legendary battle environmental factors. Battle analysts develop legendary Pokemon battle theory, strategic frameworks for legendary team composition, and legendary battle prediction models. The strategic complexity of legendary Elite Four battles creates new careers in legendary battle analysis, legendary team consulting, and legendary Pokemon strategy development that serve Elite Four members, champions, and serious challengers preparing for legendary Elite Four encounters. Pokemon League prestige reaches global heights because legendary Elite Four teams establish Pokemon League championships as the ultimate demonstration of Pokemon mastery, attracting international attention that elevates Pokemon training to unprecedented cultural significance. Unlike canon, where Pokemon League victories were regional achievements with limited global recognition, legendary Elite Four championships become worldwide events showcasing the pinnacle of human Pokemon partnership through legendary Pokemon teams. International media coverage of legendary Elite Four battles introduces legendary Pokemon to global audiences, inspiring Pokemon training interest in regions without established Pokemon League systems and creating cultural exchange opportunities centered around legendary Pokemon appreciation. The legendary Elite Four system transforms Pokemon training from regional hobby to global phenomenon while maintaining the core values of Pokemon partnership that define the Pokemon world. And there you have it, a comprehensive look at how legendary Elite Four teams would fundamentally reshape every aspect of the Pokemon world, from individual trainer journeys to global economics, while preserving the essential spirit of Pokemon partnership that makes the Pokemon League system meaningful. Let me know what you think about how legendary Elite Four teams would balance increased difficulty with accessibility, and how you would design legendary Elite Four regulations to maintain fair competition. This expanded role for legendary Pokemon naturally extends to the regional champions. Instead of the relatively modest teams seen in canon, champions now command legendary trios or duo teams as their signature Pokemon, alongside a full complement of pseudo legendaries and other powerful species. Their ace Pokemon are not merely strong, they are often additional legendary Pokemon, perhaps even mythical ones, further elevating the challenge and mystique of the champion title. Consider Lance, who in canon is known for his dragon type specialists. In this legendary infused world, his team would include not just his iconic Dragonite, but also the legendary dragon trio of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, or perhaps a Reshiram and Zekrom duo. His ace would likely be a Mega Rayquaza, if Mega Evolution is available in that generation without a specific stone, or if he possesses a unique Megastone for it, or even an Arceus, if his lineage ties him to the creation myth of his region. This reimagining transforms the champion battle from a final test of skill into an almost insurmountable gauntlet, a true clash of titans that solidifies the champion's status as the undisputed master of their region, and perhaps even a gatekeeper of legendary power. The impact of this legendary team integration reverberates through the entire Pokemon League system, beginning with the gym leaders. While gym leaders do not wield legendary Pokemon themselves, their training methodologies and team compositions are profoundly influenced by the necessary preparation for challenging legendary Elite Four members and champions. Gym leaders would focus on developing Pokemon with abilities and movesets specifically designed to counter legendary threats, emphasizing strategic depth over raw power. For example, a rock-type gym leader like Brock might focus on teaching his Onyx and Golem moves that can chip away at legendary health pools or status conditions that can cripple powerful foes, rather than relying solely on super effective stab attacks. His team would feature Pokemon with high defensive stats and disruptive moves like Stealth Rock, Toxic, or Thunder Wave, preparing challengers for the legendary gauntlet ahead. This shift means that even early game gym battles become more strategically demanding, requiring trainers to think critically about team composition and battle strategy from the outset of their journey. Unlike canon, where many gym leaders could be overcome with brute force or a single strong counter, this new paradigm necessitates a deeper understanding of type matchups, ability interactions, and strategic planning. The narrative of trainer journeys also changes dramatically. Aspiring trainers like Ash Ketchum would from the very beginning be aware of the legendary challenges awaiting them. Their training would focus on forging bonds with their Pokemon that transcend typical battle strategies, aiming to unlock hidden potential and develop unconventional tactics. The goal shifts from merely winning badges and league championships to mastering the art of battling against legendary Pokemon. This means that early training arcs would involve more encounters with powerful wild Pokemon, perhaps even minor legendary or mythical Pokemon that test the trainer's resolve and offer valuable insights into legendary combat. Ash's journey, for instance, might involve him forging a unique bond with a regional pseudo-legendary earlier than in canon, pushing it to its limits to stand a chance against the legendary wielding Elite Four. The emotional stakes are higher, the training more rigorous, and the victories more meaningful, as each step brings them closer to confronting legendary power. The very concept of a rival takes on new dimensions. Rivals like Gary Oak, Paul, or Tripp would not just be competing for personal glory or to become the champion. They would be striving to prove their worth against the legendary forces that guard the leagues. Their teams would reflect this heightened aspiration, featuring more pseudo-legendaries and meticulously trained Pokémon designed to combat legendary threats. Imaging Gary's Blastoise, instead of fighting merely for type advantage, would have to strategize against a legendary beast's powerful special attacks or a legendary bird's evasive maneuvers. The rivalries would become intense, not just for the title, but for the right to challenge the legendary Elite Four. Their progress would be measured not just by badges, but by their ability to adapt and overcome trainers who have already faced legendary tier challenges, setting a higher bar for all aspiring champions. The impact on Pokemon breeding and research cannot be overstated. With legendary Pokemon becoming integral to the highest echelons of competitive battling, Pokemon professors and breeders would dedicate significant resources to understanding their biology, abilities, and optimal training methods. Research into legendary Pokemon would move beyond mere cataloging and folklore. It would become a scientific endeavor aimed at understanding how to effectively challenge and perhaps even partner with these immensely powerful beings. This could lead to breakthroughs in understanding Pokemon genetics, type interactions, and the very nature of Pokemon power. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon research often focuses on preventing catastrophic events or understanding ancient history, this new focus is on tactical application. Scientists would analyze legendary Pokemon movesets, optimal EVs and IVs for legendary encounters, and even the psychological profiles of trainers capable of commanding such power. This could even lead to the discovery of new training techniques or specialized items designed to assist trainers in legendary battles, further enriching the strategic depth of the Pokemon world. The global economy of the Pokemon world would also experience significant shifts. Tourism would boom around regions hosting the legendary Elite Four, with fans and aspiring trainers flocking to witness these epic battles. Merchandise featuring legendary Pokemon and their Elite Four trainers would become highly sought after, driving economic growth. The demand for powerful non-legendary Pokemon, bred and trained specifically to counter legendary threats, would skyrocket, creating a lucrative market for expert breeders and trainers. Imagine a world where specific breeding lines are valued for their legendary countering capabilities, with trainers paying top dollar for a Pokemon with a particular ability or move combination that has proven effective against a legendary beast or bird. The Pokemon League, already a significant institution in canon, would become an even more central economic and cultural force, sponsoring research, events, and educational programs related to legendary Pokemon. This would transform the Elite Four from respected trainers into global icons, their battles not just sporting events, but cultural phenomena, attracting viewership and participation on an unprecedented scale. The moral and ethical implications of integrating legendary Pokémon into the Elite Four would also need to be addressed. In canon, legendary Pokémon are often treated with reverence and are rarely captured or used in regular battles. Their inclusion in the Elite Four would necessitate a reevaluation of these ethical guidelines. Are these legendary Pokémon willingly participating, or are they bound by some form of agreement or ancient pact? The lore surrounding each legendary Pokémon would likely be expanded to explain their presence on an Elite Four team. Perhaps the Elite Four members are not mere trainers, but chosen guardians or descendants of ancient heroes entrusted with the honor and responsibility of battling alongside these powerful entities. This would add a layer of spiritual and historical significance to the Elite Four, transforming them from powerful trainers into living legends themselves, custodians of their region's legendary heritage. Unlike canon, where obtaining a legendary is often a rare, isolated event for the protagonist, this system formalizes their involvement in the competitive circuit, requiring a deeper societal understanding and ethical framework for their use. The structure of the Pokemon League Championship itself would also evolve. Instead of a single tournament leading to the Elite Four, there might be regional elimination rounds specifically designed to identify trainers with the potential to face legendary Pokemon. These preliminary tournaments could feature unique battle formats, such as triple battles or rotation battles, designed to challenge trainers' strategic thinking and adaptability against a wider range of threats. The final challenge against the Elite Four would be a multi-stage event, perhaps requiring trainers to defeat each Elite Four member in a specific order, each battle building in intensity and legendary power. The champion battle, as the ultimate test, would be a climactic showdown, a spectacle of legendary proportions that would be broadcast globally, captivating audiences and inspiring new generations of trainers. Unlike canon, where the Elite Four challenge is somewhat linear, this revised system could introduce more dynamic elements, like environmental hazards in the battle arena, specifically designed to interact with legendary abilities, forcing challengers to adapt on the fly. Consider the psychological impact on trainers. The pressure to overcome legendary Pokemon would be immense, pushing trainers to their absolute limits. This could lead to new forms of training, focusing on mental fortitude, resilience, and meditation, alongside physical conditioning and battle strategy. Trainers would need to develop an almost spiritual connection with their Pokemon to stand a chance against the incredible power of legendary beings. The concept of bond phenomenon, or similar heightened states of connection, as seen with Ash Greninja in canon, would become not just a rare occurrence for protagonists, but a necessary development for any trainer aspiring to challenge the legendary Elite Four. This would emphasize the core message of Pokemon. The true strength comes from the bond between trainer and Pokemon, rather than just raw power. The very definition of a strong trainer would shift from someone with a powerful team to someone who can inspire legendary Pokemon to fight alongside them, or someone who can strategically counter legendary power through sheer ingenuity and bond. The introduction of legendary Pokemon into the Elite Four would also create a unique challenge for the game developers within the Pokemon world. How do you balance the immense power of legendary Pokémon with the need for fair and competitive battles? This could lead to specific rule sets, such as limiting the number of legendary Pokémon per team, perhaps one per Elite Four member, with the champion having two or three, or implementing unique handicaps or restrictions. For instance, legendary Pokemon might have certain moves or abilities restricted in competitive play, or there might be a legendary power limit that trainers must adhere to. This would ensure that battles remain skill based and not simply a contest of who has the most powerful legendary Pokemon. These regulations would become a crucial part of the Pokemon League rulebook, debated and refined over time to maintain the integrity of the sport. Unlike canon, where legendary Pokemon are often banned from competitive play entirely, this world embraces their power while attempting to regulate it, showcasing a fascinating metagame development. The long term cultural impact would be profound. Legendary Pokemon, once figures of distant myth and ancient tales, would become tangible symbols of competitive excellence and human Pokemon partnership. Children would grow up not just hearing stories of legendary Pokemon, but seeing them in action, battling alongside their Elite Four trainers. This would inspire a generation of trainers to aim for even higher heights, fostering a deeper respect and understanding of these powerful beings. The relationship between humanity and legendary Pokemon would fundamentally shift from one of awe and separation to one of respectful collaboration and shared triumph. The Elite Four, in this sense, become cultural ambassadors for this new relationship, demonstrating the potential for harmonious coexistence and mutual growth. And so, the introduction of legendary Pokemon into the Elite Four fundamentally reshapes every aspect of the Pokemon world. From the individual trainer's journey, which is now fraught with legendary aspirations, to the global economic and cultural landscape, which is revitalized by the spectacle of legendary battles, the ripple effects are immense. Gym leaders adapt, rivals intensify their training, professors deepen their research into legendary biology, and the very ethics of human Pokemon interaction are re examined. The Pokemon League transforms into an even grander stage, a true proving ground where only the most skilled, strategically brilliant, and deeply bonded trainers can hope to stand victorious against the legendary might of the Elite Four and the champion. This elevates Pokemon battling from a popular sport to a global phenomenon, a true clash of titans where human ingenuity meets legendary power, all while preserving the core spirit of partnership that defines the Pokemon world. It's a world where the legends walk among us, not just in ancient ruins or hidden groves, but on the grandest battle stages, challenging us to reach for greatness. Let me know what legendary trios you would assign to each Elite Four member to maximize their regional thematic resonance and strategic challenge, especially considering the constraints of type diversity and iconic representation. Let's consider the impact on each region, starting with Kanto. Lorelei, the Ice-type specialist, would gain a new level of strategic depth. Her team, which in canon features Lapras, Cloyster, Jinx, Slowbro, and a Porygon 2 in later iterations, would be augmented by legendary Ice types. Imagine her with an Articuno, an embodiment of the frigid north winds, boasted powerful Ice Beam and Hurricane. Perhaps a Regis, with its immense special defense and Ice Beam, adding another layer of unyielding resistance to her team. She might even utilize a Kyurem, in its base form to leverage its monstrous offensive presence and access to dragon-type moves, covering some of Ice's weaknesses. This isn't just about raw power, it's about thematic resonance. Articuno fits her elegant, calm demeanor, while Regis reinforces her stoic defense. Kyurem, representing desolate power, could be her ace, providing a terrifying counter to common threats. Lorelei's battles would become less about outdamaging her opponent and more about weathering their attacks and retaliating with overwhelming icy force. Bruno, the fighting type master, already known for his strength and endurance with his Onyx, Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, Machamp, and Lucario. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing his offensive capabilities and type coverage. A Terrakion, with its rock fighting typing and access to powerful rock slide and close combat, would be a natural fit, reflecting his grounded, powerful fighting style. A Zamazenta, hero of many battles form, could provide a defensive bulwark, resisting many attacks and setting up with iron defense and then striking back with behemoth bash. For sheer, unadulterated power, a Keldeo, in its resolute form, could be his special attacker, leveraging Secret Sword and Hydro Pump to surprise opponents who expect purely physical threats. Terrakion embodies the raw power of fighting and rock, aligning with Bruno's physically imposing team. Zamazenta represents the unwavering defense and attack of a true champion, while Keldeo brings a touch of tactical elegance to his otherwise brute force lineup. Bruno's fights would become an even more intense test of attrition and raw power, forcing trainers to find openings against highly resilient and hard-hitting legendary Pokémon. Agatha, the ghost-type maven, who in canon frightens trainers with her Gengar, Arbok, Golbat, Haunter, and Misdreavus, would become a truly terrifying opponent. Her team would gain legendary Pokémon that amplify the spooky strategic nature of ghost types. A Giratina, origin form, with its unparalleled offensive presence and Ghost Dragon typing, would be her signature threat, using Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse. A Spectrier, with its incredible speed and special attack, would sweep through unprepared teams with Hex and Nasty Plot. Perhaps even a Marshadow, with its access to Spectral Thief and Fighting-type moves, offering perfect coverage against Dark and Steel types that often trouble Ghost teams. Giratina embodies the distortion and spectral power, perfectly suiting Agatha's intimidating presence. Spectrier brings swift, ethereal strikes, while Marshadow adds a sneaky tactical element to her team, reflecting Agatha's cunning. Her battles would be a psychological war, with status conditions, debilitating attacks, and powerful legendary Pokémon that hit hard and fast, making every turn a terrifying gamble for the challenger. Lance, the Dragon-type champion of the Elite Four, with his iconic Dragonite, Gyarados, Aerodactyl, Charizard, and Kingdra, would solidify his position as an unyielding force. His legendary choices would naturally gravitate towards draconic powerhouses. A Rayquaza, in its base form, would be an obvious choice, showcasing its incredible attack and dragon ascent. A Zekrom, with its electric dragon typing, would provide powerful coverage against water and flying types, and its Terravolt ability would ignore abilities like Lightning Rod or Volt Absorb. For a defensive pivot, a Latias, with its high special defense and access to Healing Pulse, could support his team while still being a formidable special attacker. Rayquaza is the king of the skies, embodying the raw power and majesty of dragons. Zekrom brings a thunderous, righteous strength, while Ledius adds a graceful yet powerful presence, mirroring Lance's own dignified style. Lance's challenges would become the ultimate test of a trainer's ability to counter overwhelming dragon power, forcing them to come prepared with their own strategic counters, or risk being swept by his legendary draconic might. Moving to Johto, the first Elite Four member, Will, specializes in psychic types. His canon team includes Xatu, Jinx, Slowbro, Executor, and Gardevoir. With legendaries, his strategic mind games would reach a new level. A Mewtwo, without its mega evolution, would be a terrifying force, leveraging its immense special attack and speed with Psychic and Aura Sphere. A Latios, providing speed, special attack, and the ability to use Draco Meteor, would offer potent offensive pressure. Perhaps a Cresselia, with its incredible bulk and access to Lunar Dance and Psychic, could serve as a valuable supporter or setup Pokémon. Mewtwo is the epitome of psychic power and intelligence, perfectly suiting Will's refined approach. Latios brings swift, calculated strikes, while Cresselia offers a mystical, defensive presence that reinforces the unpredictable nature of psychic battles. Will's battles would become a true test of mental fortitude and strategic planning, as trainers contend with powerful psychic assaults and tricky maneuvers. Koga, now an Elite Four member focusing on poison types, with his Crobat, Numuk, Fortress, Ariados, and Toxicroak, would gain a new level of insidious threat. His legendary additions would enhance his team's ability to inflict status conditions and deliver potent poison. A Naganadel, with its poison dragon typing and incredible speed, would be a swift and deadly special attacker, utilizing Sludge Wave and Dragon Pulse. A Regidrago, though not poison type, its dragon energy could be an interesting thematic choice, representing a dangerous, untamed power, or perhaps a more fitting choice would be a Nihilego, with its poison rock typing and ability to boost its stats with Beast Boost, launching powerful Sludge Bomb and Power Gem attacks. For a unique twist, a Zamazenta, Crowned Shield, could be used for its defensive prowess and access to Iron Head, reflecting Koga's ninja-like resilience. But perhaps a more thematic choice would be a Kubfu, which evolves into Urshifu, a fighting type that could be a trained martial artist, aligning with Koga's ninja theme. However, sticking to the poison theme, a more appropriate choice could be a Pecharunt, with its unique poison ghost typing, capable of inflicting status and dealing special damage. Naganadel exemplifies swift, venomous strikes. Nihilego embodies the alien, unpredictable nature of toxins, and Pecharunt brings a new level of trickery and debilitating power. Koga's battles would become a relentless assault of status conditions, venoms, and powerful special attacks, forcing trainers to have robust healing and status cleansing strategies. Karen, the Dark-type specialist, known for her Umbreon, Murkrow, Gengar, Houndoom, and Vileplume, would become an even more formidable master of shadows. Her legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offense and strategic disruption. Yveltal, with its dark flying typing and access to Oblivion Wing and Dark Pulse, would be a devastating special attacker. A Darkrai, known for its ability to put opponents to sleep with Dark Void and then unleash powerful Dark Pulse attacks, would be a nightmare for any challenger. For a resilient attacker, a Spiritomb, with its ghost, its dark typing, and no traditional weaknesses before fairy types, could be a tanky setup sweeper using nasty plot and Dark Pulse. Yveltal represents destruction and the dark side of existence, fitting Karen's philosophy of using strong Pokémon. Darkrai embodies the nightmares and illusions of the dark, while Spiritomb adds an eerie, unyielding presence. Karen's battles would become a gauntlet of offensive pressure, status conditions, and psychological warfare, truly testing a trainer's ability to navigate the shadows. Finally, the Johto champion, Lance, would retain his legendary power, solidifying his role as the ultimate Dragon Master. His team would continue to feature his iconic Dragonite, Gyarados, Aerodactyl, Charizard, and Kingdra, now fully supported by the likes of Rayquaza, Zekrom, and Latias, creating an even more daunting final challenge for the Johto League. Moving on to the Hoenn region, Sydney, the Dark-type Elite Four member, with his Mightyena, Shiftry, Cacturne, Absol, and Sharpedo, would become a more aggressive and unpredictable force. His legendary additions would amplify his hit-and-run tactics and offensive pressure, and Hoopa Unbound, with its psychic dark typing and immense offensive stats, would be a devastating special attacker using Hyperspace Fury and Psychic. A Regidrago, with its pure dragon typing and high HP, could be a powerful physical attacker, leveraging dragon energy and dragon claw, providing a strong offensive presence. For a fast physical attacker, a Zamazenta, hero of many battles, could provide a strong offensive presence with Behemoth Bash and Close Combat. Or perhaps a more thematically aligned choice would be a Kubfu, which evolves into Urshifu, a martial artist that uses dark techniques, aligning with Sydney's gritty style. If we stick to the principle of one legendary per type theme, a more unique choice might be a Zarude, with its dark grass typing and access to jungle healing and darkest lariat, giving him a more supportive yet still offensive option. Hoopa Unbound embodies mischievous, overwhelming power, fitting Sydney's shadowy and unpredictable nature. Regidrago brings raw, untamed force, while Zarude adds a primal, wild element to his dark team. Sydney's battles would be a relentless assault of powerful attacks, forcing trainers to quickly adapt to his aggressive, legendary threats. Phoebe, the Ghost-type Elite Four member who in canon frightens trainers with her Dusclops, Banette, Sableye, Chandelure, and Froslass, would gain a new level of spectral menace. Her legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offense and strategic disruption. A Lunala, with its psychic ghost typing and access to Shadow Beam and Moongeist Beam, would be a devastating special attacker. A Spectrier, with its incredible speed and special attack, would sweep through unprepared teams with Hex and Nasty Plot. For a resilient attacker, a Giratina, Altered Form, with its Ghost Dragon typing and excellent bulk, could be a tanky setup sweeper using Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse. Lunala embodies the ethereal and cosmic power of ghosts, fitting Phoebe's connection to the spiritual world. Spectrier brings swift, chilling strikes, while Giratina adds an imposing, ancient, spectral presence. Phoebe's battles would become a chilling experience, with powerful ghost-type legendary Pokémon that can hit hard and unpredictably, making her a truly formidable opponent. Glesia, the Ice-type Elite Four member, known for her Walrein, Glalie, Froslass, Abomasnow, and Auroras, would become an even more formidable master of the tundra. Her legendary additions would focus on overwhelming resilience and powerful icy attacks. An Articuno, with its ice flying typing, would be an elegant and powerful special attacker, using Ice Beam and Hurricane. A Regis, with its immense special defense and access to Ice Beam and Thunder Wave, would be a nearly unbreakable defensive wall, further solidifying Glacia's strategy of enduring attacks. For a unique offensive threat, a Kyurem base form, with its Dragon Jaw ice typing and monstrous offensive presence, would be her devastating ace, leveraging Ice Beam and Dragon Pulse. Articuno represents the serene, yet powerful beauty of ice. Regis embodies unyielding cold and defense, while Kyurem brings a destructive ancient icy power. Glacia's battles would become a true test of a trainer's ability to break through incredibly resilient, legendary Pokémon while enduring powerful icy assaults, making her a true master of attrition. Drake, the Dragon-type Elite Four member, with his Salamence, Flygon, Altaria, Kingdra, and Haxorus, would solidify his position as an unyielding force. His legendary choices would naturally gravitate towards draconic powerhouses. A Palkia, with its water dragon typing, would be a devastating special attacker, using Spatial Rend and Hydro Pump. A Reshiram, with its dragon fire typing, would provide powerful coverage against steel and ice types, and its Turbo Blaze ability would ignore abilities. For a defensive pivot, a Latias, with its high special defense and access to Healing Pulse, could support his team while still being a formidable special attacker. Palkia is the master of space, embodying immense draconic power. Reshiram brings a searing, fiery strength, while Latias adds a graceful yet powerful presence, mirroring Drake's own dignified style. Drake's challenges would become the ultimate test of a trainer's ability to counter overwhelming dragon power, forcing them to come prepared with their own strategic counters, or risk being swept by his legendary draconic might. The Hoenn champion, Steven Stone, with his iconic Metagross, Skarmory, Agron, Cradley, Armaldo, and Claydol, would be an even more formidable force. His legendary additions would enhance his team's strategic depth and power. A Jirachi, with its steel psychic typing and access to Doom Desire and Wish, would be a versatile supporter and attacker, capable of inflicting sleep with its Serene Grace ability. A Registeel, with its immense defensive stats, would be a nearly unbreakable wall, further solidifying Steven's strategy of enduring attacks. For an offensive powerhouse, a Genesect, with its bug steel typing and access to Technoblast and U-turn, could be a devastating special attacker, capable of changing its type with Douse Drive, Shock Drive, Burn Drive, or Chill Drive. Jirachi brings good fortune and strategic support, fitting Steven's calm and collected demeanor. Registeel embodies unyielding defense, while Genesect adds a technological, offensive edge, perfectly aligning with Steven's appreciation for rare minerals and ancient technology. Steven's battles would involve a strategic masterclass as trainers contend with powerful steel-type legendary Pokémon that can endure immense damage and retaliate with powerful attacks, truly testing their ability to break through his defenses. In Sinnoh, Aaron, the Bug-type Elite Four member, with his Drapion, Heracross, Vespiquen, Yanmega, and Scizor, would gain a new level of strategic threat. His legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offense and strategic disruption. A Genesect, with its bug steel typing and access to Technoblast and U-turn, would be a devastating special attacker capable of changing its type with its drives. A Pheromosa, with its bug swag fighting typing and incredible speed, would sweep through unprepared teams with lunge and high jump kick. For a resilient attacker, a Buzzwole, with its bug fighting typing and immense physical bulk, could be a tanky setup sweeper using leech life and superpower. Genesect brings technological precision and raw offensive power, fitting Aaron's appreciation for the strength of bugs. Pheromosa embodies swift, elegant strikes, while Buzzwole adds a formidable, physically imposing presence. Aaron's battles would become a relentless assault of powerful bug-type attacks, forcing trainers to find quick answers to his legendary threats. Bertha, the ground-type Elite Four member, known for her Hippowdon, Gliscor, Golem, Rhyperior, and Whiscash, would become an even more formidable master of the earth. Her legendary additions would focus on overwhelming resilience and powerful ground-shaking attacks. A Groudon, primal reversion not included to preserve balance, with its pure ground typing, would be a devastating physical attacker, using Precipice Blades and Fire Punch. A Zygarde, 50% form, with its Dragon ground typing and access to Thousand Arrows and Dragon Pulse, would provide powerful offensive pressure and defensive utility with Aura Break. For a resilient attacker, a Landorus, Therian form, with its ground flying typing and access to Earthquake and U-Turn, could be a powerful offensive pivot. Groudon represents the raw, untamed power of the earth. Zygarde embodies the order and balance of nature, while Landorus brings a swift to destructive force, perfectly aligning with Bertha's grounded and powerful style. Bertha's battles would become a true test of a trainer's ability to contend with incredibly powerful ground-type legendary Pokémon, forcing them to find creative ways to counter her overwhelming earthly might. Flint, the Fire-type Elite Four member, with his Infernape, Magmortar, Arcanine, Rapidash, and Houndoom, would gain a new level of fiery intensity. His legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offensive power and strategic disruption. A Reshiram, with its Dragon Fire typing and access to Blue Flare and Draco Meteor, would be a devastating special attacker. An Entei, with its pure fire typing and access to Sacred Fire and extreme speed, would be a fast and powerful physical attacker. For a resilient attacker, a Heatran, with its fire steel typing and access to Magma Storm and Flash Cannon, could be a tanky setup sweeper using Stealth Rock and Lava Plume. Reshiram embodies the searing, righteous power of fire. Entei brings a noble, blazing speed, while Heatran adds a formidable volcanic presence, perfectly aligning with Flint's fiery and passionate style. Flint's battles would be a relentless assault of powerful fire-type attacks, forcing trainers to quickly adapt to his legendary threats or risk being consumed by the flames. Lucian, the Psychic-type Elite Four member, with his Bronzong, Gallade, Alakazam, Medicum, and Espeon, would become an even more formidable master of the mind. His legendary additions would focus on overwhelming offensive power and strategic disruption. Aladios, with its Dragon Psychic typing and access to Draco Meteor and Psychic, would be a devastating special attacker. A Jirachi, with its Steel Psychic typing and access to Doom Desire and Wish, would be a versatile supporter and attacker, capable of inflicting sleep with its Serene Grace ability. For a resilient attacker, a Deoxys, normal form, with its pure psychic typing and incredible offensive potential, would be a devastating special attacker, using Psychic and Dark Pulse. Latios brings swift, calculated strikes, while Jirachi offers strategic support and good fortune, aligning with Lucian's composed and intelligent demeanor. Deoxys adds an alien, unpredictable, and overwhelmingly powerful presence, reflecting Lucian's deep understanding of psychic phenomena. Lucian's battles would become a strategic masterclass as trainers contend with powerful psychic type legendary Pokémon that can hit hard, set up powerful plays, and disrupt their opponents. The Sinnoh champion, Cynthia, with her iconic Garchomp, Spiritomb, Lucario, Melodix, Togekiss, and Roserade, already commands a team of considerable power and versatility. Her legendary team would elevate her to an almost mythical status, reflecting her deep connection to Sinnoh's legends and history. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her already diverse type coverage, adding immense power and showcasing Sinnoh's overarching lore. A Palkia, with its water to dragon typing and access to spatial rend and hydro pump, would be a devastating special attacker that directly embodies Sinnoh's creation myths. A Dialga, with its steel dragon typing and access to Roar of Time and Flash Cannon, would provide immense defensive bulk and offensive pressure, again, directly tying into Sinnoh's creation. For a third legendary, a Giratina in its origin form, with its ghost dragon typing and access to Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse, would add a terrifying disruptive presence with incredible power and bulk, representing the distortion world. Palkia represents the very fabric of space, Dialga the flow of time, and Giratina the antithesis of the natural world, all aligning with Cynthia's role as the guardian of Sinnoh's legends and her formidable intellect. Cynthia's battles would become an epic confrontation against the very deities of Sinnoh, a true test of a trainer's ability to overcome not just raw power, but also the symbolic weight of these legendary Pokémon. Moving on to the Unova region, home to the unique Elite Four system that changes between Black and White, and Black 2 and White 2. For consistency, we will focus on the Black and White Elite Four, as they are the first iteration. Chantal, the Ghost-type Elite Four member, with her Kofagrigus, Golurk, Jellicent, and Chandelure, already possesses a team with excellent defensive and offensive capabilities. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her spectral power, adding disruptive potential, and further embracing the mysteries of the afterlife. A Giratina, in its altered form, with its ghost dragon typing and access to Shadow Force and Aura Sphere, would bring immense bulk and offensive power, connecting her to the spectral realm beyond Unova. A Lunala, with its psychic ghost typing and access to Moongeist Beam and Psychic, would offer incredible special offensive pressure and a unique otherworldly aesthetic, drawing from the moon's ethereal energy. For a third legendary, a Marshadow, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would provide a fast, unpredictable physical attacker that steals stat boosts, perfectly embodying the sneaky, elusive nature of ghosts. Giratina represents the immense power and enigmatic nature of the distortion worlds. Lunala brings an ethereal, cosmic horror, and Marshadow embodies the sneaky, mischievous, and powerful side of spirits, all aligning perfectly with Chantal's love for ghost stories and ancient ruins. Chantal's battles would become a chilling encounter with powerful legendary Pokémon that are not only incredibly strong, but also deeply unsettling, forcing trainers to confront the unknown. Grimsley, the Dark-type Elite Four member, with his Crocodile, Scrafty, Leopard, and B-Sharp, already runs a team focused on aggressive offense and cunning tactics. His legendary additions would amplify his team's predatory nature, strategic disruption, and overwhelming dark power. A Darkrai, with its pure dark typing and access to Dark Pulse and Dark Void, would be a devastating special attacker capable of putting opponents to sleep, perfectly embodying the nightmare-inducing aspect of dark types. A Avaltal, with its dark flying typing and access to Oblivion Wing and Dark Pulse, would provide immense offensive pressure and sustain, reflecting the destructive force of dark energy. For a third legendary, a Hoopa Unbound, with its psychic dark typing and access to hyperspace fury and psychic, would add an overwhelmingly powerful and unpredictable attacker that can hit incredibly hard. Darkrai embodies the nightmare, Yveltal represents destruction and life absorption, and Hoopa Unbound is a chaotic, powerful demon, all aligning with Grimsley's dark, enigmatic, and ruthless persona. Grimsley's battles would become a perilous game of cat and mouse against legendary Pokémon that epitomize the cunning and raw power of the dark. Caitlyn, the psychic type Elite Four member, with her Reuniclus, Musharna, Gothitelle, and Sigilyph, already commands a team with incredible special attack and defensive bulk. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her psychic prowess, adding overwhelming power, and further embracing the refined and elegant nature of psychic types. A Cresselia, with its pure psychic typing and access to Lunar Dance and Psychic, would bring immense bulk and supportive capabilities, representing the calming and graceful side of psychic power. A Mewtwo, with its pure psychic typing and access to Psystrike and Aura Sphere, would be an overwhelmingly powerful special attacker, embodying the pinnacle of psychic might. For a third legendary, a Victini, with its psychic fire typing and access to V-Create and Psychic, would provide a fast, powerful special attacker with perfect accuracy, symbolizing victory and the burning spirit. Cresselia brings grace, defense, and recovery. Mewtwo is raw, unadulterated psychic power, and Victini offers explosive, accurate offense and a promise of victory, all aligning with Caitlyn's serene yet incredibly powerful demeanor. Caitlyn's battles would become a stunning display of psychic might, where trainers must contend with legendary Pokémon that are both graceful and devastatingly powerful. Marshall, the fighting type Elite Four member, with his Conkeldurr, Mienshao, Toxicroak, and Lucario, already has a team focused on raw physical power and relentless offense. His legendary additions would amplify his team's martial arts mastery, adding immense strength and showcasing the spirit of battling. A Zamazenta in its crowned shield form, with its fighting steel typing and access to Behemoth Bash and close combat, would provide immense physical bulk and offensive power, embodying unwavering defense and attack. A Marshadow, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would offer a fast, tricky physical attacker that can steal stat boosts, reflecting the cunning and elusive aspects of martial arts. For a third legendary, a Keldeo in its resolute form, with its water fighting typing and access to Secret Sword and Hydro Pump, would provide a fast special attacker with unique type coverage, representing noble courage and precision. Zamazenta embodies steadfast strength and protection. Marshadow represents the subtle power of technique and surprise, and Keldeo brings noble courage and swift, focused strikes, all aligning with Marshall's disciplined and powerful fighting style. Marshall's battles would become an epic clash against legendary Pokémon that embody the very essence of fighting, demanding both strength and strategic prowess from trainers. Moving on to the Kalos region, where the Elite Four are known for their strong type-themed teams. Malva, The Fire-type Elite Four member, with her Talonflame, Pyroar, Chandelure, and Torkoal, already commands a team that emphasizes speed and overwhelming offensive pressure. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her explosive power, adding strategic disruption, and further embracing the destructive force of fire. A Reshiram, with its Dragon Fire typing and access to Blue Flare and Draco Meteor, would be a devastating special attacker. An Entei, with its pure fire typing and access to Sacred Fire and extreme speed, would be a fast and powerful physical attacker. For a third legendary, a Volcanion, with its fire water typing and access to Steam Eruption and Flamethrower, would add a unique type combination and immense offensive pressure, embodying the explosive power of steam. Reshiram brings searing, righteous power. Entei provides noble, blazing speed, and Volcanion offers explosive, unblockable force, all aligning with Malva's fiery personality and strong offensive style. Malva's battles would become a relentless inferno of legendary fire-type attacks, forcing trainers to either withstand the heat or be consumed. Seabold, the water-type Elite Four member, with his Blastoise, Gyarados, Starmie, and Clawitzer, already runs a team that combines offensive power with strategic depth. His legendary additions would amplify his team's command over water, adding immense power and showcasing the vastness and depth of the ocean. A Kyogre, with its pure water typing and access to Origin Pulse and Water Spout, would be an overwhelmingly powerful special attacker, epitomizing the destructive force of the sea. A Manaphy, with its pure water typing and access to Tail Glow and Scald, would provide a fast setup sweeper with excellent special attack, representing the playful yet powerful nature of the ocean. For a third legendary, a Suicune, with its pure water typing and access to Hydro Pump and Aurora Beam, would add immense defensive bulk and strategic presence, embodying the serene yet powerful flow of water. Kyogre represents the boundless power of the ocean, Manaphy brings agile, strategic offense, and Suicune offers serene defense and purification, all aligning with Seabold's elegant, yet formidable culinary and battling style. Seabold's battles would become a majestic display of legendary water-type power, where trainers must navigate treacherous currents and powerful waves. Wikstrom, the Steel-type Elite Four member, with his Aegislash, Scizor, Probopass, and Klefki, already commands a team that emphasizes defense, strategic setup, and powerful counterattacks. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing his unyielding defense, adding immense offensive presence, and further embracing the impenetrable nature of steel. A Zacian in its crowned sword form, with its fairy steel typing and access to Behemoth Blade and Play Rough, would provide immense physical offensive power and speed, embodying the sharpness and resilience of a legendary blade. A Solgaleo, with its psychic steel typing and access to Sunsteel Strike and Psychic, would bring overwhelming physical offensive pressure in a unique cosmic aesthetic, reflecting the unwavering strength of steel. For a third legendary, a Genesect, with its bug steel typing and access to Technoblast and U-Turn, would add a fast, versatile offensive presence with different elemental drives, symbolizing technologically advanced steel. Zacian represents the ultimate heroic blade. Solgaleo brings cosmic, unyielding strength, and Genesect offers technologically enhanced, adaptable power, all aligning with Wikstrom's knightly demeanor and impenetrable defense. Wickstrom's battles would become a formidable test against legendary Steel-type Pokémon that are both unyielding and incredibly powerful, demanding strategic breakthroughs. Drasna, the Dragon-type Elite Four member, with her Dragalge, Noivern, Altaria, and Drudigan, already runs a team that combines offensive power with strategic disruption and unique typing. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's draconic might, adding immense power and showcasing the ancient and mystical nature of dragons. A Rayquaza, with its dragon flying typing and access to Dragon Ascent and Dragon Pulse, would be an overwhelmingly powerful mixed attacker, embodying the ancient and majestic power of dragons. A Zekrom, with its Dragon Soar electric typing and access to Bolt Strike and Dragon Claw, would provide immense physical offensive pressure and unique type coverage, representing the ideals of truth and power. For a third legendary, Aladius, with its Dragon Psychic typing and access to Draco Meteor and Psychic, would add a fast, supportive special attacker with excellent defensive presence, reflecting the graceful and intelligent side of dragons. Rayquaza is the ancient sky sovereign. Zekrom brings righteous, electric power, and Latias offers swift, intelligent support, all aligning with Drosna's deep respect for dragon lore and her powerful team. Drosna's battles would become an epic confrontation against legendary dragon-type Pokémon, a true test of a trainer's ability to face ancient and overwhelming power. The Kalos champion, Diantha, with her Mega Gardevoir, Holucha, Tyrantrum, Auroras, Gudra, and Gorgeist, already commands a team that is both elegant and incredibly powerful. Her legendary team would elevate her to an almost mythical status, reflecting her connection to Colossian history and her refined battling style. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her diverse type coverage, adding immense power, and showcasing Kalos's overarching lore, particularly the ultimate weapon. And Xerneas, with its fairy typing and access to Geomancy and Moonblast, would be a devastating special attacker that directly embodies life and creation in Kalos. A Yveltal, with its dark flying typing and access to Oblivion Wing and Dark Pulse, would provide immense offensive pressure and sustain, representing destruction and the cycle of life and death. For a third legendary, a Zygarde in its complete form, with its dragon ground typing and access to Thousand Arrows and Core Enforcer, would add a terrifying disruptive presence with incredible power and bulk, representing the order and balance of the ecosystem. Xerneas represents life and beauty, Yveltal brings death and destruction, and Zygarde embodies the order and balance of nature, all aligning with Diantha's sophisticated style and her role as a symbol of Colossian culture and power. Diantha's battles would become an epic confrontation against the very forces of life, death, and order, a true test of a trainer's ability to overcome not just raw power, but also the symbolic weight of these legendary Pokémon. Moving on to the Alola region, where the Elite Four are relatively new and often consist of established characters. Hala, the fighting-type Elite Four member, with his Hariyama, Beware, Crabominable, and Machamp, already possesses a team that emphasizes raw physical power and traditional Alolan strength. His legendary additions would amplify his team's martial arts mastery, adding immense strength and showcasing the spirit of battling that aligns with Alolan traditions. A Zamazenta in its crowned shield form, with its fighting steel typing and access to Behemoth Bash and close combat, would provide immense physical bulk and offensive power, embodying unwavering defense and attack. A Marshadow, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would offer a fast, tricky physical attacker that can steal stat boosts, reflecting the cunning and elusive aspects of martial arts. For a third legendary, a Tapu Koko, with its electric fairy typing and access to Thunderbolt and Dazzling Gleam, would provide a fast special attacker with terrain control, representing the guardian deities and the spiritual strength of Alola. Zamazenta embodies steadfast strength and protection. Marshadow represents the subtle power of technique and surprise, and Tapu Koko brings swift, guardian energy, all aligning with Hala's powerful and traditional fighting style. Hala's battles would become an epic clash against legendary Pokémon that embody the very essence of fighting and Alolan's spiritual power, demanding both strength and strategic prowess from trainers. Olivia, the Rock-type Elite Four member, with her Lycanroc, Probopass, Carbink, Golem, and Cradily, already runs a team that combines offensive power with defensive bulk and tricky abilities. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's command over Earth and Stone, adding immense power and showcasing the natural beauty and resilience of Alola's geology. A Zygarde in its 50% form, with its Dragon Ground typing and access to Thousand Arrows and Dragon Pulse, would provide immense bulk and offensive pressure, representing the order and balance of the ecosystem. A Diancie, with its Rock to Fairy typing and access to Diamond Storm and Moonblast, would be a beautiful yet powerful special attacker, embodying the precious gems found in Alola. For a third legendary, a Terrakion, with its Rock fighting typing and access to Sacred Sword and Stone Edge, would add a fast, powerful physical attacker, representing the unwavering strength of stone. Zygarde brings environmental balance and power. Diancie offers gem-like beauty and formidable offense, and Terrakion embodies the unbreakable will of stone, all aligning with Olivia's elegant yet strong personality and her jewelry business. Olivia's battles would become a stunning display of legendary rock-type power, where trainers must navigate treacherous terrain and powerful attacks. Acerola, the Ghost-type Elite Four member, with her Palisand, Delmise, Froslass, Drifblim, and Banette, already commands a team that emphasizes disruptive tactics and powerful special attacks. Her legendary additions would focus on enhancing her spectral power, adding disruptive potential, and further embracing the mysteries and spookiness of Alola's legends. A Lunala, with its Psychic Ghost typing and access to Moongeist Beam and Psychic, would offer incredible special offensive pressure and a unique otherworldly aesthetic, drawing from the moon's ethereal energy. A Marshadow, with its Fighting Ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would provide a fast, unpredictable physical attacker that steals stat boosts, perfectly embodying the sneaky, elusive nature of Alolan ghosts. For a third legendary, a Decidueye, as an honorary legendary due to its strong ties to Alola's unique starter lore and its role as a regional spirit. With its grass ghost typing and access to Spirit Shackle and Leaf Blade, would add a fast, precise physical attacker that traps opponents, reflecting the natural spirits of Alola. Lunala brings cosmic horror and power, Marshadow offers elusive, powerful strikes, and Decidueye adds a keen, spectral archery, all aligning with Acerola's playful yet spooky demeanor and her connection to Alolan folklore. Acerola's battles would become a chilling encounter with powerful legendary Pokémon that are not only incredibly strong, but also deeply unsettling, forcing trainers to confront the unknown and the spiritual. Kahili, the flying type Elite Four member, with her Toucanon, Mandibuzz, Skarmory, Crobat, and Oricorio, already runs a team that emphasizes speed, defensive utility, and strong offensive pressure. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's command over the skies, adding immense power and showcasing the majesty and freedom of flight. An Eviltal, with its dark flying typing and access to Oblivion Wing and Dark Pulse, would provide immense offensive pressure and sustain, reflecting the destructive force of dark energy from above. Rayquaza, with its dragon flying typing and access to Dragon Ascent and Dragon Pulse, would be an overwhelmingly powerful mixed attacker, embodying the ancient and majestic power of sky dragons. For a third legendary, a Tornadus in its Therian form, with its pure flying typing and access to Hurricane and Bleak Wind Storm, would add a fast special attacker with disruptive capabilities, representing the raw power of the wind and storms. Eviltal embodies destruction from the skies. Rayquaza is the ancient sky sovereign, and Tornadus brings the untamed fury of the wind, all aligning with Kahili's elegant yet powerful golf and battling style. Kahili's battles would become a breathtaking aerial display against legendary flying-type Pokémon, where trainers must navigate powerful gusts and devastating dives. The Alola champion, typically the player character, would instead be Kukui, the professor, as he is the final challenger in the postgame. Kukui, with his Incineroar, Lycanroc, Midnight, Ninetales, Alolan, Magnezone, Braviary, and Snorlax, already commands a diverse and powerful team. His legendary team would reflect his deep understanding of Alola's ecosystem and his role as a mentor and protector. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing his diverse type coverage, adding immense power. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing his diverse type coverage, adding immense power, and showcasing his bond with Alola itself. A Zekrom, with its Dragon Geos Electric typing and access to Fusion Bolt and Bolt Strike, would provide overwhelming physical offensive power and fantastic coverage, representing his dedication to ideals and his powerful presence. A Reshiram, with his Dragon Fire typing and access to Fusion Flare and Blue Flare, would offer equally devastating special offensive power and coverage, representing truth and the passionate spirit of Alola. For a third legendary, a Solgaleo, the emissary from another dimension and a central figure in Alola's lore, with its psychic steel typing and access to Sunsteel Strike and Psychic Fangs, would add a powerful physical attacker with incredible defensive utility, deeply connecting to Alola's cosmic narrative and Kukui's protective nature. Zekrom and Reshiram represent the balance of ideals and truth, reflecting Kukui's role as a professor and mentor, while Solgaleo embodies Alola's direct connection to powerful cosmic forces. Kukui's battles would become the ultimate test of a trainer's skill and bond, facing a champion whose team embodies the very essence of Alola, bolstered by immense legendary power. Moving to the Galar region, we encounter the Elite Four equivalents, which are the gym leaders who participate in the Champion Cup. However, since the structure is slightly different, and the Champion Cup itself is essentially a series of high-stakes gym battles, culminating in a challenge against the champion, we will focus on the main gym leaders, who hold significant narrative weight and would represent the final gauntlet before facing Leon. We will apply the Gigantamax mechanic to our Ace choices here, respecting Galar's unique battle gimmick. Milo, the first gym leader, specializes in grass types using Eldegoss, Gossifleur, and Flapple Appleton. His team would transform to embody the sheer, untamed growth and resilience of nature, adding legendary grass types that are both powerful and majestic. A Celebi, with its psychic grass typing and access to Leaf Storm and Psychic, would offer quick, special offensive power and utility, representing the forest's temporal guardian. A Verishion, with its grass fighting typing and access to Sacred Sword and Leaf Blade, would provide a fast, physical attacker with strong offensive presence, embodying the grace and power of nature's warriors. For a third legendary, a Shaman, Sky form, with its grass flying typing and access to Seed Flare and Air Slash, would add a swift special attacker with devastating power, representing the abundance and purity of the natural world. Celebi is a temporal guardian, Verishion a noble warrior, and Shaman a vibrant spirit of growth, all aligning with Milo's gentle yet firm demeanor and his connection to the pastoral lands of Galar. Milo's battles would become an early but intense test against the pure, vibrant power of legendary grass types. Nessa, the water-type gym leader, known for her Dreadnought, Arrokuda, and Barraskewda, already commands a team focused on relentless offensive pressure and speed. Her legendary additions would amplify her control over the aquatic environment, showcasing the raw power and depth of water. A Kyogre, with its pure water typing and access to Origin Pulse and Water Spout, would provide overwhelming special offensive power, embodying the vastness and destructive force of the ocean. A Palkia, with its water dragon typing and access to Spatial Rend and Hydro Pump, would offer immense mixed offensive pressure, representing control over space and water's immense power. For a third legendary, a Suicune, with its pure water typing and access to Hydro Pump and Aurora Beam, would add a defensive special attacker with purifying capabilities, representing the serene yet powerful nature of pure water. Kyogre is the primordial sea, Palkia controls its space, and Suicune purifies its essence, all aligning with Nessa's fierce and graceful presence, mirroring the power of the sea. Nessa's battles would become a deluge of legendary power, challenging trainers to navigate the depths of the ocean's might. Kabu, the fire-type gym leader, with his 9 tails, Arcanine, and Centiscorch, embodies experience, passion, and strategic prowess. His legendary additions would focus on the destructive and purifying power of fire, adding legendary fire types that command respect and fear. A Groudon, in its primal form, with its ground fire typing and access to Precipice Blades and Fire Punch, would offer immense physical offensive power and defensive bulk, representing the scorching earth and raw, untamed fire. A Heatran, with its fire steel typing and access to Magma Storm and Flash Cannon, would provide a powerful special attacker with incredible defensive utility, embodying the molten core of the planet. For a third legendary, a Victini, with its psychic fire typing and access to V-Create and Bolt Strike, would add a fast, powerful mixed attacker with boosting capabilities, representing victory and the unyielding spirit of fire. Groudon is the primal Earth's fire, Heatran the planet's molten heart, and Victini the fiery spirit of triumph, all aligning with Kabu's veteran status and his burning passion for battle. Kabu's battles would become a trial by fire against ancient and powerful legendary Pokémon, pushing trainers to their limits. B, the fighting type gym leader for sword version with her Machamp, Holucha, and Graplocked, focuses on raw strength, precision, and unyielding will. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's martial prowess, adding legendary fighting types that embody discipline and power. A Zamazenta, Crowned Shield, with its fighting steel typing and access to Behemoth Bash and close combat, would provide immense physical offensive power and defensive bulk, representing unwavering defense and fierce offense. A Terrakion, with its rock fighting typing and access to Sacred Sword and Stone Edge, would add a fast physical attacker with incredible offensive pressure, embodying strength and unyielding spirit. For a third legendary, a Marshadow, with its fighting ghost typing and access to Spectral Thief and close combat, would offer a fast, elusive physical attacker with unique capabilities, representing the hidden strength and cunning in martial arts. Zamazenta is the unbreakable shield, Terrakion the unyielding rock, and Marshadow the stealthy strike, all aligning with Bee's stoic demeanor and her dedication to rigorous training. Bee's battles would become a true martial arts challenge against legendary Pokémon embodying peak physical prowess. Alistair, the ghost-type gym leader for Shield version, with his Gengar, Cursola, and Mimikyu, is a master of spectral trickery and unsettling power. His legendary additions would amplify his control over the ethereal, adding legendary ghost types that are both terrifying and powerful. A Giratina, origin form, with its ghost dragon typing and access to Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse, would provide overwhelming mixed offensive power, representing the distortion and inverse world. A Lunala, with its psychic ghosted typing and access to Moongeist Beam and Psychic, would offer immense special offensive power, embodying the moon's eerie light and connection to the afterlife. For a third legendary, a Spectrier, with its pure ghost typing and access to Grimnay and Shadow Ball, would add a fast, powerful special attacker that gains strength with every knockout, representing the relentless charge of spectral terror. Giratina is the master of the distortion world, Lunala the harbinger of the moon, and Spectrier the spectral steed, all aligning with Alistair's shy yet formidable presence and his connection to the unseen world. Alistair's battles would become a chilling encounter with legendary spectral Pokémon designed to test a trainer's courage and resilience. Opal, the fairy-type gym leader, with her Weezing, Galarian, Mawile, and Alchemy, employs a whimsical yet deceptively powerful strategy. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's enchanting allure and devastating power, adding legendary fairy types that are both beautiful and incredibly strong. A Xerneas, with its pure fairy typing and access to Geomancy and Moonblast, would provide overwhelming special offensive power and stat-boosting capabilities, representing life and enchantment. A Zacian, Crowned Sword, with its fairy steel typing and access to Behemoth Blade and Play Rough, would offer immense physical offensive power and speed, representing the sharp elegance and power of royalty. For a third legendary, a Diancie, Mega Diancie, with its rock fairy typing and access to Diamond Storm and Moonblast, would add a fast, powerful mixed attacker with incredible defensive utility, representing the sparkling beauty and incredible power of gems. Xerneas embodies life and enchantment, Zacian the royal blade, and Diancie the dazzling gem, all aligning with Opal's playful yet demanding persona and her mastery of the fairy type. Opal's battles would become a dazzling display of legendary fairy-type power, captivating and overwhelming trainers. Raihan, the dragon-type gym leader, with his Flygon, Gigalith, and Duraludon, is known for his dynamic strategies, weather manipulation, and powerful dragon types. His legendary additions would amplify his team's overwhelming power and meteorological control, adding legendary dragon types that are both ancient and formidable. A Rayquaza, with its dragon flying typing and access to Dragon Ascent and Dragon Pulse, would provide overwhelming mixed offensive power, embodying the ancient and majestic power of sky dragons. A Zekrom, with its dragon electric typing and access to Fusion Bolt and Bolt Strike, would offer immense physical offensive power and coverage, representing ideals and the powerful storm. For a third legendary, a Reshiram, with its dragon fire typing and access to Fusion Flare and Blue Flare, would add equally devastating special offensive power and coverage, representing truth and the consuming flame. Rayquaza is the sky sovereign, Zekrom the ideal's thunder, and Reshiram the truth's fire, all aligning with Raihan's dynamic personality and his mastery over both dragon types and team composition. Raihan's battles would become an epic clash against legendary dragon types, pushing trainers to adapt to overwhelming power and strategic weather shifts. Finally, we arrive at the Paldea region, where the Elite Four consists of Rika, Poppy, Larry, and Hassel, with Champion Gita overseeing all. Here, we will utilize the terrestrialization mechanic as the unique gimmick for the Ace legendary Pokémon, embracing Paldea's distinctive battle style. Rika, the ground-type Elite Four member, with her Whiscash, Camerupt, Donphan, Dugtrio, Alolan, and Clodsire, already commands a team focused on raw power, defensive bulk, and ground-shaking attacks. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's connection to the Earth, adding formidable ground-type legendary Pokémon. A Groudon, Primal Reversion, with its ground fire typing and access to Precipice Blades and Fire Punch, would provide overwhelming physical offensive power and defensive bulk, embodying the scorching earth and magma. A Landorus, Therian form, with its ground flying typing and access to Earthquake and Sandsear Storm, would offer a fast, powerful physical attacker with disruptive capabilities, representing the fertile earth and destructive storms. For a third legendary, a Zygarde, complete form, with its dragon ground typing and access to Thousand Arrows and Core Enforcer, would add an incredibly bulky and powerful physical attacker with versatile offensive options, representing the ecological order and power of the land. Groudon is the primal earth, Landorus the spirit of the land, and Zygarde its unwavering protector, all aligning with Rika's dependable and powerful presence as an Elite Four member. Rika's battles would become an unyielding assault from legendary ground types, forcing trainers to contend with immense power and terrain control. Poppy, the Steel-type Elite Four member, with her Copperajah, Bronzong, Corviknight, Magnezone, and Tinkaton, employs a strategy of immense defensive bulk, overwhelming power, and metallic precision. Her legendary additions would amplify her team's metallic strength, adding legendary steel types that are both imposing and resilient. A Dialga, origin form, with its steel dragon typing and access to Roar of Time and Flash Cannon, would provide overwhelming special offensive power and control over time, representing the unyielding flow of existence. A Zacian, crowned sword, with its fairy steel typing and access to Behemoth Blade and Play Rough, would offer immense physical offensive power and speed, representing the sharp elegance and power of royalty. For a third legendary, a Melmetal, with its pure steel typing and access to Double Iron Bash and Superpower, would add an incredibly powerful physical attacker with unique double hit ability, representing raw, unrefined metallic might. Dialga embodies time and metallic strength, Zacian the royal steel blade, and Melmetal the ancient powerful metal, all aligning with Poppy's surprisingly strong demeanor, despite her youth and her mastery of the steel type. Poppy's battles would become an impenetrable fortress of legendary steel types, challenging trainers to breach an unbreakable defense. Larry, the normal type Elite Four member, who also moonlights as a flying type gym leader, uses a team of Kamala, Dudenspars, Braviary, Hiswan, Staraptor, and Snorlax. His normal type team benefits from its sheer versatility and lack of common weaknesses, embodying an unassuming yet incredibly strong presence. His legendary additions would focus on enhancing this versatility and adding raw, unadulterated power that transcends type. Arceus, with its pure normal typing and access to judgment and extreme speed, would provide unparalleled offensive and defensive power, capable of changing its type and representing the very creation of the universe. Regigigas, with its pure normal typing and access to Giga's impact and crush grip, would offer immense physical offensive power once its ability activates, embodying ancient, colossal strength. For a third legendary, a Meloetta, Aria form, with its normal psychic typing and access to Relic Song and Psychic, would add a fast special attacker with the ability to change forms, representing the versatile and harmonious nature of sound. Arceus is the creator, Regigigas the ancient colossus, and Meloetta the harmonious spirit, all aligning with Larry's understated yet incredibly effective battle style. Larry's battles would become a true test of adaptability against legendary Pokémon that defy simple categorization, masking immense power behind a seemingly ordinary facade. Hassel, the Dragon-type Elite Four member, with his Baxcalibur, Haxorus, Dragalge, Flapple, and Noivern, commands a team of formidable and powerful dragon types. His legendary additions would amplify his artistic vision and the raw, destructive beauty of dragons, adding legendary dragon types that are both ancient and awe-inspiring. A Palkia, origin form, with its dragon water typing and access to Spatial Rend and Hydro Pump, would offer immense mixed offensive pressure and control over space, representing the vastness and power of creation. A Giratina, origin form, with its Ghost Dragon typing and access to Shadow Force and Dragon Pulse, would provide overwhelming mixed offensive power, representing the distortion and inverse world. For a third legendary, a Kyurem, White Kyurem, with its Dragon Ice typing and access to Ice Burn and Fusion Flare, would add an incredibly powerful special attacker with devastating coverage, representing the frozen boundaries of the dragon's power. Palkia controls space, Giratina distorts reality, and Kyurem embodies the extreme power of the legendary dragons, all aligning with Hassel's passionate and artistic nature, reflecting the raw beauty and power of dragons. Hassel's battles would become an artistic masterpiece of destruction, facing legendary dragon types of unparalleled might. Finally, we come to Champion Gita, the chairwoman of the Paldea League and the top champion, who typically fields a team including Espithra, Glamora, Avalugg, Veluza, Kingambit, and Tatsugiri, or other varied options, as her team can change for rematches. Her legendary additions would reflect her status as the strongest trainer in Paldea and her emphasis on order, strategy, and impeccable battle prowess. Her legendary additions would embody the ultimate power and strategic depth. Eternatus, Eternamax, with its poison dragon typing and access to Eternabeam and Dynamax cannon, would provide absolutely overwhelming special offensive power, representing the cosmic power and energy manipulation of the darkest day. A Koraidon, with its fighting dragon typing and access to collision course and dragon claw, would offer immense physical offensive power and speed, representing the ancient past and sheer primal strength. For a third legendary, a Miraidon, with its electric dragon typing and access to Electro Drift and Dragon Pulse, would add an equally immense special offensive power and speed, representing the futuristic power and technological advancement. Eternatus is the cosmic power, Koraidon the ancient might, and Miraidon the futuristic prowess, all aligning with Gita's formidable presence and her role as the ultimate test in the Paldea region. Gita's battles would become the ultimate challenge, a clash against three legendary titans of immense and varied power, pushing trainers to their absolute limits to claim the champion title. And there you have it, an entire roster of Elite Four members and champions, each commanding a team augmented by three legendary Pokémon, applying a unique battle gimmick for each generation, a true gauntlet of unparalleled power. Let me know what you think and how you would build these legendary teams. This expansion transforms the Pokémon League Challenge into an almost insurmountable gauntlet, forcing trainers to completely rethink their strategies. The regional narratives themselves would inevitably shift with the presence of legendary Pokémon in the hands of the Elite Four and champions, becoming a foundational element of each region's lore. Let's revisit Kanto for a moment, imagining the kind of trainer who might actually overcome Lorelai's formidable Articuno, Lapras, and Walrein team, or Bruno's Regigigas, Machamp, and Lucario. The player character, the silent protagonist, would need to field a team of comparable strength or exploit-type matchups with absolute precision and perfect tactical execution. The struggle against Agatha's Darkrai, Gengar, and Mismagius would be less about raw power and more about psychological warfare and strategic status condition application, while Lance's Rayquaza, Dragonite, and Salamence would demand a team capable of handling overwhelming dragon-type assaults. The game's difficulty curve would spike dramatically. Moving into Johto, the challenge intensifies further. Will's Xerneas, Espeon, and Slowbro would require trainers to have potent steel or poison-type attackers, or to engage in a speed control battle unlike anything seen before. Koga's Genesect, Crobat, and Forretress would mandate a strong fire-type presence and an answer to Genesect's varied attacks. Bruno, again with his Regigigas, Machamp, and Lucario, would continue to be a physical powerhouse, now with the added threat of Regigigas's sheer bulk and slow start ability needing to be managed. Karen's Yveltal, Umbreon, and Houndoom would be a dark, destructive force, demanding fairy-type counters or exceptionally strong fighting types, and Lance's formidable Rayquaza, Dragonite, and Salamence would again serve as the ultimate dragon-type test, now with the added challenge of Johto's diverse Pokémon. The narrative of Johto, already steeped in legendary lore with the beasts and Ho-Oh Lugia, would integrate the Elite Four's legendaries as guardians of equilibrium, their power a reflection of the region's ancient history. In Hoenn, Sydney's Zekrom, Absol, and Shiftry would pose a dual threat of dragon and dark, requiring a versatile team. Phoebe's Lunala, Dusclops, and Sableye would be a spectral nightmare, with Lunala's Shadow Shield ability making it incredibly difficult to take down. Glacia's Arceus, Ice Plate, Walrein, and Glalie would present a unique challenge, as Arceus's adaptability would force trainers to guess its type or have a perfectly balanced team. Drake's Reshiram, Salamence, and Flygon would represent another overwhelming dragon-type assault. And Steven Stone's Kyogre, Primal, Metagross, and Aggron would be an absolute game-ender, with Primal Kyogre's Drizzle ability and Origin Pulse wreaking havoc, forcing trainers to bring their own weather control or extremely powerful grass or electric-type attacks. The Hoenn legends, already central to the region's story, would be viewed as extensions of the natural world's power, mirrored by the Elite Four's legendary teams. Sinnoh's Elite Four would offer a truly cosmic challenge. Aaron's Shaman, Skyform, Drapion, and Heracross would combine speed and power, with Shaman's Serene Grace, Air Slash being particularly devastating. Bertha's Groudon, Primal, Hippowdon, and Rhyperior would turn the field into a sun-drenched wasteland, boosting Groudon's already immense power and forcing trainers to contend with overwhelming ground-type attacks. Flint's Heatran, Infernip, and Magmortar would create an inferno, with Heatran's Flashfire ability making it even more dangerous. Lucian's Cresselia, Alakazam, and Bronzong would be a masterclass in psychic strategy and tankiness, with Cresselia's Lunar Dance offering incredible support. And Cynthia's Dialga, Garchomp, and Spiritomb would be a time-bending force, with Dialga's Roar of Time threatening massive damage. The Sinnoh legends, already tied to the Creation Trio, would make the League challenge feel like a confrontation with foundational forces of the universe. Unova's challenges would be equally varied and intense. Chantal's Hoopa, Unbound, Chandelure, and Golurk would be a chaotic, dimension-hopping threat, with Hoopa Unbound's Hyperspace Fury bypassing defenses. Grimsley's Regigigas, Bisharp, and Crocodile would be a physical powerhouse, again relying on Regigigas' raw strength once Slow Start wears off or is mitigated. Caitlin's Mewtwo, Reuniclus, and Gothitelle would be a pure psychic onslaught, with Mewtwo's unmatched special attack. Marshall's Zekrom, Conkeldurr, and Mienshao would be a blend of dragon and fighting, with Zekrom's Fusion Bolt hitting incredibly hard. And Iris's Palkia, Haxorus, and Heydragon will represent an overwhelming dragon-type challenge, with Palkia's Spatial Rend adding a devastating move to her arsenal. The Unovan legends, tied to ideals and truths, would see their power reflected in the Elite Four's commitment to their battle philosophies. Kalos, with its emphasis on Mega Evolution, would see the Elite Four and Champion bringing unparalleled power. Malva's Volcanion, Talonflame, and Pyroar would be a fiery, explosive team, with Volcanion's Steam Eruption dealing massive damage and potentially burning targets. Cybold's Manaphy, Clawitzer, and Gyarados, Mega, would use Rain Dance to boost Manaphy's hydration ability and its powerful water-type attacks, making for a challenging sweep. Drosna's Latias, Mega, Altaria, and Noivern would present a graceful yet potent dragon psychic threat, with Mega Latias's bulk and supportive capabilities being key. Wickstrom's Aegislash as a Scizor Mega and Klefki would be a defensive and offensive steel-type fortress, with Mega Scizor's Technician-boosted Bullet Punch being terrifying. And Diantha's Xerneas, Gardevoir, Mega, and Gudra would be a force of life and destruction, with Xerneas' Fairy Aura boosting its already powerful Moonblast. Kalos's elegance and power would be embodied by these legendary teams. Alola, with its unique trial system and Z moves, would see a change in the Elite Four's approach. Hala's Tapu Fini, Machamp, and Hariyama would use Misty Terrain to protect itself from status conditions and boost its water and fairy-type attacks, making for a formidable physical force. Olivia's Tapu Koko, Lycanroc, Midday, and Probopass would be a fast, electric terrain-fueled offensive, with Tapu Koko's Electric Surge boosting its powerful electric-type Z moves. Acerola's Tapu Bulu, Palisand, and Delmise would use grassy terrain to provide recovery and boost its grass-type attacks, creating a defensive wall. Kahili's Tapu Lele, Toucanon, and Mandibuzz would be a psychic terrain-fueled special offensive, with Tapu Lele's Psychic Surge boosting its already powerful psychic-type attacks. And Professor Kukui's Solgaleo, Z-Move, Ninetales, Alolan, and Incineroar would bring a powerful mix of fire, ice, and steel to the field, with Solgaleo's Sunsteel Strike and its Z-Move being devastating. The Tapu Guardians, already central to Alolan lore, would be seen as having bestowed their power upon the Elite Four to protect the region. Galar, with its focus on Dynamax and Gigantamax, would feature some truly monumental battles. Gordy's Regidrago, Coalossal, G-Max, and Stonejourner would be a rock-solid dragon-infused team, with G-Max Coalossal's G-Max Volcalith setting up entry hazards and dealing continuous damage. Melanie's Regis, Lapras, G-Max, and Frosmoth would be an icy fortress, with G-Max Lapras's G-Max Resonance setting up Aurora Veil for huge defensive boosts. Raihan's Eternatus, Eternamax, Duraludon, G-Max, and Flygon would be a dynamic, weather-controlling force, with Eternatus's immense power and Duraludon's G-Max depletion lowering stats. And Leon's Zacian, Crowned Sword, Charizard, G-Max, and Rillaboom would be the ultimate challenge, with Zacian's Intrepid Sword ability boosting its attack, and G-Max Charizard's G-Max Wildfire burning opponents. The box art legendaries, Zacian and Zamazenta, would be revered as the ultimate protectors, their power entrusted to the champion. Finally, in Paldea, the terastallization mechanic adds another layer of strategic depth. Hassel's Koraidon, Terra Dragon, Baxcalibur, and Dragalge would represent sheer dragon-type power, with Koraidon's Orichalcum Pulse boosting its attack in harsh sunlight. Reika's Munkidori, Terra Psychic, Clodsire, and Camerupt would use Munkidori's Toxic Chain ability to poison opponents while dishing out powerful psychic-type attacks. Poppy's Okidogi, Terra Fighting, Tinkaton, and Copperaja would be a physically imposing team, with Okidogi's Toxic Chain ability also coming into play. Larry's Fezandipity, Terra Flying, Staraptor, and Corviknight would be a fast-paced, flying-type team, with Fezandipity's Toxic Chain causing problems. And Gita's Miraidon, Terra Electric, Glamora, and Kingambit would be the ultimate test, with Miraidon's Hadron Engine ability boosting its special attack in electric terrain, making its Electro Drift an absolute menace. The Treasures of Ruin and the Paradox Pokémon, already steeped in Paldean lore, would solidify the Elite Four's role as custodians of ancient and futuristic power. The impact of these legendary teams on the player's journey would be profound. Every gym battle would need to be approached with a mind towards the upcoming Elite Four. The quest to catch 'em all would take on a new urgency, as trainers would need a diverse and powerful roster of their own to stand a chance. Strategic breeding, EV training, and IV optimization, often reserved for competitive play, would become essential for story progression. The narrative of each region would undoubtedly weave in the heightened challenge, perhaps with mentors training the protagonist specifically to face these legendary wielding opponents, or with the player character themselves seeking out their own legendary Pokémon to even the playing field. The champions would be seen not just as symbols of strength, but as figures of immense power, almost on par with the legendary Pokémon themselves. Defeating them would signify not just mastery over Pokémon battles, but a profound understanding of the deep lore and power dynamics of each region. The post-game content would also be affected, with rematches against these Elite Four members being even more challenging, perhaps with their legendary Pokémon having perfect IVs and optimized natures. The very concept of becoming the very best would be redefined, requiring a trainer to not only understand type matchups and battle strategy, but also to truly master the potential of legendary Pokémon. The Pokémon world, as we know it, would be irrevocably altered, placing the player at the heart of an epic struggle against forces that shape the very fabric of existence. And there you have it, an entire roster of Elite Four members and champions, each commanding a team augmented by 3 legendary Pokémon, applying a unique battle gimmick for each generation, a true gauntlet of unparalleled power, transforming the Pokémon League into a legendary crucible. Let me know what you think and how you would build these legendary teams. The challenge would not just be about winning, but about understanding and respecting the sheer power of these mythical beings. The journey to becoming champion would truly be a saga, a testament to a trainer's dedication, skill, and connection with their Pokémon, pushing them to limits never before imagined. Let's delve deeper into the implications for the player's journey from Kanto all the way to Paldea. In Kanto, the early game would remain largely unchanged, as the player character is still a novice. The initial gym leaders, Brock and Misty, would still provide essential lessons in type advantages and basic strategy. However, the whispers of the Elite Four's legendary teams would begin much earlier. Professor Oak, instead of just handing out a Pokédex, might offer a grave warning about the true strength awaiting trainers at the Indigo Plateau. This would introduce a layer of gravitas to the journey, making every wild Pokémon encounter and every trainer battle feel more significant. The decision of which starter to choose, Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle, would carry even more weight, as its evolution line would need to be a cornerstone against the legendary threats. As the player progresses through Kanto, characters like Lorelei, Bruno, Agatha, and Lance would become almost mythical figures themselves, their power amplified by the legendary Pokémon now at their command. Lorelei's Articuno, Bruno's Terrakion, Agatha's Lunala, and Lance's Rayquaza would be the ultimate goalposts. The game's difficulty curve would be significantly steeper, making grinding for experience not just an option, but a necessity. Trainers would need to learn not just type matchups, but also the intricacies of legendary abilities, signature moves, and stat distributions. The Safari Zone would become a desperate hunt for specific Pokémon with advantageous typings or abilities rather than a casual side activity. The legendary birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, usually post-game encounters, might become crucial early game targets for the player, representing a desperate attempt to match the Elite Four's power. This would fundamentally alter the flow of the Kanto narrative, elevating the stakes exponentially. Moving into Johto, the legend of the Elite Four would precede the player even more. The tales of Lorelei's Lapras being bolstered by Articuno and Lance's Dragonites flying alongside Rayquaza would be common knowledge. The player's journey through Johto would emphasize the region's own rich lore surrounding legendary Pokémon. The Ekrutake City storyline, involving the burned tower and the awakening of the legendary beasts Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, would intertwine directly with the Elite Four challenge. Instead of simply encountering them in the wild, the player might be guided by characters like Yucine to understand their power, perhaps even forming a bond with one to gain an edge. The Johto Elite Four, Will and Karen, along with Koga and Bruno, would now be even more formidable. Will's Xerneas, Karen's Yveltal, Koga's Genesect, and Bruno's Melmetal would present an almost insurmountable obstacle. The player's quest to defeat Team Rocket would feel like a necessary training exercise, a way to hone skills against powerful opponents before facing the true titans. The Red Gyarados event at the Lake of Rage would provide an early taste of a powerful, unique Pokémon, signaling the kind of strength needed for the Indigo Plateau. Hoenn's story, deeply rooted in the conflict between Groudon and Kyogre, would take on an even grander scale. Steven Stone's champion team, now featuring a Mega Metagross alongside primal forms of Groudon and Kyogre, would be the ultimate expression of the region's ancient power. The Elite Four, Sydney, Phoebe, Glacia, and Drake, would field teams like Sydney's Zoroark, backed by Darkrai, Phoebe's Dusclops with Giratina, Glacia's Walrein alongside Kyurem, and Drake's Salamence flying with Zekrom. The player would not just be stopping Team Aqua or Team Magma, but preparing for a battle that mirrors the legendary clashes of the past. The diving suit would no longer be just a plot device, but a tool in the player's arsenal to navigate treacherous waters and perhaps discover hidden legendary Pokémon or ancient power-ups to aid in the Elite Four challenge. The emphasis on environmental balance would become a literal battlefield strategy, as the player would need to understand how weather conditions affect their legendary opponents. In Sinnoh, the creation trio of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina already dominates the lore. Cynthia's champion team, known for its sheer power, would be absolutely terrifying with Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia at her side, her Garchomp still leading the charge. The Elite Four, Aaron, Bertha, Flint, and Lucian, would command teams like Aaron's Skyzor with Buzzwole, Bertha's Hippowdon with Regigigas, Flint's Infernape with Heatran, and Lucian's Bronzong backed by Cresselia. The player's journey through Sinnoh would transform into a spiritual quest, facing not just trainers, but forces that shaped the universe. The Distortion World sequence would become a pivotal moment, perhaps offering the player a chance to understand Giratina's power or even recruit a legendary Pokémon of their own to stand against Cynthia. The Grand Underground would be revisited repeatedly, not just for fossils, but for rare items, TMs, and perhaps even specific Pokémon that can counter the legendary threats. The training of the starter Pokémon, whether it be Torterra, Infernape, or Empoleon, would involve a deeper understanding of their roles in a team facing cosmic entities. Unova's Elite Four, Chantal, Grimsley, Caitlin, and Marshall would showcase the more modern, yet still potent, legendary Pokemon. Chantal's Chandelure would be supported by Blacephalon, Grimsley's Bisharp by Kartana, Caitlin's Gothitelle by Magarna, and Marshall's Conkeldurr by Zeraora. Alder's champion team, now featuring his Volcarona, alongside Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem, would embody the ideals and truths of Unova, amplified to an extreme. The narrative surrounding N and Team Plasma, which already questions the relationship between humans and Pokemon, would gain an even sharper edge. N's ability to communicate with Pokemon would be seen as a pathway to understanding the legendary beings, and his philosophical debates would resonate more deeply when the player knows they must ultimately command Pokemon of similar caliber. The Royal Unova cruise ship battles would become crucial training opportunities, offering high-level opponents to prepare for the arduous League challenge. The player's choice between Reshiram and Zekrom would be a strategic one, directly impacting their potential against Alder's formidable lineup. Kalos, with its emphasis on Mega Evolution and the ultimate weapon, would find its Elite Four, Malva, Saibold, Wickstrom, and Drasna, wielding legendary Pokemon that further enhance their themes. Malva's Pyroar would command Volcanion, Saibold's Clawitzer would be supported by Manaphy, Wickstrom's Aegislash by Cobalion, and Drasna's Dragalga by Kommo-o. Diantha's champion team, with her Mega Gardevoir, would be joined by Xerneas and Yveltal and Zygarde, perhaps in its complete form. The focus on beauty and strength in Kolos would be embodied by these powerful Pokemon, showcasing elegance and destructive force in equal measure. The player's journey to master Mega Evolution would become even more critical, as it would be the only way to challenge the power of the legendary Pokemon. The Battle Chateau would be less about rank and more about desperate training, facing powerful trainers to hone strategies against legendary threats. The lore of AZ and the ultimate weapon would serve as a constant reminder of the destructive potential that these legendary Pokemon embody, making the player's responsibility as a trainer even heavier. Alola's Trials and Island Challenge would be reimagined as a spiritual pilgrimage to gain the wisdom and strength needed to face the legendary wielding Elite Four. The trial captains and kahunas, now more powerful, would prepare the player for the ultimate test. The Elite Four, Hala, Olivia, Acerola, and Kahili would feature teams like Hala's Hariyama with Marshadow, Olivia's Lycanroc with Nihilego, Acerola's Palossand with Mimikyu. I know Mimikyu isn't legendary, hear me out. Its lore and unique nature make it a perfect thematic fit for a legendary spirit alongside Acerola's ghost types, almost acting as a pseudo-legendary in this context, fitting the spirit of the premise. And Kahili's Toucanon with Celesteela. The inaugural champion, the player character in canon, would now face a challenge unlike any other. However, if we assume a pre-existing champion, like Kukui in an alternate timeline, his team with Incineroar would be bolstered by Solgaleo, Lunala, and Necrozma in its Ultra form. The Ultra Beasts, already powerful and mysterious, would be integrated seamlessly into the Elite Four's rosters, emphasizing their alien and overwhelming power. The player's ability to use Z moves would be a critical equalizer, turning the tide with their powerful one-time attacks against the legendary foes. The story of Nebi, the Cosmog, would be a direct parallel to the player's own growth, as they nurture a powerful legendary Pokemon to stand against others. Galar's Elite Four, if we consider the format of the Champion Cup, would see trainers like Bede, Marnie, and Hop, if they were to assume such roles, equipped with legendary Pokemon. Assuming the formal Elite Four structure applied, perhaps the gym leaders who feature prominently in the Champion Cup could be considered. Nessa's Dreadnought, with Urshifu, single strike, would be a force. Milo's Eldegoss, supported by Zarude, would demonstrate surprising power. B's Machamp, said as Gigantamax, leading with Zamazenta, would be an unyielding wall, while Alistair's Gengar, Gigantamax, with Spectrier, would be a spectral nightmare. Raihan's Duraludon, Gigantamax, with Eternatus, would be the ultimate Weathermaster. Leon's champion team, with his iconic Charizard, Gigantamax, would be joined by Zacian, Zamazenta, and Eternatus, perhaps a less unstable form of Eternatus, or one he has mastered. The Dynamax and Gigantamax mechanics would be absolutely essential, providing the player with a temporary power boost to match the legendary Pokemon's inherent strength. The wild area would become a central training ground, specifically for finding Pokemon with the Gigantamax factor, a crucial advantage in these battles. The lore of the Darkest Day and the ancient kings of Galar would be constantly referenced, reminding the player of the immense power they are attempting to overcome. Finally, Paldea's Elite Four, Rika, Poppy, Larry, and Hassel, would bring their unique regional flair to their legendary teams. Rika's Clodsire with Wo-Chien, Poppy's Tinkaton with Chien-Pao, Larry's Staraptor with Ting-Lu, and Hassel's Bacalibur with Chi-Yu. Gita's champion team, with her Glamora, would be joined by Koraidon, Miraidon, and Terrapagos. The Terrastallization mechanic would be the player's ultimate strategic tool, allowing for unexpected type changes and power boosts to turn the tide against the formidable legendary opponents. The school settings of Naranja or Uva Academy would offer advanced courses in legendary Pokemon lore and battle strategy, preparing the player academically as well as practically. The treasure hunt element of the game would now extend to seeking out ancient artifacts or knowledge that could give an edge against the powerful legendaries. The Paradox Pokemon and the Treasures of Ruin, already central to Paldean lore, would be integrated into the Elite Four's teams, solidifying their role as custodians of ancient and futuristic power. The final challenge against Professor Sada, or Turo, and then Gita would not just be a test of strength, but a confrontation with the very fabric of Paldea's history and future, embodied by these legendary Pokemon. The implications for the wider Pokemon world are vast. The Pokemon League would transform from a prestigious competition into an almost sacred institution, the ultimate test of a trainer's worth. Becoming a champion would mean not just skill, but a profound understanding of the legendary Pokemon themselves, their history, their power, and their place in the world. The player's journey would become a heroic saga, a true mythological quest to overcome forces that shape the very fabric of existence. Every victory would be hard won, every defeat a lesson in humility, and every legendary Pokemon encountered, whether friend or foe, would deepen the player's connection to the world around them. And there you have it, an entire roster of Elite Four members and champions, each commanding a team augmented by 3 legendary Pokemon, applying a unique battle gimmick for each generation. A true gauntlet of unparalleled power, transforming the Pokemon League into a legendary crucible. Let me know what you think and how you would build these legendary teams. What if every Elite Four had legendary Pokemon teams? The Kanto Elite Four, Lorelei, Bruno, Agatha, and Lance, would command teams of unparalleled power, each augmented by legendary Pokemon. Lorelei, the Ice Queen, would lead with her iconic Lapras, supported by 3 legendary Pokemon known for their mastery over the elements and their elusive nature. Her team would include Articuno, the majestic ice and flying type, a true embodiment of her cold, strategic battle style. Suicune, the Aurora Pokemon, with its ability to purify water, would perfectly complement her water and ice types, reflecting her serene yet formidable presence. Finally, Cresselia, the lunar Pokemon, would introduce a psychic dimension, symbolizing the ethereal and often dreamlike quality of her ice-type attacks, making her team not just powerful, but profoundly mystical. Lorelei's Pokédex entries often speak of her calm demeanor, and these legendary additions would amplify that, turning battles into a ballet of precise, chilling maneuvers. Her Jinx, Cloyster, and Slowbro would still be present, but now they would be bolstered by legendary might, transforming her challenge into a truly formidable one. Bruno, the fighting type expert, would bring a raw physical force to the Elite Four, his team now featuring legendary Pokemon that embody strength, earth, and ancient power. His ace, Machamp, would be flanked by Regirock, the Rock Peak Pokemon, a pure embodiment of unyielding defense and brute force, mirroring Bruno's own stoicism and physical prowess. Entei, the Volcano Pokemon, with his fiery passion and immense power, would represent the explosive energy of fighting types and Bruno's own fiery spirit in battle. Finally, Terrakion, one of the Swords of Justice, known for its incredible physical attack and its rock-solid demeanor, would underscore Bruno's dedication to pure, unadulterated strength. His Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, and Onyx would continue to feature, but the legendary trio would elevate his team beyond typical martial arts mastery, making him a true force of nature. Bruno's team would emphasize not just fighting skill, but the sheer, untamed power of the earth itself, a challenge of endurance and might. Agatha, the Ghost-type specialist, would weave a tapestry of spooky and elusive legendary Pokemon into her team, enhancing her already chilling presence. Her Gengar, a master of trickery and spectral attacks, would be joined by Giratina, origin form, the renegade Pokemon, whose domain is the distortion world, perfectly encapsulating Agatha's ties to the supernatural and the unseen. Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokemon, known for its ability to cause nightmares and its elusive nature, would add a layer of psychological warfare, making her battles a truly unsettling experience. And to round out her spectral trio, Lunala, the Moon Pokemon, a creature of cosmic power that ferries souls to the afterlife, would provide an otherworldly aura, connecting her ghost types to the grander mysteries of existence. Agatha's Arbok, Golbat, and Haunter would still be part of her lineup, but with these legendary additions, her battles would become less about type advantage and more about confronting the very essence of fear and the unknown. Her theme of death and rebirth, often subtly present, would become overtly powerful with these legendary allies. Lance, the Dragon Master and eventual champion, would ascend to an even higher echelon of power, his legendary team reflecting his mastery over the most awe-inspiring Pokémon. His signature Dragonite, a symbol of his strength and loyalty, would be joined by Rayquaza, the sky-high Pokémon, the undisputed master of the ozone layer, and a legendary dragon of immense power. This would solidify Lance's connection to the heavens and his status as a trainer who reaches for the pinnacle. Zekrom, the deep black Pokémon representing ideals and powerful electric attacks, would add a layer of raw, destructive force, showcasing Lance's ambition and his ability to command overwhelming power. And finally, Reshiram, the vast white Pokémon representing truth and powerful fire attacks, would complement Zekrom, creating a dynamic duo of legendaries that symbolize the balance of power and the epic scale of his dragon mastery. His Gyarados, Aerodactyl, and Charizard, despite not being a dragon type, it fits his theme of powerful flying creatures, would still be present, but with Rayquaza, Zekrom, and Reshiram, Lance would become an almost mythological figure, a true dragon king whose challenge is the ultimate test of a trainer's mettle. The Kanto League, under these conditions, would be less of a competition and more of a pilgrimage, a series of trials against forces that shape the very world. Moving to Johto, the Elite Four, Will, Koga, Bruno, again, and Karen would also command legendary forces. Will, the psychic specialist, would retain his focus on strategic, mind-bending battles. His Xatu, known for seeing the future, would be supported by the legendary trio of Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, the Lake Guardians, embodying knowledge, emotion, and willpower. Uxie, the knowledge Pokémon, would reflect Will's strategic mind and psychic foresight. Mesprit, the emotion Pokémon, would add a layer of unpredictable psychic energy, mirroring the nuanced emotions that can influence battle. Azelf, the willpower Pokémon, would provide an indomitable mental fortitude, making Will's team incredibly resilient and focused. His Slowbro, Jinx, and Exeggutor would still be part of his team, but the Lake Guardians would elevate his psychic power to an existential level, making his battles a test of mental endurance and strategic depth. Koga, now an Elite Four member, would expand his ninja-like stealth and poison tactics with legendary additions. His Crobat, a swift and toxic attacker, would be joined by Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokémon, a repeat but fitting for Koga's stealth and dark themes, demonstrating how legendary themes can overlap, emphasizing his shadowy tactics and ability to induce fear. Verishen, one of the Swords of Justice, known for its speed and grass-type attacks, might seem an odd choice, but its grace and precision would align with Koga's ninja aesthetics, contrasting with the brute force of other legendaries. And to truly embody his deceptive nature, Zoroark, the Illusion Fox Pokémon, a master of illusion, though not a true legendary, its unique ability and lore often place it in a similar narrative vein, and for the purpose of roster hypothetical, it would be treated as such for its profound impact, would complete his legendary trio, making his battles a dizzying array of misdirection and unexpected strikes. His Muck, Fortress, and Ariados would still be present, but with these additions, Koga's challenge would become a masterclass in subterfuge and strategic evasion, a true ninja trial. Bruno, as Encanto, would bring his unwavering fighting spirit. His Johto legendary team would maintain his theme of raw power and earth-shattering might. His Machamp would be joined by Regirock Entei and Terrakion, mirroring his Kanto team, as his core identity as a trainer remains consistent across regions, showcasing his dedication to a specific style of legendary power. The consistency across regions for Bruno reinforces the idea that some trainers have a deep, personal connection to specific legendary archetypes. Karen, the dark type specialist, would embrace the shadowy and often misunderstood nature of her legendary additions. Her Houndoom, fierce and loyal, would be complemented by Eviltal, the destruction Pokémon, a force of devastation that perfectly embodies the often aggressive and powerful nature of dark types. This would make her battles incredibly intense and high stakes. Zekrom, the deep black Pokémon, would return here, fitting for its powerful dark energy and its representation of ideals, which can often be found in the complex morality of dark type trainers. And to complete her trio, Guzzlord, the Junkivore Pokémon, an Ultra Beast, but again for thematic purposes and power level, it would be considered alongside traditional legendaries in this hypothetical, a creature of insatiable hunger and cosmic horror would add a truly terrifying and overwhelming presence, perfectly encapsulating the chaotic and destructive potential of dark types. Her Umbreon, Murkrow, and Vileplume, a nod to her canon team, even if not dark type, it emphasizes her unique approach, would be present, but with Eviltal, Zekrom, and Guzzlord, Karen's challenge would become a confrontation with the darker, more primal forces of the Pokémon world, a test of courage and resilience against overwhelming odds. The Johto champion, Lance, would again elevate his team. His Dragonite would be joined by Rayquaza, Reshiram, and Zekrom, solidifying his status as a legendary Dragon Master, consistent with his Kanto appearance. This consistency across his teams emphasizes his deep connection to powerful legendary dragons. The red Gyarados from Lake of Rage, a unique, shiny Pokémon, would also find a place on his team, representing his connection to the region's lore and his ability to tame powerful, unique creatures. Moving on to Hoenn, the Elite Four, Sydney, Phoebe, Glacia, and Drake would face the daunting task of commanding legendaries that resonate with their specific types. Sydney, the Dark-type master, would build on his cunning and aggressive style. His Absol, a harbinger of disaster, would be supported by Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokémon, emphasizing his ability to manipulate battle conditions and sow confusion. Eviltal, the destruction Pokémon, would again feature, solidifying his team's destructive potential and dark-type dominance. And to add a truly unique Hoenn flavor, Deoxys, Attack Form, the DNA Pokémon, a formidable extraterrestrial legendary, would bring unparalleled speed and offensive power, reflecting Sydney's often unpredictable and aggressive battle style. His Shiftry, Cacturne, and Crawdaunt would remain, but with Darkrai, Eviltal, and Deoxys, Sydney's battles would become a high-stakes game of attrition, where every move could lead to a swift and brutal defeat. Phoebe, the Ghost-type specialist with her connection to Mount Pyre, would command legendaries tied to the spiritual and ethereal. Her Dusclops, a guardian of souls, would be joined by Giratina, Origin Form, the renegade Pokémon, a perfect fit for her spectral theme and connection to the spirit world. Lunala, the Monet Pokémon, would add a cosmic afterlife dimension, aligning with the sacred nature of Mount Pyre. And to truly embrace the ancient and mysterious, Regigigas, the colossal Pokémon, the creator of the Regis, would provide a powerful, ancient presence, hinting at the deep, fundamental forces that ghost types can sometimes represent. While not a ghost type, its ancient and powerful status would be a thematic match for Phoebe's deep connection to ancient spirits and sacred sites. Her Sableye, Banette, and Chimecho would remain, but with Giratina, Lunala, and Regigigas, Phoebe's battles would transcend simple type matchups, becoming a journey into the spiritual heart of Hoenn. Glacia, the ice type expert, would bring a chilling elegance to her legendary team. Her Walrein, a powerful and imposing ice type, would be supported by Articuno, the majestic ice and flying type, a classic choice for its serene yet powerful presence. Suicune, the Aurora Pokémon, with its pure and elegant nature, would again be a perfect fit, aligning with Glacia's sophisticated battle style. And to truly embody the unyielding force of ice, Regis, the Iceberg Pokémon, a massive, impenetrable legendary, would provide an almost insurmountable defensive presence, solidifying Glacia's theme of enduring cold. Her Snorunt, Cielio, and Glalie would still be present, but with Articuno, Suicune, and Regis, Glacia's challenge would become a test of endurance against an almost impenetrable, icy fortress, a true gauntlet of frigid power. Drake, the Dragon Master of the Hoenn Elite Four, would showcase the raw, untamed power of legendary dragons. His Salamanson, a powerful and fearsome dragon, would be joined by Rayquaza, the sky-high Pokémon, reinforcing his mastery over the skies and immense power. Latios and Latias, the Eon Pokémon, flying psychic dragons, would perfectly complement his team, adding speed, grace, and an element of psychic strategy, reflecting Drake's wisdom and experience. These two would provide a dynamic duo, representing the balance of masculine and feminine power, and their strong bond would align with Drake's own steadfast nature. His Flygon, Altaria, and Kingdra would still be present, but with Rayquaza, Latios, and Latias, Drake's battles would become an aerial ballet of immense power, a true test of a trainer's ability to counter overwhelming draconic might. The Hoenn champion, Steven Stone, known for his love of rare stones and his steel-type Pokémon, would command a team that reflects his unique blend of elegance and immense power. His Mega Metagross, a marvel of engineering and psychic steel power, would be joined by Dialga, the temporal Pokémon, master of time, and a formidable steel-type legendary, perfectly aligning with Steven's theme of ancient power and geological precision. Solgaleo, the Sunne Pokémon, a majestic psychic steel legendary, would add a radiant and powerful presence, embodying Steven's often bright and inspiring demeanor. And to connect to the very core of Hoenn, Groudon, Primal Reversion, the continent Pokémon, a legendary of immense earth-shattering power, would highlight Steven's deep connection to the land and the ancient forces that shaped Hoenn. While Groudon is not steel-type, its primal power and connection to Earth's core would resonate with Steven's geological interests and his status as a champion who understands the fundamental forces of the world. His Agron, Skarmory, and Cradily would remain, but with Dialga, Solgaleo, and Primal Groudon, Steven's challenge would become a confrontation with the very forces that shape the planet, a true champion's test of understanding and resilience against primordial power. In Sinnoh, the Elite Four, Aaron, Bertha, Flint, and Lucian would bring their legendary prowess to the forefront. Aaron, the bug-type specialist, would elevate his often underestimated type with legendary flair. His Drapion, a formidable bug poison type, would be complemented by Genesect, the Paleozoic Pokémon, a technologically enhanced bug, legendary with immense power and adaptability, perfectly aligning with Aaron's desire to showcase the strength of bug types. Pheromosa, the Lissum Pokémon, an Ultra Beast, again included for its thematic fit and power, with its incredible speed and grace, would embody the agile and often overwhelming offensive power of many bug types. And to add a truly unique twist, Celebi, the time travel Pokemon, a mythical grass just psychic type connected to forests and time, would represent the often hidden and vital role of bugs in ecosystems, adding an element of ancient natural power to his team. While not a bug type, Celebi's forest guardian role and mythical status would highlight the deeper connections of bug types to the natural world. His Vespiquen, Heracross, and Scizor would still be present, but with Genesect, Pheromosa, and Celebi, Aaron's battles would become a celebration of the strength, speed, and ecological importance of bug types, a truly challenging and eye-opening experience. Bertha, the ground-type specialist, would command legendaries that embody the raw power and immovability of the earth. Her Hippowdon, a formidable sand shifter, would be joined by Groudon, Primal Reversion, the continent Pokémon, a titan of the earth with immense power over land, directly aligning with her mastery of ground types. Regirock, the Rock Peak Pokémon, would return here, symbolizing the sheer resilience and defensive power of the earth, reinforcing Bertha's steadfast battle style. And to represent the ancient and often destructive power of the earth, Landorus, Therian form, the Abundance Pokémon, a powerful genie of the land, would add a dynamic and offensive presence, showcasing the varied powers of ground types. Her Rhyperior, Gliscor, and Whiscash would remain, but with Primal Groudon, Regirock, and Therian Landorus, Bertha's battles would become a true earthquake of power, a test of a trainer's ability to withstand and overcome the very forces of the planet. Flint, the fire-type expert, would ignite his team with legendary Pokémon that embody explosive power and fiery passion. His Infernape, a blazing martial artist, would be complemented by Reshiram, the vast white Pokémon, a legendary dragon of truth and immense firepower, perfectly aligning with Flint's fervent battle style. Entei, the volcano Pokémon, would return, solidifying the raw, untamed power of fire and its connection to natural disasters. And to bring a powerful, almost mystical fire, Heatran, the Lava Dome Pokémon, a unique fire-steel legendary born from volcanic activity, would add a defensive and offensive powerhouse, representing the deep, geological origins of fire. His Rapidash, Magmortar, and Flareon would still be present, but with Reshiram, Entei, and Heatran, Flint's battles would become an inferno, a true test of a trainer's ability to brave the heat and stand against immense fiery might. Lucian, the psychic-type specialist, would orchestrate battles of mental prowess and cosmic power with his legendary additions. His Gallad, a master of psychic blades, would be joined by Mewtwo, the genetic Pokémon, a pure embodiment of psychic power and scientific creation, making Lucian's team incredibly intelligent and formidable. Or Cresselia, the lunar Pokémon, with its serene yet powerful psychic abilities, would return, adding a layer of ethereal grace and defensive capability, reflecting Lucian's sophisticated battle style. And to truly embrace the cosmic and mysterious, Arceus, the Alpha Pokémon, the creator of the Pokémon world, a mythical Pokémon, but for this roster, its godlike power warrants its inclusion, would provide an almost unbeatable presence, symbolizing the ultimate power of creation and the mind, while Arceus would likely be in its psychic plate form. Its sheer power would make Lucian's team truly legendary. His Bronzong, Alakazam, and Espeon would remain, but with Mewtwo, Cresselia, and Arceus, Lucian's battles would become a philosophical and intellectual challenge, a confrontation with the very limits of the mind and the cosmos. The Sinnoh champion, Cynthia, a trainer of immense skill and deep knowledge of Sinnoh's legends, would command a team that embodies balance, power, and ancient might. Her Garchomp, an undisputed force of nature, would be joined by Palkia, the spatial Pokémon, master of space, perfectly aligning with Cynthia's broad strategic vision and her connection to Sinnoh's creation myths. Giratina, origin form, the renegade Pokémon, master of the distortion world, would represent the darker, more mysterious aspects of Sinnoh's lore and Cynthia's ability to command even the most formidable forces. And as the ultimate symbol of creation and balance, Arceus, the alpha Pokémon,